Mode, Oxford's 2022 Word of the Year. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
What word describes lazy, greedy, shameless behaviour? It's goblin mode, and it's Word of the Year according to one UK publisher. Since the pandemic, some people have realised they don't want to go back to the lifestyle they had before. They want to stay in goblin mode. Oxford University Press chooses a word each year that reflects the mood of the past 12 months.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have speaks to, over, and unveils.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one comes from The Guardian. Goblin mode. New Oxford Word of the Year speaks to the times.
Okay, well, first of all, goblin mode. A goblin is a small, ugly, possibly dangerous creature, a fictional one. Mode is a way of doing something. So together, goblin mode describes a way of doing something in a kind of unpleasant, slightly embarrassing way. So, for example, Beth, I'm sure you never did this, but working from home, wearing pyjamas in bed.
No, never did that, no.
Okay, that's goblin mode. We're looking at the expression speaks to, and in the headline it speaks to the times. What does it mean?
Yeah, so speaks to the times is a reflection of the mood of the people at that time.
So the times referred to in the headline is talking about this current time, so the post-pandemic world. Now, during the pandemic, when obviously key workers who had to do really essential jobs were very, very busy, but a lot of other people were forced to be lazy because there was nothing to do.
Exactly, yeah, they enjoyed wearing their pyjamas, didn't wear makeup, they didn't care about their appearance as much, so they went goblin mode.
Yeah, and so goblin mode speaks to the times. It means it reflects the times as they were. Now, is this common?
It is in American English, and it's becoming more popular in British English. So, for example, we could say that the climate crisis speaks to a failure of governments for decades.
Yeah, it means it reflects a failure. Let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This is from the Huffington Post. Oxford's Word of the Year sums up exactly how over everything we all are.
So the headline says that the Word of the Year sums up how we feel. Sums up means summarises. We are looking though at over, and that seems simple. I know over, you go over a bridge. The bridge goes over a river. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, in your examples, you've used over as a preposition, but here it's actually an adjective.
Right, okay. So what does it mean?
Well, if you're over something, then you are tired, bored, and unenthusiastic about something. So maybe initially at the beginning you were quite enthusiastic, but now you're ready for its finish.
Okay, so you've had enough of something, you're fed up with it.
Yeah, exactly. So the World Cup, I was quite enthusiastic about it at the beginning, but now I feel like it's been going on for ages. I am over it.
Oh, really? I'm still really into the World Cup, and that's the opposite of over, isn't it?
It is. And we very often use so with this. We say, I'm so over it. Now, in the headline, it refers to how unenthusiastic people are about everything, and when they say everything, they mean this year, all the negative events going on.
There's a lot of bad news around. This use of over is quite informal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very often used in spoken conversation. So I might be having a chat with you and say, I am over working from home. I want to be in the office 5 days a week.
Oh, here we are. Let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from Fox News. Oxford Dictionary unveils 2022 word of the year, goblin mode.
We're looking at the word unveils. It makes me think of a traditional wedding where a bride wears a veil over her face and then it's removed. Everyone can see the face.
Yeah, and it helps to think of it in this way because that is the literal meaning of unveil. But here it's metaphorical and it just means to reveal or uncover.
Yeah, you can imagine, you said it's metaphorical, but Oxford have this word, goblin mode, with a little curtain over it. They open it and we can all see it.
Yes, exactly. This word is also used when something like a new exhibition or a new piece of art is uncovered or revealed.
Yeah, and politicians use it as well to talk about their plans. But is it used in everyday conversation? Can I say to you, I'd like to unveil my Christmas plans?
No, not really, because it's quite a grand thing. It might be that a company or a celebrity might unveil something, so you'd probably just tell me what your Christmas plans are.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had speaks to, reflects,
Over, bored of something that's been happening for a long time.
and unveils, shows for the first time.
Don't forget there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Bye!
The love hormone. Are scientists wrong? A new study suggests they might be. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Are scientists wrong about the so-called love hormone? Decades of research suggest the chemical called oxytocin is linked to love and friendship. But a new study says this hormone might not be necessary for social relationships after all.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have upend, overrated, and not so fast.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from Spectrum. Mind-blowing study upends conventional wisdom on oxytocin.
So the headline says that a new study, which is mind-blowing, which means incredible, will change the way we think about this love hormone oxytocin. And we're looking at the word upend, which means change completely.
It does, yeah. Let's think about it literally. So it's made up of up and end. Now I have a mug here. If I upend it, then water or coffee might come out.
Yes, we're lucky there's no water in there. If there was, it would be quite dramatic. And that's important to this word upend. It describes complete changes, dramatic changes, not little ones.
That's right. So according to this headline, this study completely changes or upends what we think we know about the love hormone. Now, this word upend is also used a lot for situations. If we think about COVID, it really upended everyone's plans for a few years.
Yep. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from Gizmodo. Oxytocin's reputation as the love hormone might be overrated.
Okay, there's a similar theme in this headline to the first one, but we are looking at the word overrated.
Yes, so the word overrated means that something is not as important or not as good as people think it is. So in this headline, it's saying that the idea that oxytocin as the love hormone might not be as accurate as people think. Can we break this word down, Neil?
Yes, we can. It's got two parts, over and rate. Rate means to say how good you think something is, and over is a prefix which means more than. You put them together. Overrated means something's not as good as people say.
Yeah, so we can use overrated for lots of different things. If you think about music, books, sports people, maybe these are things everyone else thinks are amazing, but you think, well, they're not so good. These are overrated.
Yeah, like those superhero movies. They are so overrated. Everybody loves them. I think they're boring.
I think they're really good. Anyway, a note on spelling and pronunciation. So overrated has two R's in the middle, but this doesn't affect the pronunciation. Now, we also have the opposite of this word, which is underrated. And that means that people don't realize how good something is.
Okay, let's look at that again. Time for our next headline.
This is from France 24. Love hormone, not so fast, new study suggests.
Yes, so this headline is similar to the previous two. It's talking about this love hormone oxytocin, and perhaps it's not as important as scientists previously thought. We are looking at not so fast. Now, those words separately, I understand, but when you put them together, what's the sense?
Yeah, this is a great expression. So we often use it to say that people shouldn't make a decision too quickly, or that maybe things are a bit more complicated than you think. Now here it's asking people to think again about oxytocin.
Yes, and that's a metaphorical use, but we can use it literally.
Yeah, we can. So a more literal example might be a teenager that says to their parents, I'm going out, but they say, not so fast, you haven't finished your homework yet.
Yes, and we have lots of other expressions with a similar meaning. Can you tell us?
Yeah, we have hold on a sec, wait a minute, hang on. We use all of these in the same way. Are we finished now, Neil?
Not so fast. Let's have a look at that again. We've had upend, completely change the way we think.
Overrated. It's not as good as you think it is.
And not so fast, slow down, wait.
Remember, there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
The 8 habits that could make you live longer. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
8 healthy habits in middle age may increase your life by more than 20 years. According to research, you can lengthen your life by doing regular exercise, having a healthy diet, positive social relationships, and a regular sleep routine, and avoiding stress, smoking, opioid drugs, and too much alcohol. The study was carried out over 8 years, and more than 700,000 Americans took part in it.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have kicking habits, longevity, and adopting.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Independent. Kicking these 8 habits could help you live 20 years longer, scientists say.
So, kicking these habits can help you live longer. A habit is something that you do regularly, sometimes a good thing, like exercise, sometimes a bad thing, like smoking. But you kick a football, You can kick something away, but kick a habit?
Well, think of the literal action of kick. If you kick a football, then you move it out of your way, possibly quite quickly and violently. So if you kick a bad habit, like smoking or drinking too much alcohol, then you're metaphorically forcing it away from you. You're stopping the habit.
Yeah, and we use kick and habit together very regularly, especially to talk about something that you really want to stop doing. Beth, have you kicked a habit, or is there one you really want to kick?
Well, I'm trying to stop eating as much chocolate, but I haven't quite kicked the habit yet. What about you?
I really want to kick the habit of checking my phone all the time. I do it so often and it's a really bad thing. I want to kick that habit. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from worldhealth.net. These habits may help to extend your longevity by decades.
So this headline says that these habits will extend your longevity. Longevity is the word that we're looking at. I can see it's got long in it. Is there a connection?
There is, yeah. So longevity is a noun and it means living for a long time. So this headline is saying that having these habits will make you live longer. But there is another meaning to longevity, isn't there?
Yes, if something is popular or useful for a long time, we can say that it has longevity. Now, for example, flexible working could be important for longevity in a job, meaning that people will want to stay in their job longer if it's flexible.
And take note, this word is quite formal, so it is usually seen more in writing than speaking. I wouldn't say, did you know that doing exercise helps your longevity? I would say it helps you live longer.
Yes, now take note about the pronunciation of this word. It's a little bit strange. It's longevity. So we have the ng at the end of long as normal, but then there's this j sound as well. Longevity. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Perth Now. Adopting 8 simple healthy habits could help increase your lifespan by decades, a survey finds.
So this headline is saying you can achieve longevity, that's the word that we just looked at, by adopting these habits. Adopting is the word we're looking at now. Now, Beth, there was a kitten living in our street and it didn't have a home. So we brought it into our home to live. We adopted it.
Well, that's very cute. Adopt can be when you take responsibility for something, like your kitten. If it's a child, then that is a legal process. You adopt a child. Now, Neil, when you adopted your kitten, it became yours. And that idea is the same as in the headline with adopt. It means taken and now belongs to you.
Yes, so the headline is saying that you can take these healthy habits and apply them to yourself. Now, it's not just these habits that you can adopt, or kittens or children. You can also adopt a new approach, for example, or a person might adopt a new attitude.
That's right. I watched a documentary about being vegetarian. Could I say that I have adopted a new diet?
You could. It does sound a little bit formal. I understand what you mean, but probably you'd just say, I've changed my diet or I've changed the way I eat. Let's look at that again. We've had kicking habits, stopping bad habits.
Longevity, living or lasting a long time.
And adopting, taking as your own.
Now, if you're interested in longevity, we recently asked, could humans live to 140 years old? Click here to watch that video.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye. Amazon River hits its lowest water levels in over 120 years. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Water levels in the Amazon River are at their lowest since records began 121 years ago. It's because of a shortage of rain caused by the natural El Niño effect, but Brazilian scientists say that climate change is also to blame. A state of emergency has been declared in Manaus and 20 other cities.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have drought, overwhelm, and taints.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look now at our first headline.
This is from CNN. Amazon rivers fall to lowest levels in 121 years amid a severe drought.
This headline says that the Amazon has fallen to its lowest level in 121 years, and this is because of a drought. Drought is the word we're going to be learning about. Phil, what can you tell us about drought?
Okay, so drought is a period of very dry weather where there is little or no rain, and it can cause problems, things like crops failing or wildfires. To talk about the situation, we can use it as an uncountable noun, drought, but we can also talk about a drought to talk about a specific period of drought.
Okay, but it's not just used for dry weather. I've heard this term used in sports, for example.
Yes, so in football you could talk about a goal drought, and that's where you have a player who usually scores lots of goals and they just stop scoring. And we use drought here because in the same way that water stops flowing, so the goals have stopped flowing.
And one more thing to note about drought is that the pronunciation and the spelling are quite different. So we spell it D-R-O-U-G-H-T, but it's pronounced drought. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Times. Forest fires threaten to overwhelm the Amazon basin.
The headline says that there are forest fires in the Amazon basin. That's because the drought is making everything dry. Now, the word we're interested in is the verb overwhelm. This has lots of different meanings, Phil, but it's quite literal here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. The forest fires could suddenly and completely cover the area. They could overwhelm it. But we can actually use it in different ways as well.
Yes, we can use overwhelm to talk about work or emotions, can't we? Can you give us some other examples?
Yes, so we can use it as a passive or we can use it as an adjective. So if, for example, you say that you're overwhelmed with work, that means you've got too much and you can't cope with it. If you watch a film that's very emotional, you could say it's overwhelming if it makes you cry a lot.
Well, hopefully this episode of News Review hasn't overwhelmed you, although Phil, your presenting has been very moving. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from VOA. Wildfire smoke taints air for millions in Brazil.
So we've already heard that the drought in the Amazon has led to wildfires. This headline says that the smoke from the fire taints the air, and we are looking at the word taint. Now, Phil, doesn't this mean turning something good bad?
Yes, the smoke taints the air, and we don't want smoke in the air. We can use it more generally to talk about turning something good into something bad, and actually we often use it by turning it into the adjective tainted.
That's right. And other things can be tainted, like you said. For example, a relationship Maybe someone in a relationship does a bad thing, the other person can't trust them, so the relationship is ruined, it's tainted.
We can also use it to talk about people's reputations. Think of a politician caught up in a scandal. It can taint their reputation with the public.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had drought, a period of time with no rain.
Overwhelm, cover something completely and quickly.
And taints, turns something good to bad.
Now, if you're interested in the Amazon, we've got another episode of News Review that we think you'll really like. Click on it now.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Irreversible change. Antarctica faces a climate emergency. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
Sea ice the size of Greenland is missing. This and collapsing ice shelves are just some of the problems Antarctica is facing due to climate change. Scientists have met this week to discuss how important the Southern Ocean is to the health of the whole planet. They say more funding is urgently needed.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have virtually, put on ice, and call for.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Science Alert. Antarctic extremes are now virtually assured with global ramifications.
So this headline says that extremes, that means very hot and very cold temperatures, are virtually assured. And assured means guaranteed. Global ramifications, that means that the whole world will be impacted. But what we're looking at is the word virtually.
We are. Now, this word virtually is very often used with technology. In fact, Neil, I went on a virtual tour of the Taj Mahal recently. I was at home in London, but it was like I was almost there, like I was virtually there in India.
Well, that's a really useful way of looking at it from that sort of technological point of view, because in this headline, virtually means almost or nearly, just like you were almost, nearly, sort of at the Taj Mahal. Now, the headline says that these extremes are virtually assured. That means almost guaranteed.
That's right. And we can also use virtually in a more casual, everyday way. So this morning, Neil, I was late for work. I was virtually on the bus when it left without me.
Well, I had a bad journey to work as well. I left my headphones at home. I had a really cool playlist I wanted to listen to. I was virtually in tears, almost crying. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Guardian. I've spent 40 years in Antarctic research. Right now, it's facing a climate emergency, so we must not put vital science on ice.
Okay, before looking at the headline, a note about pronunciation. Beth, you said research. I say research. It's just a change in word stress, and both are fine. Now the headline. We mustn't put vital science on ice, and put something on ice is what we're going to learn about. At a fish market, Beth, they put the fish on ice so it doesn't go bad. Is there a connection?
Kind of, yeah. So you put fish on ice to save it for later when you actually need to cook it. Now, the headline says you mustn't, or we mustn't put science on ice, meaning we shouldn't wait until we need the science, because actually we need it now.
So put on ice means delay or postpone. Now, of course, this story is actually about ice, Antarctic ice, and so it's a kind of clever headline. You see that quite often. Can you tell us some other uses of put on ice?
Yeah, so maybe at work, there's a project, you think it's going to go ahead, but then you don't have enough money, so the project is put on ice.
Yeah, and I was thinking of moving house recently, but the timing is not good. So that plan, we have put it on ice. It means we'll save it for later and think about it again in the future. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Merco Press. World scientists call for more research on the Southern Ocean and climate change.
So, scientists call for more research. We are going to learn about call for. It contains call, which everybody knows, so why are we looking at it?
Well, call for is a phrasal verb. So with phrasal verbs, they have particles, like for in this case, and it can change the meaning. Call for means to publicly ask for something. So in this case, in the headline, scientists are writing, speaking, and asking governments and the world of science and the public for a change.
Yeah, they are calling for action. Now, Beth, I am meeting a friend for dinner later, but I need to change the time. Do I call for a change of time?
No, because you don't need everyone, you don't need the public to know that you're changing the time. So just let the restaurant know. So call for is quite formal. It's often used in headlines and reports. We don't really use it in everyday conversation.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. We've had virtually, almost, nearly,
Put on ice, save for later.
and call for, ask for publicly.
Now, if you want to watch more videos about climate change, click here to watch a 6-minute English box set.
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Have you ever quit your job because of a bad boss? New research says you're not alone. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Bad bosses make people quit. Almost a third of British workers in a recent study say that they've left the job because of their manager. Nearly a fifth of people say that their managers were ineffective. Unhappiness with management means workers are less likely to be motivated and less likely to stay. The survey also shows that most bosses are accidental managers, having never been taught how to run a team.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary?
We have prompted, formal, and attrition.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
Yes, this is from The Guardian. Bad management has prompted 1 in 3 UK workers to quit, survey finds.
As this headline says, a third of British workers have quit because of bad management. We're going to learn about the word prompt. Phil, what's the connection between bad managers and people leaving their jobs?
Well, it's quite simple. One thing causes something else to happen. It prompts it to happen. So having a manager who's not very good might prompt you to leave your job. If you see another job advertised with a really high salary, that might prompt you to apply for that job.
Yeah, that's one meaning. And I remember when I was studying for exams, I used prompt cards. I would write information on them to try and help me remember.
Yes, we call them prompt cards because they prompt you to do something. They prompt you to remember. In fact, you could say they prompt your memory. And actually, Beth, what's that you've got in your hand?
It's my script. You have one too. And if I forget what I'm going to say, I can look down and it prompts me. Okay, let's look at that again. And remember to make some notes to prompt your memory in the future. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Fortune. Nearly all bosses are accidental with no formal training, and research shows it's leading 1 in 3 workers to quit.
This headline is about accidental managers and how they can lead people to leave their jobs. We're going to learn about the word formal. Now, Phil, I know formal language, like putting yours sincerely at the end of a letter. Formal dress might be a suit or something like that, but what do we mean here?
Well, we're talking about formal training, but it's related to all those examples you've just given. If you're using formal language, there are rules and you have to follow them. If you want to dress formally, then you need to follow the rules. And formal training is officially organised, so there are rules to follow, and there's probably an exam at the end of it as well.
Okay, so my university degree and my teaching qualifications were formal training. I had to follow the rules, do exams and assignments. But can we have informal training like we have informal language and informal dress?
Yeah, of course. Think about all of the things that you've learnt without having to do a course. Maybe you taught yourself, or maybe you asked someone to help you. Beth, is there anything that you've learnt to do informally?
I suppose I learnt to sing, I learnt to cook. That's all informal training. I suppose you could say that learning English on our website is informal training. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Personnel Today. Accidental managers are driving attrition.
Now we're going to learn the word attrition. To me, Phil, this sounds like something quite bad or negative. And here we're talking about managers. So does it have a business meaning?
Well, there are a few meanings. None of them are good, and there is a business meaning. Beth, what would happen to a company if lots of people left and they didn't get replaced?
It'll get smaller. I suppose that means the company can't do as much.
And that's the meaning that we're using in this headline. The business meaning of attrition is that companies get smaller as people leave and they're not replaced.
Okay, so can we use attrition outside of a business context?
Yeah, there is a more general meaning, and it means to make something gradually weaker by continually attacking it or causing it problems. And in fact, we have this phrase, a war of attrition, which is a long disagreement or conflict where each side is always making the other side more angry.
That sounds like my neighbours. They are always arguing about one thing or another. It's become a real war of attrition. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had prompted, made something happen.
Formal, according to the rules.
And attrition, gradually getting weaker.
Now, if you're interested in problems at work, check out this episode of 6 Minute English all about being unhappy at work. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel by clicking here so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye. Have you ever quit your job because of a bad boss? New research says you're not alone. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Bad bosses make people quit. Almost a third of British workers in a recent study say that they've left a job because of their manager. Nearly a fifth of people say that their managers were ineffective. Unhappiness with management means workers are less likely to be motivated and less likely to stay. The survey also shows that most bosses are accidental managers, having never been taught how to run a team.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary?
We have prompted, formal, and attrition.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
Yes, this is from The Guardian. Bad management has prompted 1 in 3 UK workers to quit, survey finds.
As this headline says, a third of British workers have quit because of bad management. We're going to learn about the word prompt. Phil, what's the connection between bad managers and people leaving their jobs?
Well, it's quite simple. One thing causes something else to happen. It prompts it to happen. So having a manager who's not very good might prompt you to leave your job. If you see another job advertised with a really high salary, that might prompt you to apply for that job.
Yeah, that's one meaning. And I remember when I was studying for exams, I used prompt cards. I would write information on them to try and help me remember.
Yes, we call them prompt cards because they prompt you to do something. They prompt you to remember. In fact, you could say they prompt your memory. And actually, Beth, what's that you've got in your hand?
It's my script. You have one too. And if I forget what I'm going to say, I can look down and it prompts me. Okay, let's look at that again. And remember to make some notes to prompt your memory in the future. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Fortune. Nearly all bosses are accidental with no formal training, and research shows it's leading 1 in 3 workers to quit.
This headline is about accidental managers and how they can lead people to leave their jobs. We're going to learn about the word formal. Now, Phil, I know formal language, like putting yours sincerely at the end of a letter. Formal dress might be a suit or something like that, but what do we mean here?
Well, we're talking about formal training, but it's related to all those examples you've just given. If you're using formal language, there are rules and you have to follow them. If you want to dress formally, then you need to follow the rules. And formal training is officially organised, so there are rules to follow, and there's probably an exam at the end of it as well.
Okay, so my university degree and my teaching qualifications were formal training. I had to follow the rules, do exams and assignments. But can we have informal training like we have informal language and informal dress?
Yeah, of course. Think about all of the things that you've learnt without having to do a course. Maybe you taught yourself, or maybe you asked someone to help you. Beth, is there anything that you've learnt to do informally?
I suppose I learnt to sing, I learnt to cook. That's all informal training. I suppose you could say that learning English on our website is informal training. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Personnel Today. Accidental managers are driving attrition.
Now we're going to learn the word attrition. To me, Phil, this sounds like something quite bad or negative. And here we're talking about managers. So does it have a business meaning?
Well, there are a few meanings. None of them are good, and there is a business meaning. Beth, what would happen to a company if lots of people left and they didn't get replaced?
It'll get smaller. I suppose that means the company can't do as much.
And that's the meaning that we're using in this headline. The business meaning of attrition is that companies get smaller as people leave and they're not replaced.
Okay, so can we use attrition outside of a business context?
Yeah, there is a more general meaning, and it means to make something gradually weaker by continually attacking it or causing it problems. And in fact, we have this phrase, a war of attrition, which is a long disagreement or conflict where each side is always making the other side more angry.
That sounds like my neighbours. They are always arguing about one thing or another. It's become a real war of attrition. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had prompted, made something happen.
Formal, according to the rules.
And attrition, gradually getting weaker.
Now, if you're interested in problems at work, check out this episode of 6 Minute English all about being unhappy at work. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel by clicking here so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
No more plant-based steaks, at least not in France. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
Plant-based food can no longer have meat-based names in France. The French government have published a list of words, such as steak and ribs, that will not be allowed on labels for meat-free products. Farmers in the country have argued that using these words for non-meat products could confuse customers. Similar measures are being discussed in other countries.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have meaty, salvo, and reignites.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. No more cordon bleu. France prepares to ban vegetarian products from using meaty language.
So, as the headline says, France is banning the way that certain foods, plant-based foods, are described. It's not banning the food itself. Now, we are looking at the adjective meaty. How exactly can language be meaty?
Well, firstly, meaty can be used to describe food. If you are cooking or eating something meaty, then it either is actually meat or it has a strong flavour of meat.
Although this headline is playing with the meaning of the word meaty, because the banned words could actually be used to describe actual meat. But meaty language is what we're looking at. Tell us more.
Well, meaty can also have this meaning of complex or serious, and it's often used to describe books and films. I really like reading. I enjoy a good big novel, lots of difficult language in it, which could be described as meaty.
Yeah, well, you're obviously a lot cleverer than me, Beth, because I don't really like reading anything meaty. I prefer just to look at the sports pages. That's good enough for me. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from VOA News. France readies new salvo against meat substitutes labelling.
We are learning about the word salvo. Beth, tell us more. There's a military origin, I think.
There is, yep. So salvo is originally a military term and it means to fire all the guns at once. Imagine an old warship and all of the cannons shoot at the same time.
Well, that is the literal meaning, but we are learning a metaphorical meaning, which is attack. And here it's a legal attack. It's not a physical attack. The French government has tried this in the past and is getting ready to try it again.
That's right. Now, we can also use the expression launch a salvo to describe criticising someone. Last night, very late, the neighbours in the flat above me were being really loud. So when I saw them this morning, I launched a salvo of angry words in their direction.
Okay, that sounds a bit scary. I must remember never to make any noise near you, Beth. I'm not sure if I could handle a salvo of angry words from you. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from WIO News. France reignites bid to ban use of words steak, spare ribs for plant-based food.
So we are going to learn about the word reignite, and there is a clue hidden in the word. It's connected, Beth, to fire.
It is. Now, if you ignite a fire, you start a fire, and that prefix re means again. So reignite means to start a fire again. Now, we're not talking about a literal fire here, but obviously fire is dramatic, it's kind of related to conflict. And here we're talking about a political campaign.
Yes, as we've already heard, this isn't the first time the French government has tried to ban these meat-related words, but they are doing it again. They've reignited it, they've started again.
Exactly. And there are other things that you can reignite. Maybe you're having an argument with somebody, it's finally calmed down, and then they say something really annoying and it reignites the argument again.
Yes, but it doesn't have to be all negative. You can reignite your passion for something you love. Now, I heard, Beth, that you used to go surfing and you've reignited your passion. You're going to start again.
I have. In fact, I'm going to reignite my passion and go surfing right after news review.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had meaty, interesting or complex.
Salvo, an attack or criticism.
And reignite, start up again.
Now, if you've enjoyed this episode, we think you'll love this 6-minute English where we asked, would you eat less meat if it would help the environment?
Don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
Six-minute English
from bbclearningenglish.com.
Hello, this is 6-Minute English from BBC Learning English. I'm Phil.
And I'm Beth. Phil, I'm going to start this episode with grapefruit. I've got some here. Do you want some?
I'm not that keen on grapefruit. They're too bitter for me.
Oh, that's a shame, because this episode is all about bitter food. It has actually been linked to a number of health benefits, so maybe you should take my grapefruit?
I might not like it that much, but in this programme we'll be finding out how bitter foods can benefit our health. And of course, we'll be learning some useful new vocabulary.
That should give you a taste of what's coming up, but before that, if you want to learn vocabulary to talk about world events, search for our news review podcast. We look at vocabulary about a major news story every week. But back to this episode, I have a question for you, Phil. How many different basic flavours can humans taste? Is it A, 4, B, 5, or C, 6?
I can think of bitter, sweet, salty and sour. So I'm going to go with 4. I think we can taste 4 basic flavours.
OK, Phil, I'll reveal the correct answer later. Layla Kazim presents the food programme on BBC Radio 4. Here she is talking about some of the possible benefits of bitter food.
New research has found a remarkable link between bitter foods and our health. It seems they have an incredible ability to interact with our gut microbiome, suppress feelings of hunger, control glucose release, and even counter chronic inflammation in the body. Could bitter be the answer at the tip of our taste buds?
Bitter foods can interact with our gut microbiome. A microbiome is a collection of microorganisms that can be found in a particular part of the body. It includes fungi, bacteria, and viruses. Microorganisms in our gut play an important role in the digestive process. They are our gut microbiome.
If we suppress something, then we stop it from happening or operating. We heard that bitter foods can suppress hunger feelings. This means that they stop people feeling hungry. If we try to suppress a feeling, we're trying to stop it.
Layla asks if bitter foods are the answer at the tip of our taste buds. Normally we'd say that something we can't quite remember is on the tip of our tongue. Here we have taste buds, which are the receptors on our tongue and inside our mouths that can detect flavours like bitterness.
So it seems that bitter foods could be very beneficial, but they're not always the easiest foods to love. In BBC Radio 4's The Food Programme, presenter Layla Kazim spoke to chef Alexina Anatole, who points out that we might be consuming more bitter food than we realise.
I think it's a real perception issue with it. I think people are exposed to bitters way more than they think they are. But there's this perception of bitter and negativity, both in terms of emotions and food, right?
Yeah.
Bitterness is generally an undesirable trait.
Yes.
But there are so many very, very mainstream bitter things.
Such as?
Chocolate, coffee, alcohol. Any alcohol has a degree of bitterness to it.
Alexina says that many people see bitterness as an undesirable trait. A trait is a characteristic, so an undesirable trait is a characteristic that people don't want. We often see bitterness as a bad thing. We also often use undesirable traits to refer to negative aspects of people's personalities.
Alexina points out that there are a number of mainstream things that have a bitter flavour. If something is mainstream, then it means it's ordinary and part of what most people consume. She listed chocolate and coffee as mainstream things.
The other mainstream thing mentioned was alcohol. We heard that it has a degree of bitterness. If something has a degree of something, then it has at least a small but noticeable amount of it.
OK, now I think it's time to hear the answer to your question.
Right, I asked how many basic flavours humans can taste.
And I guessed it was 4.
Which, unfortunately, was not the right answer. The answer is, in fact, 5. The flavour that you missed is umami, which comes from a Japanese word and refers to a savoury flavour, often found in grilled meats or broths.
OK, let's recap the vocabulary we've learnt, starting with microbiome, the collection of microorganisms found in a specific part of the body.
Suppress means prevent from operating or happening.
Taste buds are the receptors found on the tongue and in the mouth that sense flavours.
An undesirable trait is a negative characteristic that we don't want.
If something is mainstream, then it's something that most people would use. It's not unusual.
And finally, a degree of something is a small but noticeable amount of something. Once again, our 6 minutes are up. Remember to join us again next time for more topical discussion and useful vocabulary here at 6 Minute English. Goodbye for now.
Bye.
6 Minute English.
From bbclearningenglish.com.
Worst flooding in 80 years hits southern Brazil. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Georgie. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel to learn more English from the headlines. Now, today's story.
Heavy rains in the southern Brazilian state of Rio Grande do Sul have left hundreds of towns underwater. Over 90 people have died in the floods, and about 155,000 have had to leave their homes. More than 130 people are still missing. More heavy rain is expected in the region this week.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story in English?
We have torrential, displaced, and wreak havoc.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have our first headline.
This one is from The Guardian. Weather tracker. Torrential rainstorms cause death and destruction in Brazil.
So this headline says that heavy rain is causing floods in Brazil. We are looking at the adjective torrential, and this comes from the noun torrent. Georgie, what is a torrent?
Torrent means very fast flowing water. So imagine a stream, a fast stream, a river or a waterfall has torrents of water. So when we describe rain as torrential, the adjective, we mean very strong, heavy rainfall. So imagine torrents of water falling from the sky. As you can imagine, torrential rain often causes floods and destruction.
Now, we almost always use torrential to describe fast-flowing water, but specifically rain. Now, we really use it to emphasize just how much rain there is.
That's right. We do also use it to exaggerate as well. So even if the rain doesn't cause floods and destruction like it has in Brazil, we might still use it to sound dramatic. So this weekend, for example, in the UK, we had a lot of heavy rain. I might say that it was torrential rain. I had to cancel all my plans.
Yes, and that is a good example of exaggeration. It wasn't that bad. Now, instead of torrential, we can also say it's pouring, which again means a lot of rain. And in the UK, we often say it's chucking it down, which means, again, it's raining really heavily. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This one is from the Deccan Herald. Death toll from Brazil rains climbs to 83. Thousands displaced.
Now, this headline says that the death toll in Brazil is climbing. Death toll means the number of people who have died, and climb means increase. But we are looking at the word displaced. It has the word place in it, which is a noun. You know that word. We are in a studio. That is a place. But Georgie, how do we use it as a verb?
Well, if you place something somewhere, it means that you put it somewhere. So, Beth, can I place something in your hand?
Yes.
Okay, I placed the water bottle in your hand. I put it there.
Okay, so that is place, but here we're looking at displaced, and when we add the prefix dis, it actually means the opposite. And displaced is very often used for serious things.
Yes, it means to move someone or something from their original position. And in the headline, we have thousands displaced. And here we're talking about thousands of people being displaced. That means the floods caused them to leave their homes because it's become too dangerous.
And we do hear the word displaced very often in the context of war and natural disasters, like in the headline here, when something is just too dangerous and people are forced to move away.
Yep, and don't confuse displaced with misplaced. They sound similar, but they have different prefixes, which gives them different meanings. So misplace means that you put something in the wrong place or lose it. So this morning, for example, I misplaced my keys, and that means I couldn't find them.
Have you found them now?
Yes.
Good. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This one is from People's Dispatch. Floods wreak havoc on southern Brazilian state with 83 confirmed deaths.
Now, again, this headline is talking about the floods in Brazil, but we are looking at wreak havoc. Now, this is very often seen together as a combination, but can you break it down for us?
Yes, let's start with havoc. Havoc is a noun which means chaos or destruction, and wreak has a similar meaning to cause. So together, the meaning is similar to cause chaos. The floods are wreaking havoc in Brazil. They are causing chaos. So as you said, wreak havoc is common as a combination. Wreak on its own is not common, and you shouldn't use it just any time you want to say the word cause.
Right, so we could say pollution causes climate change, and we definitely wouldn't say pollution wreaks climate change. It just sounds very strange. Now, wreak is almost always followed by havoc in modern English, but the word havoc is a little bit more flexible. So apart from wreak havoc, we could say cause havoc or unleash havoc. Any more examples?
Yes, so actually this morning we had a lot of train cancellations which wreaked havoc on people trying to get to work on time. And as we know, the pandemic wreaked havoc on the economy.
It did. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had torrential, describes heavy rain.
Displaced, moved from the original position.
And wreak havoc, cause chaos.
Now, if you're interested in learning more language from the news headlines, click here.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another episode. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Could apples, berries and cacao improve our memory as we get older? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
What you eat could improve your memory as you age. That's according to new research in the US that found people with a diet rich in flavonols may be less likely to lose their memory. The substance is found in tea, berries, apples, and cacao, the seed that chocolate is made from. But while some scientists think eating more dark chocolate could help, others say more research is needed.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have keep something at bay, stave off, and drive.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from the Mail Online. 6 squares of dark chocolate a day may keep the memory loss at bay.
So this headline is suggesting that eating dark chocolate can help prevent you from losing your memory as you get older. The expression we are looking at is keep something at bay. It's quite a strange sounding expression. What does it mean?
Well, quite simply, it means to stop something bad or dangerous, harmful from happening to you. So in this case, the harmful thing is memory loss. We want to prevent memory loss, so we want to keep it at bay.
Yes, and this expression does have a wider use. It's not only about memory loss.
No, it's not. We can use it for lots of harmful things, but it is often related to health. So, for example, washing your hands can keep infections at bay, or exercising can keep heart disease at bay.
Yes, and take note, we can also use the word hold instead of keep. Hold something at bay, it means exactly the same thing. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from The Guardian. Tea, apples and berries could stave off age-related memory loss, study suggests.
Again, this headline is about preventing something bad from happening to us, in this case, memory loss. The expression we're going to look at is stave off. Now, that word stave, that's an old-fashioned sounding word for a long stick, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it might help you to think about that long stick to understand this expression. So, Neil, imagine something is physically threatening you, maybe a pack of wild dogs, and you have a long stick. What are you going to do with it?
Well, if a pack of wild dogs was attacking me, I would use the long stick to protect myself. Maybe I could wave it and the dogs would go away. That's a strong mental image. It might help you to remember the meaning of this phrasal verb, but actually we don't usually use stave off in a literal sense anymore.
We don't, but it does have the same meaning. It just means to prevent something bad from happening, just like our first expression, keep something at bay. And again, this is something we often use with health. Some people say that drinking orange juice can stave off a cold, but we can also use it to mean prevent other general negative things.
Yes, and one more interesting thing to note, stave off is a phrasal verb, and it's the kind of phrasal verb that you can split in the middle. So you can say orange juice staves off colds, or you can say orange juice staves colds off. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from The Independent. Diet low in flavonols may drive age-related memory loss, scientists claim.
So this headline is looking at the same story, but from the opposite angle. It's saying that a diet low in flavonols, now that's that substance that you find in apples, berries, tea and cacao, a diet low in that could cause memory loss. And the word we're looking at is drive, a familiar word used differently here.
Yes, but we're not talking about cars here. So drive actually has a wider meaning than the one we all know connected to cars and driving. It can also mean to force something in a certain direction.
Yes, so when the headline says that a diet low in flavonols drives memory loss, it means that that diet pushes in the direction of memory loss.
And in the same way, when you drive a car, actually what you're doing is just forcing it to go in a certain direction.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had keep something at bay, prevent something bad affecting you.
Stave off. Also, prevent something bad affecting you.
And drive, force in a certain direction.
Did you know that exercise can also help our brains? To learn more, watch this episode of News Review.
Don't forget to click here so that you can subscribe and never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Six-Minute English.
From bbclearningenglish.com.
Hello, this is 6 Minute English from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Can you keep a secret, Neil? Or are you someone who spills the beans? That's an idiom meaning to tell people a secret.
I'm pretty good at keeping secrets, Beth. Unless it's giving away the ending of a movie, I'm always doing that.
Whether you find it hard to keep secrets or take them with you to the grave, keeping secrets is often considered something bad. But what if some secrets could actually make your life better?
Now, psychological studies are uncovering a more positive side to secrets, suggesting that keeping good news to yourself can actually make you feel more alive, especially if you plan to share your secret with someone later. In this program, we'll be discussing the advantages of keeping secrets and, as usual, we'll be learning some useful new vocabulary as well.
But first, I have a question for you, Neil. One very famous secret is the recipe for the world's favourite soft drink, Coca-Cola. While travelling in Indonesia, BBC TV presenter Joanna Lumley believes she discovered the unknown secret ingredient. So, is Coca-Cola's secret spice A. cinnamon, B. nutmeg, or C. ginger?
Well, I don't know, so I'm going to guess it's nutmeg.
Okay, I'll reveal the secret at the end of the programme. This year, a study published in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology introduced a new term to the discussion: positive secrets. Here, the study's author, Dr. Michael Slepian of Columbia University, discusses positive secrets with BBC World Service programme Newsday.
Yeah, so what's interesting about the idea of positive secrets is, you know, there's a set of them where the plan is to never reveal them. You know, we might say a guilty pleasure is something we enjoy but don't want to tell other people about. And then there's other secrets that the whole point of keeping them secret is to reveal them. You know, the surprising marriage proposal, the pregnancy announcement, unwrapping a gift that you've wrapped.
Dr. Slepian distinguishes between positive and negative secrets. Negative secrets hurt people and damage relationships. They're like a guilty pleasure, an activity you really enjoy doing, but which also gives you a feeling of guilt or shame for doing it.
Positive secrets, on the other hand, include things like marriage proposals, the act of asking someone to marry you. Revealing positive secrets lets us share and celebrate those things with others. In fact, the whole point of positive secrets is to reveal them. Here, the phrase "the whole point" is used to mean the most important reason or purpose for something.
Because positive secrets give us the feeling we are in control of our emotions, they energize us. However, Dr. Slepian's research comes from the United States. Would the results be the same in other cultures and countries? Here's Dr. Slepian again talking with BBC World Service programme Newsday.
Some cultures, it is said that if it's a good news, especially around pregnancy, don't share it till the time, it's safe, because they feel that it may lead to some negative vibes, evil eye, as many people call it. Is that also a part of what you found why people keep secret? Are there any kind of cultural influences when they keep the good secrets and the positive secrets?
Yeah, it's interesting you bring this example because we're studying it right now. We have this intuition that pregnancy and secrets around pregnancy in earlier periods, that it looks more like a burdensome secret, and when it's later and people feel comfortable discussing it, more like positive secrets.
In some cultures, secrets about pregnancy are related to the evil eye, a superstition in which someone causes injury or bad luck through a look. It could be bad luck to reveal a pregnancy too early, and Dr. Slepian calls these secrets burdensome, meaning worrying, troublesome, or distressing.
It seems secrets do vary from culture to culture, but what everyone wants to know is the missing ingredient in Coca-Cola. So come on, Beth. Tell us the secret answer to your question.
Okay. I asked about TV presenter Joanna Lumley, who thinks she's found out Coca-Cola's secret spicy ingredient.
Well, I guessed that it was nutmeg.
And that was the correct answer. Good guess, Neil. Travelling in Indonesia, Joanna noticed lots of nutmeg being grown and asked who was buying it, only to be told Coca-Cola. Okay, let's recap the vocabulary we've learnt from this programme, starting with the idiom spill the beans, meaning to reveal a secret.
A guilty pleasure is something you really enjoy doing, but which also gives you a feeling of guilt or shame.
A marriage proposal is the act of asking someone to marry you.
The phrase, the whole point of something, describes the most important reason or purpose for it.
The evil eye is a superstition in which someone causes injury or bad luck through a look.
And finally, the adjective burdensome means worrying, troublesome or distressing. Once again, our 6 minutes are up, but I'll tell you a secret. You can join us again next time for more topical vocabulary here at 6 Minute English. Goodbye for now.
Bye!
6 Minute English.
From bbclearningenglish.com.
Rapidly transforming societies. That's the only option left, says the UN, after a failure to cut carbon. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about the story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear more about the story.
Countries must reprioritise climate change or the world faces catastrophe. That's what the head of the UN has said ahead of COP27, the climate conference being held in Egypt this month. Scientists say government failures to meet carbon targets will lead to a rise of more than 1.5 degrees. Only radically changing society will save us from climate disaster, they say.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have landmark, greenwashing, and warning shots.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from Euronews. What is COP27? Everything you need to know about Egypt's landmark climate conference.
So COP27, which is the annual international climate conference, is being described as a landmark. That's the word we're looking at. Right now, Beth, first of all, I want you to think of a famous city, London. When I mention London, what comes to mind?
I think of Big Ben, Buckingham Palace, the London Eye, the Houses of Parliament.
Okay, so these are important, memorable places, buildings, literally marks on the land, landmarks. Is that what we mean here?
Well, they are landmarks, but no, that's not what we're talking about here. So in the headline, landmark is used as an adjective to mean that something is so important that it might cause a dramatic change.
Okay, so the headline is suggesting that COP27 might be a landmark conference, a point where an important change is made. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. And this adjective landmark is often put together with words like event, decision, or day. So, for example, if we think about when women first got the right to vote, this was a landmark event. It was very important for women's rights.
And can we use any other words or vocabulary to describe a similar thing?
Yeah, we could say that something is a turning point or a milestone, for example.
Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Guardian. Greta Thunberg to skip greenwashing COP27 climate summit in Egypt.
Okay, so Greta Thunberg, the very famous young Swedish climate activist, is going to skip the COP27 climate conference. That means she's not going to attend because she thinks it's an example of greenwashing. And greenwashing is the word we're looking at. Well, I know the word green and I know the word washing, but what's the sense?
Well, imagine a company that sells something bad for the environment, like a plastic bottle. but they cover it with a green label that symbolises being environmentally friendly. It might have nice pictures of forests on it, and it has words like organic and natural ingredients and recyclable.
Okay, so you're saying this bottle looks like it's really good for the environment, but actually it's just a plastic bottle and plastic isn't very good. So we're saying it's just marketing.
Exactly, yeah. This is greenwashing, and it is just a marketing approach that basically makes it look like an organisation is helping the planet, and that makes the customer want to buy the product. They want to help the planet too, but actually it's not really helping at all.
Right, so in this headline we see that Greta Thunberg thinks that COP27 is an example of greenwashing. She thinks that actually they are not taking it seriously, they just want people to think they are.
Yeah, that's right. And the headline uses the adjective greenwashing. It describes the event, in this case, the conference. But we can also use greenwash as a verb. So that is the action of making something look more environmentally friendly than it actually is.
And a related idea and word is sports washing. That means when an organisation or a country hosts or supports a sporting event to try and make themselves look better. Let's take a look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This one comes from Inside Climate News. Ahead of COP27, new climate reports are warning shots to a world off course.
The headline says that the world is off course. That means going in the wrong direction, metaphorically, to reach those climate targets. And we are looking at the expression warning shots. It's got something to do with guns, hasn't it?
Yeah, so literally in war, one side might fire a shot in the air, or it might come from a cannon. And this is saying, we are here, prepare yourself. It is a warning. But in the headline, it's used metaphorically. There's actually no guns here.
That's right. So these new scientific reports say that unless we stay within that 1.5 degree limit, something really bad is going to happen.
Exactly. It is a warning shot to the world. And in this case, that bad thing that would happen is the climate would collapse.
Now, the expression warning shot is used very frequently in news media, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So it sounds very dramatic, and it creates a really powerful image in the mind of the reader, and that helps them remember the story a little bit more.
Yeah, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had Landmark, an important event that could cause big changes.
Greenwashing. Companies say it's environmentally friendly, but is it really?
And warning shots, signals that show action is needed.
Don't forget, there's a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
A Nobel Prize for the COVID vaccine scientists. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
The scientists whose research made some of the COVID vaccines possible have won the Nobel Prize for Medicine. Kathleen Carrico and Drew Weissman's research means that something called mRNA can be used to make vaccines. Carrico had previously been criticised by fellow academics who felt that her approach would not work.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have laid foundation, maverick, and spurred.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look now at our first headline.
This is from the Washington Post. Nobel Prize in Medicine awarded to scientists who laid foundation for messenger RNA vaccines.
As this headline says, the Nobel Prize in Medicine has been awarded to the scientists whose research led to the development of certain COVID vaccines. Let's look at laid foundations though. Isn't foundations something to do with building?
Yes, a foundation is the bit that's at the bottom of the building, often under the ground, and it's the bit that you build or lay first, and then everything else is built on top of it.
Okay, but this headline isn't about buildings, so are there other things that we can use the word foundation for?
Well, we use this idea that a foundation supports other things. So, for example, when you're learning a language, if you know grammar very well, then that's a good foundation to learn the rest of the language. It supports learning the rest of the language.
Okay, so the research that these scientists carried out supported the development of the mRNA vaccines. It laid the foundation for them.
Now, Beth, could you say that visiting the BBC Learning English website every day lays a great foundation for learning English?
Do you know what? I think you could, and you should. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from RFI. Katalin Kariko, scientific maverick who paved way for mRNA vaccines.
This headline is about one of the scientists, Katalin Kariko, who paved the way. That means she made this vaccine possible. We are going to look at Maverick. That's how she is described in the headline. Can you tell us about it, Phil?
Yes, we use the word maverick to describe people who think and do things that no one else would even think of doing. Beth, are you a bit of a maverick?
Well, Phil, you write these scripts. It takes you a long time. You come in, you learn your lines. So does Neil. I just come in and say what I want. I don't need your scripts.
You are a maverick, Beth. Now, Katalin Kariko is being described as a maverick here because originally lots of other scientists didn't believe that her approach would work.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from CBC. Scientists who spurred development of mRNA COVID-19 vaccines win Nobel Medicine Prize.
Now we're going to learn the word spurred. Isn't this something to do with horses?
Yes, it is. We've all seen cowboy films, right? Think about what the cowboys wear. Particularly, think about their boots. Now, on the back of their boots, they have these spiky things called spurs. And cowboys used to use these to make their horses go faster by hurting them.
That doesn't sound very nice.
I don't think it is. But nowadays, we use this word spurs to mean encourage or make something happen. We can also say that something spurs something on, and that's a phrasal verb.
Now that reminds me, I've just been to India and I had the most incredible food, and it's really spurred me to try some new recipes, or spurred me on to try some new recipes.
Beth, you're going to have to bring some of that in for us to try, I think. In the original story, the research that these scientists did spurred on the development of new vaccines. They made it or encouraged it to happen.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had laid foundations, made something possible.
Maverick, not like anyone else.
Spurred, encouraged to happen.
Now, if you're interested in vaccines, you'll love our episode of News Review about a potential cancer vaccine. Click here to watch it.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
He gave the world iPhones and iPads and gained a reputation as a bully along the way. She makes delicious macaroons and changes the lives of young people in the process.
It's really important to have people's voices heard. So even when they're challenging, and especially when they're challenging.
If you have a vision, we look at how you can manage your self-belief alongside the need to take people with you. Pioneer, innovator, genius. Words often used to describe Apple founder Steve Jobs. He brought an artist's eye to technology. What began as a business with his friend Steve Wozniak, operating from his parents' garage in the 1970s, became one of the world's biggest corporations. Along the way came the Macintosh computer, the iPad, and the iPhone. Jobs' product launches turned into headline-making events. His charisma and passion for his products were on full display.
For those of you that have never used it, iTunes is the best music jukebox in the world. And if you've lived in the US, it's been the best online music store in the world.
But there were also stories of his harsh and controlling behaviour at work. He would humiliate people in public, be offensive and rude, set near impossible tasks for his team. Some were able to stand up to him and gained his respect. But Apple lost many talented people because of his harsh leadership style. So did Apple's game-changing products have to come at the expense of so many hurt feelings?
There's one key practice which was problematic in Steve Jobs' leadership, and this is common to many, many charismatic and visionary leaders like Steve Jobs, and that is that he didn't listen. He had very strong views, he had very strong preferences, and it was very difficult to have a conversation with him even, never mind a debate, about whether his ideas were good ideas or not.
So Steve Jobs didn't always listen. He often wanted things to go his way. What did this mean for his staff?
In practice, working for the kind of visionary leader that Steve Jobs was often means doing exactly what you're told to do. It's not a collaborative process, and it's not a collective process. We have a single leader who has very strong and very clear ideas, and who wants you as an employee to put those ideas into practice. If there's a problem in putting those ideas into practice, it's your problem. It's not the problem of the leader or the idea or the vision.
Leaders like Steve Jobs can make it difficult to be collaborative or work together. So is it best to avoid leaders with a strong vision?
So this kind of leadership can be very inspiring, and it's very important to recognize that. Whenever we talk about charisma, we are talking about leaders that people want to follow, and we're talking about leaders who are successful in terms of creating organizations or successful corporations like Apple. It's a kind of organization, though, where you either fit or you don't. And so it's a black or white situation. I think it's very important to be clear with yourself if you are thinking about joining that kind of organization or following that kind of leader, that it might not work out and you may need to move on.
A leader with a clear vision can be inspiring, but it's important you believe in that vision too. So how could Steve Jobs have done things differently?
So with a charismatic or visionary leader, one of the key dangers is that it's very easy to get carried away, to lose yourself in the vision and to lose sight of the other people that you work with and the collaborators that you rely on to make your vision happen. So I think one of the key messages about visionary leadership is always to remember that any kind of product, any kind of success, putting a vision, making a vision become reality involves a whole group of people, and it's not just about the leader.
So visionary leaders should recognise the value of others. It's not just about them. Meet Rosie Guinday, the founder of Miss Macaroon, a company based in the British city of Birmingham and named after the delicious little biscuits they make. But it isn't only the macaroons that make this company special. Its chefs are some of Birmingham's most troubled young people. Rosie uses her baking business to help her community, and she gives her young staff the skills and confidence to make a mark in the world. So how important is vision to Rosie?
Vision is incredibly important. As a leader, it's so important for you to be able to set longer term vision, something that's bigger than, small and medium term goals, but a real purpose for your business. So something that everybody within your organization, whatever level they work at, can get behind and understand whether their job contributes to that longer term vision.
Rosie Guinday's vision gives her business a purpose. So how has she gone about achieving her vision?
So to be able to achieve your vision, you need to have a clear direction of where you're going. You need to really understand your values, and you need to put a plan in place to be able to achieve that vision. You also need the flexibility and understanding that everything's not going to go to plan, and likelihood is it really won't go to plan. So you have to be able to adjust to whatever's going on around you.
Rosie has a clear plan about where she wants to take her business, but is flexible about how she gets there.
To achieve your vision, you need a really strong team of people around you. At Miss Macaroon, we have a fantastic board of non-executive directors that help me to set the strategy. We also have an amazing team of people that help us to build young people's skills and confidence and help them to get back into work. But everybody really understands what the vision is.
Rosie's clear vision has helped her build a strong team of people around her who share the same passion as her.
Even though everybody is super committed to that vision, it's really important that people come from different backgrounds, whether that's different industries, different ages, genders, sexualities, religious backgrounds or ethnic backgrounds, or even kind of the commitment level to our social impact. We need different voices and thought processes around the table.
Rosie actively seeks out a diverse range of people for her team. But doesn't that sometimes cause challenges?
It's really important to have people's voices heard. So even when they're challenging, and especially when they're challenging, listening to what they're saying, because you can learn something from every conversation. So being open to that challenge, asking for help is really important when you need it, and just making sure that that diversity of thought helps you to grow your business and achieve your vision.
Rosie understands listening to what people have to say is important, especially if it is not always what she wants to hear. So visionaries can inspire others and make powerful leaders, but they need to remember to listen. And diversity is useful. There may be others who can help make their vision even better.
Could brain chips let us control our phones with our minds? That's what Elon Musk hopes. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And remember to subscribe to our channel to learn more English from the headlines. Now, today's story.
A wireless chip has been successfully placed in a human brain by Elon Musk's Neuralink company. The device is able to read brain signals linked to movement and send them to a computer. Musk said that future innovations may allow us to control our phone or computer just by thinking.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story?
We have implant, interface, and cyborg.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from the BBC. Elon Musk announces first Neuralink wireless brain implant.
Now, this headline is about the announcement from Elon Musk that his company have successfully put an implant into someone's brain. Implant is the word we're looking at. Phil, what can you tell us about it?
Okay, so the word implant, it's a verb and a noun, and in this headline it's a noun referring to the device that was physically put inside someone's brain. That machine is the implant.
Now, implants aren't particularly new, although this one is, but there are lots of different kinds of implants, aren't there?
Yes, you can have implants that keep your heart beating. Implants can help people hear again, and you can use implants to replace joints, things like knees or hips.
Okay, that's the noun. What about the verb? Does it just mean to put an implant into someone's body, or can it mean anything else?
Well, literally that's what it means here. You can see the prefix "im", which means to put in or to go in. But as well as being able to physically implant something into someone's brain, we can also implant things into their minds.
Okay, so you could put an idea or a feeling into someone's mind. You could implant it.
Yes, and if an idea or thought becomes implanted in your mind, then you accept it or you believe it very strongly.
Okay, so we should try and implant this word into your vocabulary. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Register. Elon Musk's brain-computer interface outfit Neuralink tests its tech on a human.
Now, this is about Elon Musk's company Neuralink and their new technology. We're looking at the word interface, which can be a noun and a verb. It's a noun in the headline. Now, interface, I know that it means two systems coming together, but what does it mean in this headline?
Okay, well, the implant in this story is a brain-computer interface, and it's the device that lets someone's brain communicate with and work with a computer. But an interface can be a lot simpler than that. The interface on the software on your computer is just what you can see and what you can click on.
Okay, but it's not just computer systems. It can be much more than that. So here in the story, the interface is between technology and biology and how they link together.
Yeah, it's not just gadgets, ideas and concepts can have an interface between them.
Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Mail Online. Rage against the machine. Americans warn Elon Musk to stop creating cyborgs after he revealed the first human has had Neuralink's brain chip.
This headline is about people being worried by these brain implants. We're looking at the word cyborg. This sounds like something from science fiction.
That is where it comes from, but like the word robot, it's also used to describe things that actually exist. Now, originally a cyborg was something that is part human and part machine.
Okay, I know about robots. They actually exist. I have a robot Hoover. But cyborgs, do they actually exist? They sound quite futuristic.
Okay, well, in news articles and headlines, the word cyborg is more likely to be used as a comparison to describe things that are similar to cyborgs from science fiction. So you might read about so-called cyborg insects or bacteria.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had implant, something placed inside the body.
Interface, a connection between two systems.
And cyborg, part human, part machine.
Now, if you want to know more about brain implants, click here to watch this episode of Lingo Hack.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Catherine here from BBC Learning English. Just so you know, this programme is from the BBC Learning English archive and was first broadcast in September 2016 on our website. And now, on with the show.
6 Minute English
from bbclearningenglish.com.
Hello and welcome to 6 Minute English. I'm Alice.
And I'm Neil.
So, Neil, you texted me earlier and didn't put a full stop at the end.
You're right. I never use full stops in text. They're much too stuffy or formal. Texting is like conversation. You don't need lots of punctuation.
Well, punctuation is the subject of today's show. And I know I'm a bit of a stickler about this, but I think you're letting the standards of written English language slip.
A stickler is someone who insists on a certain way of doing a particular thing. Surely you aren't such a stickler for punctuation rules that you want to stop the evolution of English, Alice?
No, of course not. But I am a stickler when people don't follow the rules of punctuation, because this makes written text ambiguous or difficult to understand.
Ambiguous means when something has two or more meanings. Can you give me some examples of punctuation making text easier to understand?
All right then, here you are. Let's eat grandma.
Ugh. It brings to mind the children's story, Little Red Riding Hood, about a girl, her grandmother, and a hungry wolf. Is that the wolf talking to another wolf friend of his?
No, it's the girl, Red Riding Hood, talking to her grandmother. And with a well-placed comma, it becomes, let's eat, grandma. Without proper punctuation, the sentence is ambiguous. Now, before we look at more reasons why punctuation is important, let's have today's quiz question.
OK, what is another word for the keyboard sign that represents a paragraph? Is it A, pilcrow, B, bodkin, or C, piker?
I'll say C, piker.
Well, we will find out later in the show if you got that right or wrong.
Moving on now. Punctuation was invented by the ancient Greeks. They used a series of dots to indicate different lengths of pauses. A short unit of text was a comma, a longer unit was a colon, and a complete sentence was a periodos. We used these terms to name our punctuation marks, although they actually refer to the clauses, not to the dots themselves.
So early punctuation wasn't really about grammar then?
No, it was about public speaking. The different dots indicated different lengths of pauses, short, medium and long. These pauses broke up the text, so it was easier to read and therefore easier to understand.
OK, let's hear from the punctuation expert Keith Houston, who is author of Shady Characters, Ampersands, Interrobangs and Other Typographical Curiosities. Here he's talking on BBC Radio 4's Word of Mouth.
Punctuation started off being all about rhetoric, about speech, but we started to assign rules. I think around about the 8th century or so, we started to associate the marks, not just with pauses, but with the actual grammatical units that were used to punctuate. So a comma wasn't just a dot that meant pause for this length of time. It now actually marked out a clause, it marked out a sort of consistent logical bit of writing.
So, rhetoric, or the art of persuasive speaking, was very important to the Greeks and to the Romans. And to be persuasive, you need to be understood. And these little punctuation marks help the speaker to deliver their text more effectively.
Later on, these marks were given grammatical functions. The comma marks out a clause or grammatical unit containing a subject and a verb, as well as telling the reader to pause briefly.
Are you beginning to see why being sloppy or careless with punctuation isn't a good thing, Neil?
Yes, I am. Though recent research into texting and punctuation suggests that people consider messages ending in full stops to be less sincere than ones without.
Really? Well, now might be a good time to hear about how it can be hard to make writing unambiguous. We can misinterpret the written word even with punctuation to guide us. Here's Keith Houston again talking to Michael Rosen, presenter of Word of Mouth.
Quite often I notice on Twitter and places like that, people misunderstand irony. Because we only have text in front of us, not intonation. So do we need an irony punctuation. Hello, I'm being ironic now. Do we need that?
You might say that emoticons are the best way to go about that. A little winking emoticon, semicolon, dash, closing parenthesis.
Yes. Of course, they've invented all these using the punctuation that we have on the keyboard.
Irony means using words to mean something that is the opposite of its literal or most usual meaning. But when we're online using email or Twitter, you don't hear the words, and that's why it can be hard to know what feelings the writer intended.
That's right. When we use emoticons, facial expressions made out of keyboard characters, we can signpost the feelings we intend.
Now, Alice, remember I asked you, what is another word for the keyboard sign that represents a paragraph? Is it A, pilcrow, B, bodkin, or C, piker?
Yes, I said piker.
And you were wrong, I'm afraid.
Oh.
The right answer is pilcrow, which comes from the Greek word paragraphos. The earliest reference of the modern pilcrow is from 1440 with the Middle English word pilecraft.
Oh dear. Sad face. I hate it when I get the quiz question wrong. Now, can we hear the words we learnt today?
Yes, they are stuffy, stickler, rhetoric, clause, sloppy, irony, literal, emoticons.
Well, that's the end of today's 6-Minute English. Please join us again soon.
Goodbye.
Bye.
6-Minute English
from the BBC.
Hello, this is a programme from the BBC Learning English archive. It was first broadcast in August 2006 on the BBC Learning English website. We hope you enjoy it.
BBC LearningEnglish.com.
Hello, I'm Anna Jones and this is London Life. And in today's programme, we're looking at a very English custom. What do you think this woman is describing?
I think the whole art of tea taking is a very elegant and very English thing to do. This whole ambience of tea taking makes you be elegant.
Well, that was Jerry Pitt, who's the Director of Press and Public Relations at the Ritz Hotel in central London. And she's describing the very English custom of having tea or tea taking. The Ritz Hotel is one of the most famous hotels in London, and this year is celebrating its centenary. It opened 100 years ago in 1906. Its centenary. The Ritz is especially well known for its wonderful teas, but taking tea at the Ritz is not an everyday event. It's a special occasion and usually reserved for a birthday or an anniversary. Tea is served in the beautiful surroundings of the Palm Court. Displays of flowers and palms add to the experience of tea-taking. Jerry says that the whole ambiance of tea-taking, the whole character or quality of the Ritz, makes you feel elegant, it makes you feel attractive, and you behave in a very graceful way. And it's not just a cup of tea either, it's almost like having a 3-course meal. Listen to Jerry as she describes the food served with a pot of tea. What do you eat with tea at the Ritz?
Actual food items on the tea menu come on a 3-tiered cake stand, the bottom being the finger sandwiches, very traditional, and the waiter will explain what the fillings are. And then we do our scones in the middle, and we do our cakes and pastries on the top. And, it's done almost like courses.
Well, we hear that the food arrives on a 3-tiered cake stand. There are 3 levels, one on top of each other, and on each level there's a plate for holding the food. And what food is there? Well, Jerry tells us that there are finger sandwiches. These are small sandwiches filled with a variety of different things. And she describes this kind of sandwich as very traditional. If something is described as traditional, then it's been going on in the same way for a very long time. So finger sandwiches have been part of the traditional English afternoon tea for a long time. In the middle of the tier there are scones, which are small round cakes which are often eaten with jam and cream, which is known as a cream tea. And finally, at the top of the tier there are various cakes and sweet pastries. Jerry says that tea is almost done like courses. a part of a meal which is served separately from the other parts of it.
BBC Learning English.
Now, what about making the tea? How do you make a proper cup of English tea? What does Jerry say is the most important thing about making a cup of tea? Have a listen.
The crucial things about tea making and tea taking is that the water should always be absolutely piping hot, and it has to be on the boil and boiling, and then you let the leaves stew. And we don't put milk in first, simply because we feel that it's up to the guest to decide how strong or weak they would like their tea.
According to Jerry, the most crucial thing about tea making, the most important thing, is to make sure that the water is piping hot. It's very hot and has just boiled. Then, after pouring the water onto the tea leaves, you let the leaves stew or absorb the water to make the tea. If you hear someone talking about stewed tea, they're describing tea that's been left too long in the teapot before being poured, and it tastes strong and bitter. What about the milk? What is the tea-making etiquette? What are the rules or socially accepted way of adding the milk? Does it go into the cup before the tea is poured or afterwards? Well, at the Ritz, the etiquette or the accepted way is to add the milk afterwards so that the guests can decide how strong or weak they would like their tea. Well, as we mentioned earlier, the Ritz is a very famous London hotel. So famous, in fact, that its name now appears in the dictionary as an adjective. What do you think it means? Here's Jerry.
Even the name the Ritz has become now generic in the dictionary. The Ritz, people talk about things being ritzy, and even if it's something's not very ritzy or something is very ritzy, and that all comes from the name.
Well, if something is described as ritzy, it's expensive and fashionable. It's a bit like the Ritz Hotel. So you might describe somebody's dress or car as ritzy. Well, it's 4 o'clock now, so it must be time for a cup of tea. That's all from London Life.
BBC
LearningEnglish.com.
The programme you're about to listen to was first broadcast in March 2008 on the BBC Learning English website. For more English language learning programmes and podcasts, just search for BBC Learning English.
This is People and Places with bbclearningenglish.com.
Hello, I'm Doug Campbell, and welcome to People and Places. I want to talk about politicians and the words they use. This year, we've heard from politicians who want to be the President of the United States. For one of the political parties, the Democrats, there have been two main candidates, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. There have been lots of speeches and lots of interviews from both of them wanting to be the most popular candidate. Now, a candidate wants to say, vote for me, but you've got to say more than that. Listen to this bit of an interview from Hillary. She'll say that she has a proven track record. This means that people can already see what she can do. And listen, how many times does she say the word change?
I have a proven track record of creating change for people, and I think that that's what the country needs. It's not a choice between experience or change. I have the experience that we need to make the changes we want.
Hillary Clinton. And how many times did she say that word change? 3 times. But it's a powerful word, change. It's a very attractive word, a word that is very popular with politicians. In fact, Barack Obama has probably used this word the most. It has even been in his slogan. Every politician has slogans. It's a sentence or just a few words that are very, very powerful. One of Obama's slogans is, "Change we can believe in." Change we can believe in. But no politician can own a word. Hillary uses the word change as well. But she also uses another popular word for politicians. Listen again to her interview. She uses the word change, but what other word?
I have a proven track record of creating change for people, and I think that that's what the country needs. It's not a choice between experience or change. I have the experience that we need to make the changes we want.
You're listening to People and Places from bbclearningenglish.com.
So in that short bit of the interview, we heard the word change 3 times, followed by the word experience twice. Yes, experience. She says, I have the experience we need to make the changes we want. That sounds pretty good. Perhaps I should be a politician.
I have a proven track record of creating change for people, and I think that that's what the country needs. It's not a choice between experience or change. I have the experience that we need to make the changes we want.
Well, let's hear another slogan from Obama. He doesn't use the word change this time. He was speaking to his supporters in February. Can you hear the slogan in this speech? And how will you know when you've heard the slogan? You'll always hear cheering. Yay!
There is one thing on this February night that we do not need the final results to know. Our time has come.
Yes, there was the slogan. Our time has come. You heard the cheering after that. Well, what does it mean? Well, it's an expression that means we will now get what we've waited for. Our time has come.
Our time has come.
Politicians, they love to use powerful words, moving words, words like hope or challenge or change. The next time you hear a politician, listen for those moving words.
I have a proven track record of creating change for people, and I think that that's what the country needs. It's not a choice between experience or change. I have the experience that we need to make the changes we want.
There is one thing on this February night that we do not need the final results to know. Our time has come.
bbclearningenglish.com.
That was People and Places from bbclearningenglish.com.
Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at a topic that's on the tip of everyone's tongues. Fake news.
Yes, fake news. We'll find out what it is and what it isn't.
We'll look at where it comes from and how it can be dangerous.
And we'll also show you how you can become a fake news detective with tips and suggestions for developing your critical thinking skills.
We're starting today with the look at the word fake itself. What does it actually mean and how do we use it? Over to you, Sam.
Okay, well, actually, thank you, Hugo. I want to show you something I prepared earlier, so it's really over to me, Sam. So what do we know about the word fake? The word fake is first recorded in the late 18th century. It's slang used by criminals in London with meanings connected to their illegal activities. Today, it can be an adjective, a noun, or a verb, and is used when talking about things that are not real, not genuine, but are designed to make people think that they are real or are genuine. So where do we see this word? The news is full of stories of fakes. Fake works of art, fake concert tickets, fake documents, and fake qualifications, to name only a few. In some places, you can buy fake designer goods, either knowingly or unknowingly. However, those looking for a bargain could end up with dangerous fake goods or even fake medicines. All these kinds of fakes can be called counterfeit. Being fake isn't always for criminal reasons, though. People and how they act can be called fake too, like smiling, laughing, being injured, and even...
Yes!
Not confident but want to ace that job interview? Fake it till you make it. And sometimes what is fake is more ethical. For example, if you wear fur, is it real or fake? Fake fur is regarded to be more ethical, so much so that real fur is sometimes labelled as fake. So knowing what is real and what is fake and what is fake can be tricky. How do we choose what to buy, where to go, even where to stay? Many of us look at reviews online, but even then we have to watch out for fakes. The digital world of social media and the internet are places where it can be very difficult to tell what is fake and what is real. And that brings us to perhaps the most common phrase associated with the word fake these days.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news. Do you hear what I'm saying?
There's something different here.
Yes, so obviously those were fake ears. And that's a fake laugh, but it's a comedy classic, fake ears, really just to demonstrate that not everything fake is bad.
And can I say that laugh was a counterfeit laugh?
That's a really good question, actually, but no. So we use the word counterfeit to describe real objects, real things that are fake. So for example, documents, money, paintings, jewelry, they can all be counterfeit, but a laugh, no matter how fake or false, is not counterfeit, no.
And have you had any experience with fake things?
So I did have a friend who was setting up his own business, and he did ask me to write him a fake review online.
What happened?
No comment. What about you?
I haven't bought anything fake or counterfeit, but I think we've seen, fake T-shirts, fake shoes, bags,
really
pretty
common.
much everywhere, right? But now let's turn to fake news itself.
Yeah, so the words fake and news, as we know, have existed separately for a very long time. But as a journalist, Hugo, when did you start seeing them together, being used as a thing?
I think we all became more familiar with it in the 2016 election campaign in the US, because Donald Trump was a big fan of it to essentially dismiss anything he didn't like. But you may be surprised to find out that he wasn't actually the first one to use it. Earlier, I was joined by Mike Wendling from BBC Trending. He's written a piece called The Almost Complete History of Fake News, and he was here to explain more about the recent history of this term. So people may be surprised that Donald Trump wasn't, the first one to use it back in the election in 2016.
No, actually, it was his opponent, Hillary Clinton, who was the first person to utter the words fake news. And she was describing a process by which people were inventing stories and they were going viral on social media. These stories were fake. They were being written, there was a famous example that was uncovered by BuzzFeed, where these stories were being written by people in Macedonia. And those people weren't necessarily interested in Trump or interested in bashing Hillary Clinton. What they were interested in was money. Through Facebook, they could draw people into their websites and then make money off of advertising. And that's why they wrote these sensationalized, completely made up stories that we now have come to know as fake news.
And misinformation, fake news has existed for many, many years, right? But now the difference is social media and how easy it is to, spread this kind of disinformation.
That's right. There's always been mistakes, propaganda, spin, or just lies by political candidates. That has always existed. This is a new type of information and a new type of how information spreads online. And what that means is that it can be spread faster than ever before by people who might be anonymous or might be thousands of kilometers away. So it's really a challenge for media organizations, social media organizations, and really all of us to try and figure out how to separate the truth from the fiction.
And you can find out more about Mike's work on the BBC Trending blog, on the BBC News website, and also on the BBC World Service. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So Sam, what did you make about what Mike was saying there?
I thought it was really, really interesting. And he mentioned words like spin and propaganda, which we are going to talk about more in a later programme. But one word I wanted to pick up today was the term viral that he used. So viral is the adjective, and it comes from the noun virus, which, as you know, is a medical term. And as you also know, a virus can spread really, really quickly. So when we use something viral, when we use the term viral, to go viral online, it basically means it spreads really, really quickly across the internet.
No, we all know about it. Very interesting. Now, before we wrap up for today, Sam, remind us about the word fake.
Okay, absolutely. So fake means not real, it is not genuine, and grammatically the word fake can be a verb. So you can fake a smile, you can fake a laugh, as Hugo did before. You can also fake being confident. It can also be a noun, so a picture is a fake. The diamond ring my grandmother left me was a fake, for example. And it is commonly used as an adjective. So I was talking earlier about the fake review, which I, of course, didn't write. And also, if you're unlucky, you might buy fake tickets for a concert or things like that. If we're talking about fake objects like documents, money, or copies of well-known brands, for example, you can also use the word counterfeit.
Thank you, Sam. And that's all from us today. Do join us again next time on Fake News, Fact and Fiction.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Fake news. Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at a topic that's on the tip of everyone's tongues: fake news.
Yes, fake news. We'll find out what it is and what it isn't.
We'll look at where it comes from and how it can be dangerous.
And we'll also show you how you can become a fake news detective with tips and suggestions for developing your critical thinking skills.
We're starting today with the look at the word fake itself. What does it actually mean and how do we use it? Over to you, Sam.
Okay, well, actually, thank you, Hugo. I want to show you something I prepared earlier, so it's really over to me, Sam. So what do we know about the word fake? The word fake is first recorded in the late 18th century. It's slang used by criminals in London with meanings connected to their illegal activities. Today, it can be an adjective, a noun, or a verb, and is used when talking about things that are not real, not genuine, but are designed to make people think that they are real or are genuine. So where do we see this word? The news is full of stories of fakes. Fake works of art, fake concert tickets, fake documents, and fake qualifications, to name only a few. In some places, you can buy fake designer goods, either knowingly or unknowingly. However, those looking for a bargain could end up with dangerous fake goods or even fake medicines. All these kinds of fakes can be called counterfeit. Being fake isn't always for criminal reasons, though. People and how they act can be called fake too, like smiling, laughing, being injured, and even
Yes.
not confident but want to ace that job interview? Fake it till you make it. And sometimes what is fake is more ethical. For example, if you wear fur, is it real or fake? Fake fur is regarded to be more ethical, so much so that real fur is sometimes labelled as fake. So knowing what is real and what is fake and what is fake can be tricky. How do we choose what to buy, where to go, even where to stay? Many of us look at reviews online, but even then we have to watch out for fakes. The digital world of social media and the internet are places where it can be very difficult to tell what is fake and what is real. And that brings us to perhaps the most common phrase associated with the word fake these days.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news. Do you hear what I'm saying?
something different here.
Yes, so obviously those were fake ears. And that's a fake laugh, but it's a comedy classic, fake ears, really just to demonstrate that not everything fake is bad.
And can I say that laugh was a counterfeit laugh?
That's a really good question, actually, but no. So we use the word counterfeit to describe real objects, real things that are fake. So for example, documents, money, paintings, jewelry, they can all be counterfeit, but a laugh, no matter how fake or false, is not counterfeit, no.
And have you had any experience with fake things?
So I did have a friend who was setting up his own business, and he did ask me to write him a fake review online.
What happened?
No comment. What about you?
I haven't bought anything fake or counterfeit, but I think we've seen, fake T-shirts, fake shoes, bags,
really
pretty
common.
much everywhere, right? But now let's turn to fake news itself.
Yeah, so the words fake and news, as we know, have existed separately for a very long time. But as a journalist, Hugo, when did you start seeing them together, being used as a thing?
I think we all became more familiar with it in the 2016 election campaign in the US, because Donald Trump was a big fan of it to essentially dismiss anything he didn't like. But you may be surprised to find out that he wasn't actually the first one to use it. Earlier, I was joined by Mike Wendling from BBC Trending. He's written a piece called The Almost Complete History of Fake News, and he was here to explain more about the recent history of this term. So people may be surprised that Donald Trump wasn't, the first one to use it back in the election in 2016.
No, actually, it was his opponent, Hillary Clinton, who was the first person to utter the words fake news. And she was describing a process by which people were inventing stories and they were going viral on social media. These stories were fake. They were being written. There was a famous example that was uncovered by BuzzFeed, where these stories were being written by people in Macedonia. And those people weren't necessarily interested in Trump or interested in bashing Hillary Clinton. What they were interested in was money. Through Facebook, they could draw people into their websites and then make money off of advertising. And that's why they wrote these sensationalized, completely made up stories that we now have come to know as fake news.
And misinformation, fake news has existed for many, many years, right? But now the difference is social media and how easy it is to, spread this kind of disinformation.
That's right. There's always been mistakes, propaganda, spin, or just lies by political candidates. That has always existed. This is a new type of information and a new type of how information spreads online. And what that means is that it can be spread faster than ever before by people who might be anonymous or might be thousands of kilometers away. So it's really a challenge for media organizations, social media organizations, and really all of us to try and figure out how to separate the truth from the fiction.
And you can find out more about Mike's work on the BBC Trending blog, on the BBC News website, and also on the BBC World Service. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So Sam, what did you make about what Mike was saying there?
I thought it was really, really interesting. And he mentioned words like spin and propaganda, which we are going to talk about more in a later program. But one word I wanted to pick up today was the term viral that he used. So viral is the adjective, and it comes from the noun virus, which, as you know, is a medical term. And as you also know, a virus can spread really, really quickly. So when we use something viral, when we use the term viral, to go viral online, it basically means it spreads really, really quickly across the internet.
No, we all know about it. Very interesting. Now, before we wrap up for today, Sam, remind us about the word fake.
Okay, absolutely. So fake means not real, it is not genuine, and grammatically the word fake can be a verb. So you can fake a smile, you can fake a laugh, as Hugo did before. You can also fake being confident. It can also be a noun, so a picture is a fake, the diamond ring my grandmother left me was a fake, for example. And it is commonly used as an adjective. So I was talking earlier about the fake review, which I, of course, didn't write. And also, if you're unlucky, you might buy fake tickets for a concert or things like that. If we're talking about fake objects like documents, money, or copies of well-known brands, for example, you can also use the word counterfeit.
Thank you, Sam. And that's all from us today. Do join us again next time on Fake News, Fact and Fiction.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news. Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at the fake news phenomenon, what it is, where it comes from, and how we can fight it.
Yes, and we're also looking at the language and vocabulary around fake news, so words and expressions that you might hear or want to use when discussing this hot topic.
And in the programme today, how social media has changed the fake news landscape.
And I'll be giving you some news about news.
We'll also try to understand what fake news is and what it isn't. Now, Sam, last time you talked about the word fake. What have you got for us today?
Yeah, so today I'm talking about the word news. So where do you think that word comes from, Hugo?
It may be an acronym, like the first letters from north, east, west and south, like the points of the compass.
Very good. That's a good guess, and you're not alone in thinking that, but let's find out if you're right. Here's something I recorded earlier. News, news, news. News is all around me. Wherever you get yours from, where does the word itself come from? Is it an acronym for North, East, West and South? No. Does it stand for notable events, weather and sports? Nope again. Does it simply mean things that are new? Yes. It comes from the late 1300s from the French word nouvelle. News is simply new information about something that has happened. It's unusual in English because the word new is an adjective, but news is not an adjective. It's a noun, an uncountable noun. And even though it has an S, it's singular. So news is good or bad. We have several expressions in English using the word news. For example, no news is good news, which basically means if you haven't heard anything, there are no problems. That's news to me. I didn't know that. Breaking news, new news, something very important that has recently happened. And if you break the news, you are the person who passes the news on. But if you do break the news, make sure it's not fake news.
That's really interesting, and a lot of that was news to me.
Ah, very good, Hugo. I see what you did there.
And what about you, Sam? What do you get your news from?
Honestly, truly, I mostly get it from the BBC News app.
That goes without saying.
Obviously.
Yeah. I also get my news from the BBC, but I find it really important to get news from different sources because you can always get different voices and different takes on what is happening. So we know about the word fake and the word news. Put them together and you get fake news. But what does it actually mean? Here's the BBC's media editor, Amal Rajan.
Fake news is lies and propaganda told for a political or commercial purpose which deploys digital technology, social media, new networks to go viral, to reach around the world and influence millions of people very, very quickly.
So fake news is information that isn't true, and the reason might be political or commercial, to change opinion or make money.
Yes, so I'd like to talk about one of the words that Amal used, the word propaganda. So this comes up a lot when talking about this topic. And let's just check that we know what it means before we move forward. So propaganda is a noun, and it describes information which is put out for political reasons, to get support for a political party or a political cause. And it's designed to promote a particular agenda, so to persuade people to think a particular way or make people support a particular policy. Propaganda isn't always completely fake, but it's often very one-sided and unbalanced and may mix lies and the truth. So I guess that's one of the challenges of being a journalist, Hugo, is making sure that you can actually determine what is true and what isn't.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, and it's not made easier by social media. Amal mentioned there that digital technologies and social media are tools used to spread fake news. But what is the problem here? Let's get more about that. So earlier, we put some questions to today's expert guest.
Hi, my name is Samantha Bradshaw. I'm a researcher at the Oxford Internet Institute, and I study how disinformation affects democracy. Fake news has been around for as long as we've had the printing press, so there's nothing necessarily new about fake news. The ways in which digital technologies can enhance the spread and the precision of these kinds of stories is something that is new. So fake news on social media can spread much more quickly and to many more people because the flow of information is very free compared to in the past where we had journalists, editors, TV channels controlling the flow of information and what would or would not get published. Today, anybody with a keyboard can essentially be a publisher.
Lots of interesting stuff there.
Yes, so the first thing I noticed is that she used the word disinformation. And that is often used to describe kinds of fake news or false information that is deliberately published and spread. She also made the point that fake news, as we know, is not new, but it's always been around. But with social media and the digital world, it's allowed to spread further and faster, and without it being controlled by traditional broadcasters and publishers. So now, I know there's a problem there, obviously, but doesn't this also mean that there's now a bit more of a democracy of information? Isn't it a good thing that we don't only have these traditional sources, particularly if those sources are government run or run by one particularly powerful individual?
That's a very good point, because if you remember what happened during the Arab Spring in the Middle East, or even protests in Iran and in many other countries around the world, social media gave people a very important tool to express themselves. And, well, basically, journalists got to know what was happening because of that.
Because they weren't allowed in the country in some cases.
Absolutely. The difference here is that maybe those people who are publishing these, this kind of information, they don't go through all the checks that we, working for mainstream media or traditional news organizations, have to go through, which is we interview people, we check the facts, we recheck the facts to make sure that everything is accurate. And of course, we make mistakes, but when we do, we acknowledge them and correct them.
Yeah. And also, as Samantha said, anyone can be a publisher. So there's lots of people out there sharing stories, putting stories out onto social media, but they may not have the knowledge or the resources to check whether those are real stories. And therefore, some of the stuff out there might be inaccurate. It hasn't been checked by anyone.
Yeah, there's a famous saying which goes, a lie can get halfway around the world before the truth has got its pants on. Well, I think these days a lie can get all the way around the world before the truth has even woken up. And what makes it even more challenging is when people are being told not to trust mainstream media.
Yeah. Is this what you mean? Let's have a look.
It's totally fake news. Fake news. Fake news! You are fake news. Was fake news. Thank you.
Yes, the American president gets a lot of criticism from mainstream media. He sees that as being an unfair attack on him. He uses the phrase fake news when talking about news that he doesn't like, that he doesn't find convenient. And when one of the most powerful politicians in the world accuses the mainstream media of being fake news, that's a problem. Here's Amal again.
A lot of politicians or people in the public eye have started to use the word fake news or the phrase fake news to basically describe news that they don't like. If you're a politician who wants to close down debate, then you might use the phrase fake news because you don't want people to ask you questions about something uncomfortable. So it's really important that we're clear about what fake news does and doesn't mean.
So it seems that the most famous user of the phrase fake news, perhaps the person who's made it as famous a saying as it is, actually uses it to mean something completely different from the rest of us.
Indeed. Well, to be clear, when we're talking about fake news, we mean false information, information that is not true or not correct, but which is published and shared, particularly on social media. Well, it's about time we wrapped up this program. Sam, remind us of some of today's key vocabulary.
Absolutely, of course. So we learned that the word news comes from the French word nouvelle, and although it has an S at the end, it is not plural, it's an uncountable noun, so it's always singular. We can say, that's news to me, if we find something out that we didn't know before. No news is good news is an expression which means that the lack of news probably means everything's fine, everything's okay, because if something bad had happened, we probably would have been told. Breaking news is new news, so something important. And to break the news is to be the person who gives the information to someone. Propaganda is political information, which could be false or very one-sided information. And then we also had disinformation, which is a term for false news, false stories that are spread deliberately. Mainstream media refers to traditional and established news broadcasters and publishers, just like the BBC, for example.
Thank you, Sam. And thank you for watching. Do join us again next time for Fake News, Fact and Fiction. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Fake news. Fake news.
Hello, this is Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the program today, we'll hear from expert Samantha Bradshaw on the dangers of fake news.
And I'll be giving you some information about information.
We'll also hear a story about what happened when fake news was spread in a small town in Mexico. Now, Sam, how are you today?
I'm fine. Thanks, Hugo. How are you?
I am very well, and I'm looking forward to your vocabulary slot later.
Okay. I am today going to be talking about the word information.
I can hardly wait.
Yeah, I think that might be fake sincerity there.
No, honestly, I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay, well, we'll see if you feel the same way afterwards. Here is everything you could ever want to know about the word information. Maybe not everything, but as much as I could fit in. What is information? Information is knowledge. It's facts and details about a particular subject. Grammatically, information is an uncountable noun. So we talk about bits of information or pieces of information, but not informations. Information has a number of very closely related grammatical variations. The verb to inform is quite formal and means to tell someone something. And the adjective, informative, is used to describe information that is useful and interesting. Information also appears in at least two initialisms, IT, information technology, and FYI, for your information. Information comes from sources, and there are many different sources of information, including TV, radio, newspapers, books, magazines, the internet, social media, teachers, friends, colleagues, even overheard conversations on the bus. In fact, wherever we turn, there is information of one kind or another. And not all information is useful or appropriate. So it's definitely possible to have too much information. In fact, that's a phrase we use when someone tells us something that is very personal and makes us feel a little uncomfortable. You haven't changed your underpants in a week? Ugh, too much information. Too much information is another initialism, TMI. When thinking about fake news, we should be aware that information isn't always true and not all sources of information are reliable or accurate. We need to be on the lookout for disinformation, which is false information deliberately spread, and misinformation, which is false information that is accidentally spread. Though, to be honest, these expressions are both commonly used for the same thing, fake news. I hope that wasn't TMI. Now, FYI, it's back to the studio.
Well, thanks. That was very informative.
Oh, Hugo, you're very good.
I try my best. But now, our theme of the day is the possible dangers of sharing fake news. To give us an overview, we're going to hear from Samantha Bradshaw from Oxford University. She's a researcher in fake news and disinformation at the Oxford Internet Institute.
Fake news can have real human consequences when it spreads from the online world to the offline world, particularly because of the speed at which this disinformation can spread. Often, unlike in the past, where there were many checks to the information that was being put out to the public, there aren't as many checks with social media, and viral stories containing fake news or other forms of disinformation have real-life consequences for people. For example, if we look at India or Mexico, disinformation and fake news have led to people actually being killed. If we look at the medical world with vaccines, a lot of the anti-vax movement narratives and the fake news about vaccinating children have caused real-life children not to get vaccinated and then die of sickness later. So there are real consequences to fake news and to these rumors that spread online.
So Samantha was talking a lot about consequences there.
Yes, some tragic consequences in that case. So consequences are the result of things that happen, or in the case of vaccinations, don't happen, and the result is usually bad.
Yeah, and she mentioned a story in Mexico when people were killed as a result of fake news. And I remember that because we covered that story here at the BBC. I tracked down one of the producers who worked on the story, Reha Kansara, to find out more of the details. Reha, you covered a tragic story, and that was because of fake news. Tell us about that.
So this is a story about two men who were murdered for something that they didn't do. These two men, they were going back home. They stopped over by a school to take a break. They had loud music on and were resting in their car. But someone at the school got suspicious, and so they called the police. As soon as the police arrested them, not for anything, but just finding, beer bottles, empty beer bottles in their car. People came, saw everything that was happening outside the school and started spreading fake news on WhatsApp. The rumor that essentially spread was that they were two men who were child kidnappers who were waiting outside a school to abduct children. And that obviously caused a frenzy on social media, on WhatsApp. And that turned into something bigger when they were arrested, because this went from WhatsApp to Facebook, gathered on Facebook to call out on people to come outside of the police station and basically take the law into their own hands. They were dragged from the police station to a town hall, doused in petrol, and then lit on fire. Lynchings aren't a new thing, but what is new is the way that this whole thing was filmed on Facebook.
Mm-hmm. It really shows the danger, because it went from WhatsApp to Facebook, and then it was a very small town in Mexico, so in a matter of hours, everybody was talking about it. And what struck you the most when covering the story?
The fact that people so easily believe things without, fact-checking or double-sourcing things. It has grave consequences, and this was one of them. Has
there been any change in terms of legislation in Mexico, like public perception, even like public behavior when they see something that is not true?
There are people talking about misinformation, more particularly over here, disinformation, the fact that people can turn lies into actual news. And this is something that Mexico is dealing with, not just with lynchings, but also with elections and just in general fake news in the country. And so you have platforms like Lo Que Sigue that has had to come about just to combat fake news in the country.
Rahab, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
A terrible story, Sam.
Yeah, really, really tragic.
Yeah, and we know this has happened not just in Mexico, but in other countries as well, like in India and Myanmar.
Yeah, it just goes to show that we have to be really, really careful when we're sharing information online. And most of us only share cute cat videos probably, but there are consequences to things like gossip that are shared. It seems a little bit insensitive to talk about vocabulary after such a tragic story, but Reha did use a really interesting journalistic term there. So could you explain to us what double sourcing means, please?
So It is making sure that you have two independent sources confirming the same information. But you also have to make sure that these sources are not confirming, the news using the same source themselves.
Right.
Now, if you are an avid news consumer and want some advice on what to consider before you share anything on social media, here's Raha again with her top tip.
The best tip that I can give people who are consuming news non-stop is that you need to, if you see something, you need to find a way to verify it. That means if you see something in the news, check another media organization's coverage of that news to see whether they are following the same line. If you see something on WhatsApp that isn't news, but people are spreading, question why they're spreading it, what's their agenda. If there is something involved in it that shows that it could have a reliable source of news, then go to that source and find out what's happening.
It's a great tip then, not just for journalists, but for everybody. It's very important to verify before sharing.
Absolutely. And to verify simply means to check that something is true.
Okay, well, almost done for today. Before we go, Sam, remind us of today's key vocabulary.
Of course, very happy to. So today I was talking about different forms of the word information. Information itself is an uncountable noun, and when it comes to fake news, you can talk about disinformation, which is deliberately fake information, and then there's also misinformation, which is accidentally fake information. So for example, if you're sharing something that you didn't know was fake, that's misinformation. But you might hear misinformation and disinformation being used interchangeably. The adjective for something that is interesting and useful is informative. In the program, we also talked about the word consequences, which are the negative results of something. And we also heard the word double sourcing, which is checking a news story is true by seeing if two independent sources are reporting the same thing. And if you do, that you may be able to verify the story and you may be able to confirm that it is indeed true.
Thank you, Sam. And that's all from us today. Share safely. Goodbye.
Bye.
Fake news. Fake news. Fake news.
Hello and welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the program today, we'll look at some of the reasons people share fake news. We'll hear from disinformation researcher Samantha Bradshaw.
One reason why people share fake news that they know is fake has to do with this thing that we call identity signaling.
Identity signaling. Have you heard of that, Sam?
Not until I saw the script for this program, actually.
Also, make sure you keep watching to find out what identity signaling is and how it's a part of the spread of fake news. Before we get to that, we have some key vocabulary, which you're going to tell us about. Sam, what do you have for us today?
Yes, so today I am talking about agenda, actors, and motives.
If you have to go to meetings, and who doesn't love a good meeting? I hate them. They're such a waste of time. You will probably be familiar with agendas. An agenda is a list of things that are going to be discussed at the meeting. But there is another meaning of the word agenda that is important in the area of fake news. If an individual or organization or a government has an agenda, it means that there is something they want to achieve. This could be clearly stated objectives, but having an agenda can also suggest a secret or hidden aim. Let's park the word agenda for the moment because there is another word I want to talk about that has a very well-known meaning, but also another meaning which is perhaps not so well-known: actor. It's probably a very familiar word. Somebody who performs on stage or in films is an actor. But the same word is used to describe a person, group, or even a state that has an agenda that's either politically or economically motivated, and they have influence or power that they use to promote that agenda. In this context, you can hear the phrases state actors, political actors, and even bad actors. State actors are governments. Political actors are those with, you guessed it, political power and agendas. And bad actors, well, that doesn't mean people who aren't very good at acting. A bad actor uses power or influence in a dishonest way to push a hidden agenda. They're trying to achieve something, but it's not clear what it is, and it's not clear who is doing it. For example, if a government from one country wants to influence an election in another country, they may spread fake news stories, but hide the fact that they're doing it. This could be described as the actions of a bad actor or a bad state actor. People who spread disinformation online may not be doing it because they believe it, but because it suits their agenda. This spreading of disinformation can be very sophisticated, and the motives of those doing it are often not obvious. Motive, that's another useful word in this context. If you like TV crime dramas, and who doesn't love a good crime drama? Me, I never really understand them. You will often hear the word motive. He can't be guilty, he didn't have a motive. A motive is a reason for doing something, and not everyone's motives for what they post online are genuine. But how can you tell? Let's go back to the studio to see if there are any more useful tips.
Thanks for that, Sam. Really interesting. I was really impressed with your acting there.
Well, I may be a bad actor, but I'm not a bad actor. My motives are purely genuine.
Well, that's an interesting point about fake news, I think. We've heard that fake news is produced by people who may want to make money or have a political or social agenda. Those are their motives, but they can only be successful if we share those stories.
Yeah, absolutely. But why do people share news, stories, images that are fake?
Well, researcher Samantha Bradshaw from the Oxford Internet Institute at Oxford University shared her observations with us earlier.
People share fake news for a variety of reasons. In many cases, sometimes people don't even realize the stories that they're sharing are fake. They might find the content funny or humorous, or they might think that people in their networks, such as their friends or family or broader acquaintances, might enjoy this content. Another reason people might share fake news has to do with the emotional appeal of fake news. Because it tends to be very negative, it tends to also elicit a reaction from people, and they might be angry and they might type and share and discuss what is being talked about in this article because they find it so outrageous that they need to share it. The third reason why people might share fake news has to do with what we call identity signaling, where people know that the information being shared in this story is false, but the purpose of sharing it is to signal to a broader community that they share certain values that are reflected in that news story. And so it gives people a sense of belonging and fitting into a broader community of people. It has much more to do with identity than the actual facts of the story.
So what do you make of that, Sam?
Okay, well, I can definitely see how we might accidentally share things that aren't true. For example, I sometimes see some amazing photos that I find out later are actually photoshopped, and things that might make me angry can make me reach for the share button. But what stood out for me was this idea of identity signaling. We might want to show that we belong to a particular group. We share some beliefs and opinions, and that it really doesn't matter whether the content is true or not.
And this is something that the people who produce fake news know well, and they know how to make us share those stories. Here's Samantha Bradshaw again.
So the purveyors of fake news will use a variety of strategies to get people clicking and sharing their content. One of these strategies has to do with just the style that fake news stories are often written in. They'll tend to use highly emotional language and content also that gets people's emotions high. And this is because psychologically, we also like to share this kind of information, and this kind of content, especially highly emotive content, will go much further because of the algorithms of the platforms. And we also know that emotions like anger, outrage, fear are much stronger emotions than things like happiness and joy. And so that's why we see disinformation and fake news stories go viral compared to facts and the boring truth and the mundane truth behind, our factual daily news briefs. We, of course, still see our cat memes and cute animal videos going viral too, because joy and happiness is a strong emotion, but it's not quite as strong as things like anger and fear.
Now, we know that many fake news stories are very emotive. They generate strong emotions, a sense that something's not fair, or people or organizations are doing things they shouldn't, and that can make us look for other content to support that feeling.
Yeah, but good to know the cute cat videos are being shared too.
And dogs, don't forget the dogs. But she also talked about algorithms, the algorithms that social media companies use. So Sam, what is an algorithm?
Okay, thanks for that, Hugo. I might get into trouble here from computer experts, but let's have a go. Have you ever lost a huge amount of time because, for example, you've gone on YouTube to watch a video and then you see a list of suggested related videos which start playing automatically?
All the time. I think we've all done that.
Absolutely. So you click on one video and then another.
And another, and then it's been hours and hours and hours.
Exactly, yeah. Okay, so what's this got to do with algorithms? Well, an algorithm is a set of instructions a computer system follows to complete a particular task. Social media companies use algorithms to make that list of related videos just for you. These are personalized based on your behavior online, and they get us clicking. This is because the companies want to keep you on their platforms for as long as possible. That's how they make their money. The longer you're on their site, the more links you click, the more advertisements you see, and the more cash they collect.
And the more we click on a particular kind of story, the more the algorithms give us similar content.
Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, because I guess, after all, we're getting a free service which has to be paid for somehow.
But it does mean that we usually don't see things that we don't like, that we don't agree with. And this can make us feel that our view, our opinion, is the right one, which everyone shares.
Which is why I think it's a good idea to try and look for different opinions, so we don't end up thinking that everyone thinks the way we do.
So does that mean after watching all your cat videos, you search for dog videos for a little bit of balance?
I love cats and dogs equally, actually, but that's not exactly what I was thinking here.
I'm just pulling you like that. Sam, please remind us of today's vocabulary.
Certainly, Hugo. So we started with agenda, which is a plan of things to be done, and if it's a hidden agenda, it means the reason for someone's actions might be secret or hidden. Then there was the word actor. In the context of fake news, an actor is someone with an agenda that uses power and influence to try and promote that agenda. A motive is a reason for doing something. And like hidden agendas, sometimes the motives for a particular action on the internet are not always clear and transparent. Samantha Bradshaw talked about identity signaling. This is the description of behavior online when people share things without being interested in whether they're true or not. What's important is not how true it is, but that it demonstrates that they think in the same way or share the same beliefs as the group. And finally, algorithm. An algorithm is a set of software instructions that, for example, can produce a personalized list of recommended videos based on what an individual has searched for or watched in the past.
Thank you, Sam. That was very comprehensive. That's all from us today. We look forward to your company again soon. Goodbye and stay safe.
Bye-bye.
Fake news. Fake news. Fake news. Fake news. Fake news.
Hi, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
And this is Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In the programme today, we'll look at the topic of critical thinking with the special guest, Dr. Stephen Novella.
Being able to evaluate the information that we have access to critically is now probably the most important skill any individual can have.
We'll hear more from Dr. Novella later. First, Sam, do you have some vocabulary for us?
Yes, I do. So today I'm going to be talking about spin, cherry picking, bias, and the phrase critical thinking itself. Let's have a look.
See that? It's a ball. To turn it quickly is to spin it. Now, if we put the truth on this ball, then spin it, can you still see the truth? It's still there somewhere, but difficult to see clearly. Spin makes the truth difficult to see. And this is a bit like political spin, a term first used in the 1970s to talk about the way politicians and their spokespeople present information. They will present information in a way that makes things seem as positive as possible without always telling you the whole truth or the whole context. They might highlight the most positive details, but ignore the other details that don't make them look quite as good. Selecting which facts are chosen to publicize is known as cherry picking, and it often doesn't give a full or accurate picture of the whole story. And it's not just politicians of all sides who do this. It happens in the media too, mainstream and social media, and very often we do it ourselves. To explain why, I'm going to need another ball, like a bowling ball. Bowling balls don't roll straight. They curve to the left or right when they're rolled. One reason for this is that their weight is not centered. They have what is called a bias. Bias is the same word we use to describe an opinion that is not impartial, one that is not based fairly on facts, but which may turn one way or another because of personal feelings, political preferences, or ideology. So we might disagree with someone and think that they're wrong, not because of evidence or facts, but just because they have a different way of looking at the world than we do. And when it comes to the spread of fake news, something called confirmation bias is incredibly important. This is when we ignore or dismiss anything that doesn't support our own beliefs and only pay attention to information that confirms the views we already have. We like to read and see opinions that reflect our own beliefs. We might want to share something that we really agree with, something that makes us really angry or upset, and not stop to think whether it's actually true. The challenge is to be open to trying to understand opinions that are different from our own and not ignore any evidence that doesn't confirm our own view. This is where critical thinking becomes very important. The skill of looking at information objectively and impartially and trying not to be persuaded by our own biases. So that was my balanced spin on spin, and now back to the studio.
Thanks, Sam. I may be biased, but I thought it was really interesting. And it takes us nicely into our topic today, critical thinking. Why is this something that is important when it comes to fake news?
Yeah, well, one of the ways that news spreads is when it's shared. And if it's fake news, that can be a problem. Thinking critically is a bit like social distancing for fake news. If we know how to spot fake news, we are less likely to spread it.
And in order to spot fake news, you have to be a little bit of a skeptic and not believe everything you read on the internet. So what does it mean to be a skeptic? Let's turn to our guest today, Dr. Stephen Novella. Dr. Novella is a clinical neurologist at Yale University. He's a science communicator who presents a weekly podcast called The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, and he's also written a book with the same name. We spoke to him earlier and first asked him about what being a skeptic means and why he believes it's important.
A skeptic is somebody that wants to believe only things that are actually true. We want to use facts, logic, and evidence to base our beliefs on. Now, the opposite of being a skeptic is being gullible. And I don't think anybody would self-identify as gullible or want to be gullible. But what we're advocating scientific skepticism is using a formal method, using a process to evaluate the information that we encounter. We're deluged with information. We have to filter it somehow. We have to have some way of figuring out what's likely to be true and what's not true. If someone's trying to deceive me, if someone's trying to sell me something, if someone else has been deceived and they're trying to pass that along to me, if the government is trying to maintain some fiction to maintain control. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why people would give me information that's not correct or that's biased or that's inaccurate. And sometimes people just make honest mistakes. We're flawed. Our brains are flawed. Our memories are terrible. We sort of construct an approximation of reality as best we can, but it's never totally accurate. And we have to be aware of all those biases and flaws.
Well, good to hear Dr. Novella using one of your vocabulary words there, Sam, bias. But did you pick out any other interesting word there?
Yeah, so the word gullible is interesting. We use this word for someone who is willing to believe things without questioning. It makes them really easy to trick. So I remember when I was at school, a teacher told me that the word gullible wasn't in the dictionary.
Did you believe them?
Well, I thought about it for a second because it was a teacher who told me and I trusted them. And then I was going to tell my friends because I thought it was interesting, but I thought I should probably check it out first. And of course, the word was in the dictionary. So being a skeptic and a critical thinker means not believing everything you see or hear, not liking and sharing something, even if we agree with it or it feels right to us, until we have evidence to support it. It may not be important whether a word is in a dictionary or not, but it is when thinking about the areas of science, health, and politics.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of an effort. It's easy to check a dictionary to see if a word is in there, but it is more difficult with more complex issues. So how do we start with this? Here's Dr. Novella again.
So whenever I come across a question or a topic that I want to wrap my head around, I make sure that I specifically look for information on all sides. It may be more than two sides, but on all what I think are at least viable opinions. If there's any large group of people or respected professionals or whatever who are saying something, I want to at least understand what their point is. What is their side? And until you sort of sort through the back and forth of different arguments, you don't really have a good sense of who has the better position. And if I follow a good process, I look for as many differing opinions as I can, keep a genuinely open mind, don't prejudge the conclusion, and then see, okay, who has the better evidence? And when you do that habitually, you do that all the time, you get pretty good at it. Just like anything, you do it all the time and you'll get better at it. It still takes work to wrap your head around any complex issue, but you have a fighting chance if you do that process.
It seems to have some similarity with what journalists do, looking for different sources and analyzing the evidence.
And it's important to look not only at different sources, but also at different points of view.
Of course, this isn't something you need to do for everything. Some things are easy to check and some things are not that controversial. But when it comes to science, medicine and health, for example, there are many claims that we might like to believe, but which may not be accurate. So it's a good idea to develop some of those research skills if you want to be a critical thinker. This is something that Dr. Novella thinks is essential for students and adults to develop. But it's not the only thing. So here's a look at what else he thinks is important.
I do think that we need to teach critical thinking as a core skill set to all children and adults, and what's called media literacy. I think media literacy is more important than it ever was. It's only going to get even more important. So people need to understand not just scientific literacy, but critical thinking and media literacy. That is the currency now of the modern world. We all have access to massive amounts of information. I mean, it's unbelievable when you think about it. At the touch of your fingers, you have access to the collective knowledge of humanity. It's amazing. And so the real currency is in being able to find the information that you want and evaluate it critically. being able to evaluate the information that we have access to critically is now probably the most important skill any individual can have. And that's what now I think like the science communicators are shifting towards. Like that's what we have to teach people. They can find the facts online. We need to teach them how to know it when they find it.
So Sam, as well as critical thinking, what else does Dr. Novella think is an essential skill?
Well, that would be media literacy, which is an understanding of how the media and social media works and how it's being used for good and for bad.
And it's also about being aware of where you get your information from, people on social media, blogs, and websites you follow. So Sam, can you just please recap today's vocabulary for us?
Absolutely. So we started off with spin, which is a way to present information in a positive way, as positive as possible, even if it's not actually particularly good news. Cherry-picking details is to choose only the information that agrees with your views and ignore any inconvenient facts. A bias is a belief that something is good or bad, which isn't based on evidence, but is based on prejudices or our own beliefs and our own ideology. Critical thinking is the skill of evaluating and judging how accurate something is objectively, without bias, without spin, and without cherry-picking data. A skeptic is someone who wants to use logic and evidence and not emotion when judging how accurate something is. The adjective gullible is used for people who aren't skeptical, who easily believe what they're told and what they read. And finally, media literacy is an awareness of our modern media environment and an understanding of how media and social media works and how fake news and disinformation can spread.
Thank you very much, Sam. I think you deserve a rest after that. And thank you for watching. Until next time, goodbye.
Bye.
Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
And this is Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In the program today, we're talking about images, and we meet viral image debunker Paulo Ordoveza.
Things that you need to look out for when you're looking at a viral image, you want to look for any signs of manipulation, telltales that it's been edited.
Before we get to that though, Sam, I'm looking forward to your vocabulary session. What are you going to be telling us about today?
Well, today, Hugo, I am talking about the world of deceit and the words con, scam, phishing, and hoax. There have always been people who want to take our money, and the internet and social media have provided criminals with different opportunities to try and con us. The verb to con means to deceive, to trick, or to cheat, and the noun a con describes the method of tricking. For example, on social media, you sometimes see competition with fantastic prizes like a car or a boat, and all you have to do is like the post and share it to have a chance of winning. Many of these competitions are cons. They're not real and are designed to get us to share personal information, which many people will do because they want to win the prize. But no one ever wins, and the people who run the con have collected lots of personal data. The word con dates back to the mid to late 19th century and is a shortened version of confidence man, which was the term for a person who was able to persuade people to give him money in return for a service that was never given and was not what was promised. This was known as a confidence trick or a con trick, and now just a con. A similar word for a con is a scam. Scam is a much newer word though, from the late 1960s, and in most cases it can be used in the same way as a con. Those online competitions are often scams, so be careful and beware of scammers, the people who are trying to trick you. A good piece of advice is, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is.
A very modern type of scam is phishing. The term was coined in the 1990s and is a variation of the word phishing. The scammers are phishing for your personal details. This is often done through emails, which try to get you to log onto a website that looks like your bank's, but is actually a fake site from which the phishers collect your login details. Another type of scam that has been around for centuries but is also popular on the internet are hoaxes. A hoax is something that has been created to trick you into believing something that isn't true. This could be a fake news story, but hoaxes are also common with photos and videos. Take this one as an example. If someone claims with authority that it's proof of the existence of the creature known as Bigfoot, it's a hoax because it's just a person in a hairy costume.
Thanks, Sam. And that leads us on nicely to today's topic about images.
Yeah, so there's an old saying that the camera doesn't lie, but I'm not so sure we believe that anymore.
Well, the camera can only record what it sees, so in that case, it can't lie. But what we are told we're seeing in the image is not necessarily what the image actually is.
Yeah, so the camera doesn't lie, but people do.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to put it. And of course, with the digital tools at our fingertips today, we can change, manipulate, or even create a completely digital image that looks like a real photograph.
Yeah, but now we're not talking about just putting a nice filter on our social media selfies, are we?
No, there are a few different ways images are used to tell a different story to the one that was photographed. One thing we see a lot is real images. They're not fake or photoshopped, but they are from a different time or place than the caption states.
Yeah, so the caption on an image can also be misleading in the way it describes what is happening in the photo, particularly if it generates strong emotion.
Yeah, well, here's an example. Look at this picture. And it might make you feel completely different emotions depending on how it's described. Amazing. I saw the police helping an injured protester. Terrible. I saw the police attacking an innocent protester. So what do you think, Sam? Do you think the different captions tell a different story?
Definitely, yes. So those two captions elicit two completely different emotions. But which one is right? Without a wider context, we wouldn't know which one was correct. So that's not the only way images can be misleading. It's not just captions. Images can be cropped, manipulated and edited to add things that were never there, or take away things that were there. In fact, it's so easy to do this now that an aged relative of mine, who shall remain nameless, removed an in-law from a family photo and replaced her with a bush. That photo now hangs in the living room, and unless you really examined it closely, you wouldn't realize at all that someone was missing.
I'm glad I'm not in your family, Sam. Now, most mainstream media organizations are very careful about the images they use and how they're described, particularly if those images have come from members of the public.
On social media, though, anyone can publish an image and say anything about it.
And that's where people like today's guest come in. Paulo Odovesa is a viral image debunker. He's known as Pigpedant on Twitter and spends his free time verifying images which seem to him to be not quite right. It's an activity he took up while working as a contractor at NASA. We spoke to him earlier and asked why he does it.
Well, partly I'm just pedantic. I'm a stickler for accuracy, but partly it's also that I get annoyed at seeing digital art, seeing manipulated images passed off as real, and in a sense, it's unfair to the people who made them because you've robbed them of attribution, you've robbed them of context and credit, and I want to see justice done in that sense. But on a grander scale, it's also that small lies can later lead to bigger lies. I've seen cases of viral image purveyors who just grab stuff off Reddit, later be cited in bigger contexts, and the damage they can do is amplified significantly by the nature of social media. I've seen people go from historical photos and go into full-blown health conspiracies about the pandemic. I've seen nature photos lead to eco-fascism. So, it's the kind of thing I'd like to see nipped in the bud before it leads to grander, more harmful falsehoods.
So he sees artists' work being stolen without credit, fake and edited images being published as real, and also people who do this using their popularity on social media to promote conspiracy theories and radical action. But how do we know that an image is fake, copied, or misleading? If you do this a lot, you can spot the signs easily. But for those of us with less experience, here are a few tips from Peak Pedant.
For one thing, there's context. You want to see is this image too good to be true? Is it too lucky? Sometimes a photographer will get lucky, but sometimes that image is manipulated. Also think about what emotions these images are eliciting in you. What are they trying to make you feel or think or do? What is the publisher's aim? Are they trying to make money? Are they trying to become more popular? Are they trying to manipulate your view of the world? And things that you need to look out for when you're looking at a viral image, you want to look for any signs of manipulation, telltales that it's been edited. Sometimes the edges are too blurry. Sometimes the edges are too sharp. Sometimes the light sources are different, and you'll see shadows in different directions. Sometimes the perspective will be wrong, or you'll see artifacts of Photoshop clone stamping, or you'll see repeating patterns that indicate that something has been copied.
A few things to look out for there, some technical, some emotional. We've seen throughout this series that many examples of fake news are designed to generate strong emotions, and photos are no different.
Yes. This doesn't mean that every emotional, interesting, or spectacular image is suspicious. The latest baby picture from your family is probably not fake, but with your critical thinking head on, when you see images that make you feel upset, angry, or outraged, it might be worth taking a deep breath and doing a bit of investigating before you think about sharing.
And how do you investigate an image? Here's Paulo Odovesa again with a practical tip.
The first thing I do is plug the image into a reverse image search tool like TinEye or Google Image Search, which has a reverse image search if you click on the little camera icon in the search bar. And that will show you repeat occurrences of the image across various websites and how far back the repetitions go. I have to warn you that the oldest or the largest image are not always necessarily the original image. So you have to be able to tell from context, from the site, if that is actually the photographer or the digital artist's original image. Also, if I found that if you search for the caption, if you do a phrase search by entering the caption in quotes into Google or DuckDuckGo as I use, you might find a Reddit post or some other social media post where the image was first posted or where the image first became popular. On certain photography sites, you might be able to find the metadata for the image, or the EXIF data as it's called. And that will tell you things like what camera was used to take the image, what lens they use, what lens angle, what f-stop, what exposure. But it will also tell you what software the image has been through. Now remember that Photoshop is not necessarily a sign that the image has been manipulated, or at least has been faked, because sometimes a photographer will take an image into Photoshop and do some minor enhancements. That doesn't mean the image has been completely fake, but sometimes it may mean that. Again, you have to consider context.
So search for the caption. That's a good tip.
Yeah, that's also a good thing to do if you see a controversial meme. You know the ones. There's a photograph of a politician or another public figure and a quote next to their image, which is supposed to be something they said or was said about them. Put that quote into a search engine to see what comes up, and you'll be able to see if it's a real quote or something that's made up.
That's very good advice. I do that all the time. And the other good suggestion is to do a reverse image search. Are you familiar with that, Sam?
Yes, so that's where you search using an image rather than text to see if that same image has been used before on the internet. Shall we do a little demonstration?
Yeah, let's do it. So let's take this image. Let's imagine someone has posted this picture online today with the caption, "The media isn't covering this, but there are violent demonstrations outside Parliament. Please share."
Okay, so I'm using a site called TinEye, which is one of the ones Paolo mentioned. I drag the image into the box here, and then I let it do its thing. It then shows me all the examples of this image it has found. You can sort by date and see that this image has been present on the internet since at least 2012. So it can't be from something that happened today. The image is genuine, but the description is misleading.
Thank you, Sam. Very useful tips there. Now, would you please remind us of today's vocabulary?
Yes, of course. So I'm going to start by picking out a word that we've used a lot today, which is manipulate. To manipulate an image means to change it or edit it in some way to deliberately mislead. And as we've discussed, you can also manipulate emotions. Our guest Paolo said that he was pedantic, which I am about grammar, which means being very concerned that things are correct, often things that other people are not that worried about, and that he is a stickler for accuracy. When you are a stickler for something, you expect or demand a certain level of behavior. If you see this phrase, you will see it mostly with the noun accuracy or rules. Two words which mean nearly the same thing are con and scam. These are dishonest schemes designed to trick people and take their money. The people who carry out these schemes are con artists and scammers. Phishing is a type of scam. It's a trick designed to steal your banking information by getting you to log on to a fake website with your real details. And a hoax is a kind of deception, something designed to make you believe something that isn't true.
Thank you, Sam. It's very easy to manipulate images today, and images can be used to manipulate our emotions. So be skeptical, be vigilant, and share safely.
And remember that just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true. And if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
A dream come true, says the first Arab woman in space. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
The first Arab female astronaut, Rayana Barnawi, has blasted into space. She is part of a crew of space tourists who are visiting the International Space Station for 8 days. As well as having a holiday, the tourists will conduct independent research, according to space company NNCIM.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have out of this world, swoop, and paves the way.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from 9 News Australia. Out of this world welcome for landmark astronaut arrivals on International Space Station.
So this headline is saying that the International Space Station welcomed astronauts in this landmark mission. Landmark means that it was very significant and important. But what we are looking at is out of this world, an expression which contains lots of familiar words, but put together, what's the meaning?
Well, it's used as an adjective, and out of this world means incredible. In fact, it's so good that it's not even from this planet.
Yes, so the welcome that the astronauts received at the International Space Station was incredible, but it's being used literally in this case. They were out of the world because they are in space. Normally we are not in space when we use this expression, so we use it metaphorically.
That's right. The headline writer is having a little bit of fun here because it's a story about space and an expression about space. But we can use it in normal situations too. For example, Neil, yesterday I had a slice of cake. It was incredible. It was out of this world.
Well, I went to a concert and the music was out of this world. It was so good. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from Futurism. SpaceX tourists swoop into International Space Station.
So this headline is about the SpaceX tourists arriving at the International Space Station. We're looking at the word swoop. Now, Beth, swoop is something that birds do.
It is, yeah. So swoop means to fly easily, quickly, and often downwards. So for example, if a bird swoops, it might be trying to catch a mouse.
Yeah, so this sounds like quite a kind of dramatic word. Why is it being used here?
Well, the astronauts reached the International Space Station in a rocket, and swoop here means that they flew quickly and they docked with the space station. Now, take note though, because swoop doesn't always have to be used with flying, does it?
No, it can mean a sudden attack. So, for example, the police can swoop on a gang of criminals. It means that they can enter their house quickly. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Wired. Axiom's second flight paves the way for a commercial space station.
So this headline says that this mission might pave the way for a future commercial space station. We're looking at pave the way, and pave means to create a hard surface to travel along.
It does. You might know the word pavement, which is the bit next to the road that you walk on. But pave in pave the way means create a metaphorical path. It's not real.
Yeah, so it means to do something for the first time to create future possibilities.
That's right. So this expression is often used with science and experiments. Maybe there's a successful medical trial and that paves the way for new drugs.
That's right. Let's look at that again. We've had out of this world. Incredible. Very good.
Swoop. Fly quickly and efficiently.
And paves the way. Makes something possible.
If you want to watch another video about women in space, click here to learn about Mars.
Don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye. Foreign agent law passed in Georgia. Thousands protest. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Georgie. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel so you can learn more English from news headlines. Now, the story.
Georgia's parliament has passed a new so-called foreign agent law. It would mean media and non-governmental organisations which receive more than 20% of their funding from abroad will have to be registered and monitored. Comparisons have been made with Russian laws which the Kremlin has used to control its critics. Protesters worry civil rights and Georgia's chances of joining the European Union will be threatened.
You've been looking at the headlines, Georgie. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story in English?
We have sounds alarm, green lights, and standoff.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This one is from CNBC. US sounds alarm as thousands in Georgia's capital protest Kremlin-style foreign influence bill.
So this headline is about the protests in Georgia about this foreign agents law. The US sounds the alarm. In the headline it just says sounds alarm because we drop the often in headlines. But we're looking at sound the alarm, which contains sound and alarm, two nouns that we know, but together here they're acting as a verb. What can you tell us?
Yes, so sound as a noun is a noise. So sound as a verb actually means to cause the sound to start. Sound the alarm means to cause the alarm sound. Now these words are often seen together as a combination, sound the alarm.
So are we saying, Georgie, that the US literally caused an alarm to make a sound?
No, so we can use this literally. So imagine there's a fire, we can sound the alarm and that makes a real noise to alert people. But here in this story it's used metaphorically and it means to warn people about something. The US are warning people that the law is not a good development in their opinion.
So other examples, environmental campaigners have for many years been sounding the alarm about the cutting down of rainforests. They've been warning us about the dangers. This word alarm though, Georgie, how else can we use it?
Well, also in the headlines around this news story, I've seen the adjective alarmed. In the news it says the US and Europe are alarmed, and it's another way of saying worried. So they are worried about the future of democracy in Georgia.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This one is from France 24. Threats against NGO leaders multiply as Georgia greenlights Russian law for final vote.
Now this headline was published just before this vote was finally approved. And it's about the difficulties that NGOs, that's non-governmental organisations, might face now that this law has been passed. And we're looking at green lights. And Georgie, when we talk about green lights, I think about driving and traffic. Is that useful?
Yes, it is useful here. So that is green light as a noun. It's the light that you can see. But here it's used as a verb. Georgian government greenlights the law, and it means they're saying yes to the law. They are giving permission for it to be approved.
Yes, now in your everyday life, perhaps you're a student, you've got an idea for a university project, but you need your professor to approve it. You need to ask your professor to green light your idea. Now, Georgie, is there any other form of words we can use around this expression?
Yes, so it's actually more common to say give the green light, or an alternative is give the go-ahead. So for example, if I want to take some time off to go on holiday, my boss has to give me the green light or give me the go-ahead, and it means he gives me permission to go on holiday.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This one's from the Financial Times. An ominous standoff in Georgia.
This headline is about the clashes between the security forces and the protesters in Georgia about this foreign agent law. It contains the word ominous, which is used when we are describing something bad that's likely to happen. But we're interested in standoff. It contains stand, which is familiar. I am standing now. But what does standoff mean?
Yes, so stand is a verb, but here standoff is a noun. It's where two opponents want different things and they can't agree. So it comes from physically standing opposite someone that you don't agree with. The protesters and the police are in a physical standoff. They are opposite each other. If we are arguing, we could be in a literal standoff. But what about metaphorically?
Yes, it can also be used metaphorically. So the protesters and the government are in a standoff, and obviously they are not standing opposite each other. It's metaphorical, it's figurative. They both want different things and they are unlikely to agree. Are there any other useful things to know about standoff?
Yes, we have a couple of similar words which both have this idea of being stuck. First we have deadlock, which is when you can't reach an agreement. We also have stalemate, and that's when neither side can win, and we do often see this in chess.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had sounds alarm, warns people.
Green lights, gives permission.
And standoff, a situation where opposing sides can't agree.
Now, if you're interested in learning more language from the news, click here.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Is the global economy slowing down? The World Bank thinks we're heading for recession. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
As prices continue to rise, the global economy is getting closer to a recession. That's according to a prediction by the World Bank. This year, the economy is expected to rise by the smallest percentage since 1991. Reasons for slow growth include Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the impact of the pandemic.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have overcoming, doom and gloom, and turbulent.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's take a look at our first headline.
This is from the Daily Star in Bangladesh. Overcoming looming economic challenges in 2023.
Okay, let's start with a definition of recession because that's what this story is about. A recession is a period of 2 or more quarters, that's 3-month periods, when the economy shrinks. Now, in this headline, it's saying that hard economic times are coming, but the word we're looking at is overcoming, and it's made up of 2 parts, over and coming. I know both of those parts, but when we put them together, what's the sense?
Well, overcome means that you successfully deal with a problem, and a problem that is quite difficult to cope with. So in this case, economic challenges.
Okay, so overcoming is similar to defeat or control.
Yeah, that's right. So if you are very shy, you might overcome your shyness, you gain control of it and become more confident.
Yeah, or you might be playing sports, let's say football, and if you overcome the opposition, it means you beat them. But it's not just beating. With overcome, there is a sense of real struggle. It wasn't easy to win.
Yeah, that's right. And we also use this in the passive, but it has a slightly different meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, if you are overcome by emotion, it means you have a very strong reaction. You feel it very strongly. You might have a physical reaction. You might shake with fear or cry.
Yeah, and it's not only used with negative emotions, it's used with positive ones as well, like joy or excitement.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This is from Business Live. It's far from being all doom and gloom on the economy.
So the headline is saying that actually it's not as bad as you think. It's not all doom and gloom. Now, doom and gloom is the expression we're looking at. I like this expression. It's got 2 words and they both rhyme. But what do they mean?
Well, it's a general bad feeling, really. So doom actually means death and destruction. Gloom is to do with darkness. Imagine a miserable grey, rainy day. So it's really quite a negative thing. But in this headline, it's saying that the opposite is true. It's saying that it's not all doom and gloom.
Yes, and we use the expression in this way quite often to say that something isn't as bad as you think. So, for example, at the moment, Beth, I'm actually not feeling very well. It's freezing cold outside. My train was late again.
but the sun is shining. So it's not all doom and gloom. Now, a word about this expression, we don't say I'm doom and gloom. We use it to comment on how bad a situation is.
That's right. So we can list a number of things that are bad or wrong and then comment on that by saying it's all doom and gloom, or it's a bit doom and gloom, isn't it? Let's have a look at that again. Time for our next headline.
This is from the New Straits Times. Global recession imminent after turbulent 2022.
Okay, so a recession is imminent. It means it's just about to start. The word we're looking at, though, is turbulent. Now, this word, Beth, reminds me of a situation you can experience on a plane.
Yeah, you're probably thinking about turbulence. That's a noun. So if you're on a plane and the pilot says, put your seatbelt on, the plane is going to get a bit unsteady, things might start falling down. This is turbulence.
Yes, that is turbulence. I really don't like turbulence. The word we're looking at, though, is turbulent, which is the adjective. Tell us more.
So turbulent describes something that isn't calm, or it might be unstable. Now, we often use this in relation to the state or maybe the history of a country or a place. So if we're describing that country as turbulent, they might have experienced some conflict, maybe some violence.
And so the headline describes 2022 as turbulent. Last year was very turbulent. We had the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We had various environmental disasters. We had famine. We had lots of protests around the world.
Yeah, you're right. There were lots of issues that made it an unstable or a turbulent year.
Let's look at that again. We've had overcoming, dealing with a difficult problem.
Doom and gloom. We use this to describe a generally bad situation.
And turbulent, not calm, unstable.
Don't forget, there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Can flying ever be green? Scientists say no. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Shan.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And remember, subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on the website. Now for today's story.
Environmentally friendly flying is not likely to happen soon. That's according to scientists from the Royal Society. The UK government's target is completely sustainable flying by 2050. But research has found that more than half of all British farmland would be needed to grow the plants to make the biofuel.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have use up, not in easy reach, and pour cold water on.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look now at our first headline.
Okay, this is from The Times. Jet fuel crops would use up most British farmland.
So crops, that's plants, that are used to make jet fuel would use up farmland. So we're looking here at use up. Now, I know the verb use, but what's the meaning here?
Well, use up means to use something completely so that there's nothing left. So in the story here, it's saying that if British farmland is used up to grow jet fuel, then there's no space left for anything else, like space to grow food.
And that's why this is unrealistic for these jet fuel crops to be grown. Okay, so use up together is a phrasal verb, right?
It is. Now, we often add up to a verb to mean completely. So, for example, if you fill up your car with petrol, you fill it completely so that there's no space for more petrol in your car.
And if you say to your children, eat up or drink up, you want them to finish all their food or drink. Let's look at that again. Okay, let's have our next headline.
This is from the BBC. Green flights not in easy reach, warn scientists.
Okay, so we're looking at this expression in reach. And note in the headline, it's in the negative and uses not. Okay, so Phil, I know the verb reach, so I reach for my water bottle if I need a drink. But in this headline, it's in reach, so it's not a verb, is it?
No, it's not. It's a phrase, and we often use it with the verb be, and it means to have something close to you. So, Sean, your water bottle is in reach. You can reach it. It's close to you.
Okay, so we can use it with physical things, like my water bottle, but we can also use it metaphorically. So in the headline, they say that green flights are not in easy reach, meaning that green flights will not happen yet. It's not easy to have them.
Yes, and we often use it like this, metaphorically. So, for example, if you've got 1 month left until the end of the school year, we can say that the end of the school year is in reach.
Or if I'm a professional sports person and I have an injury, then the Olympics are not in easy reach. Let's have a look at that again. Okay, next headline please, Phil.
This one is from The Guardian. Scientists pour cold water on UK aviation's net zero ambitions.
Okay, so here we're talking about net zero, which means limiting harmful gases. And the expression we're looking at is pour cold water on. So, Phil, if I pour cold water on you, how do you feel?
I don't think I'd like it, but this is an idiom and it's metaphorical. You can pour cold water on a plan or an idea, and if you do that, it means that you're very negative about it. In fact, so negative that other people might lose their enthusiasm for the plan or the idea.
Okay, so scientists criticised this plan to fly more sustainably. But can we use this expression in everyday English?
Definitely. So, Sean, think about if your kids are arranging or planning a really big house party. I think you might pour cold water on that idea.
Definitely. And if you're thinking about cheating in an exam and your friends think it's a bad idea, then they will pour cold water on it and you'll lose enthusiasm for this idea. Let's look at that again. We've had use up, use all of something.
Not in easy reach, not close or achievable.
Pour cold water on. Be negative about something.
Now, to learn and practice more vocabulary about climate change, click on this video.
And click here to subscribe and never miss a video. Thanks for joining us. Goodbye.
Bye.
A healthy lifestyle might add 5 years to your life, despite your genes. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Georgie. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel so that you can learn more English from news headlines. Now, the story.
Your DNA can influence how long you live, but it's still worth leading a healthy life, according to new research. In the first study of its kind, scientists explored whether the negative impact of genetics on life expectancy could be reduced by a healthy lifestyle. Habits to extend life include regular exercise, a healthy diet, no smoking, and getting enough sleep.
You've been looking at the headlines, Georgie. What's the vocabulary people need to understand this news story in English?
We have prolong, offset, and tweaks.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have our first headline.
This one's from The Independent. Vast study shows healthy living could prolong the lives of some by 5 years.
So this headline is about a vast study. That means a very large-scale piece of academic research. The word that we are looking at, though, is prolong. It's a verb, and it has the word long inside it, Georgie. So are we talking about making something longer?
Yes, Neil, but you can use prolong for some things and not others. So do you want to do a guessing game?
Yes, please.
I'll give you some examples where you can use it and where you can't, and you can guess the rule. So, I can prolong a meeting. Healthy living can prolong our lives, but if my trousers are too short and I want to make them longer, I can't prolong them.
No, you're right. You can lengthen them. So, your quiz, I'm guessing that prolong is used for time. Is that right?
That is right, Neil. Well done.
Okay. A note on the pronunciation of this word, prolong. It's got 2 syllables. The stress is on the second, and so the O in the first part sounds like prolong, prolong. Anything else you can tell us, Georgie?
Yes, well, quite often, not always, we use it in quite a negative sense. So it's used to talk about delay a lot or time that has extended that we don't want. So if you're sick, you should rest to recover because we don't want to prolong the illness. In a construction project, if the materials are out of stock for a while, this could prolong the process. It could extend the date for completion.
Yes, and we don't want this explanation to go on too long. We don't want to prolong it. We don't want it to be too boring. Let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This one is from The Guardian. Healthy lifestyle may offset genetics by 60% and add 5 years to life, study says.
So this headline says that if you have DNA that could negatively impact how long you live, a healthy lifestyle could reduce that effect. Now, I think the word we really want to look at here, Georgie, is offset. Is that right?
Yes. So if your genes might reduce your life expectancy, living healthily might actually help to bring that life expectancy back up. It offsets the negative effects of genetics. It brings about a kind of balance.
Yes, and an example of this word offset that's used a lot at the moment is carbon offsetting. So we have this idea of doing something good, planting trees, to reduce the negative effects of doing something bad, burning carbon. So we offset the bad thing with something good. Is there anything else to say about this?
Yes, we've got a couple of similar words. One is counterbalance, which is about refinding that balance. We've also got neutralize, which is about taking away the bad and adding some good. So quite similar.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This one is from the Daily Mail. Proof you can outrun bad genes with just 4 lifestyle tweaks, and it'll give you an extra 5 years of life.
So this headline says that we can outrun our DNA. That means to get ahead of in a metaphorical sense. But we're looking at the word tweaks. That's a nice little word, Georgie. It sounds like the noise that a bird makes. Tweak, tweak. Is that right?
Neil, no, that is a tweet. Here, a tweak means a small change or a slight adjustment to something, anything. So here in the headline, just 4 lifestyle tweaks. They're trying to make the change sound easy and small so that you can extend your life.
Yes, now some typical contexts you can use this word in. Perhaps you have a financial budget, it's ready to go for the year ahead, but you need to make some small changes, make some tweaks. Perhaps also you have a favourite recipe that you want to cook for a friend, but they have an allergy. You need to tweak that recipe so that they don't get ill. What else can you tell us about tweaks?
Well, in the headline, we see it as a noun. It often goes with the verb make, so we make a tweak, but it can also be used as a verb. So, for example, yesterday I wrote this script, but this morning, before coming into the studio, Neil and I tweaked the script a bit to make sure that it was ready for today.
Yes, we made just some small changes, some tweaks, because it was basically brilliant, wasn't it? Let's look at that again. We've had prolong, extend the duration.
Offset, do something good to reduce the effects of something bad.
And tweaks, small changes.
Now, if you're interested in learning more language related to health and fitness, click here.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Leadership is the ability to set a vision and really live the actions that you need to be able to implement your plan. One of the most surprising things I've learned about leadership is definitely that you grow the more you ask for help. My top tip would be to really live and breathe your values and your vision, and through that you'll be able to attract the right people to help you to get to where you want to get to. So you just have to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. Leaders really shouldn't direct and then actually take actions that go against those directions and instructions. I think the biggest challenge is recruiting and developing the people that really believe in your vision and have the skills and experience to help you to get there. I wish I could spend more time supporting and developing people who are going to help us to get to achieve our vision.
Thousands evacuated in Iceland ahead of expected volcanic eruption. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we teach you how to understand the news in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the words that you need to talk about this story.
And to learn more about the world in English, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now, today's story.
Thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes in Iceland after a state of emergency was declared. Cracks have appeared in roads after a series of earthquakes, and there are fears that the Fagradalsfjall volcano will soon erupt. A huge eruption in 2010 in Iceland disrupted air travel around the world.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story in English?
We have imminent, swarm, and frantic.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Cracks appear in roads amid fears of imminent volcanic eruption.
Now, this story tells us that roads have been damaged as worries grow about a potential volcanic eruption. We're going to look at the word imminent. Phil, is this related to bad things?
Yes, we often use imminent with bad things, like a volcano preparing to erupt, and it means that we think it's going to happen very soon, and it's scaring us.
Okay, so we use it with bad things that are about to happen. What common phrases might we see it in?
Well, we might talk about an imminent disaster, an imminent attack, or an imminent crisis. And it has this idea that there's a bad thing hanging over a situation that we think is about to happen soon.
Okay, it reminds me of a similar word, impending. Impending is used in a similar way to say that something negative is about to happen. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from TTG Media. Iceland declares state of emergency amid intense swarm of earthquakes.
Now this is about the earthquakes, which could be a sign that a volcanic eruption is imminent. We're going to learn about the word swarm. Now, swarm reminds me of insects. What has that got to do with volcanoes and earthquakes?
Okay, so what is a swarm of insects?
Well, it's a large group of insects that all fly together. For example, if you disturb a hive of bees, all the bees will come out. That's a swarm of bees.
Okay, so there's a large number, and when seismologists, that's people who study earthquakes, talk about a swarm of earthquakes, they mean that there's a large number of them close together that appear in a short space of time. And that's often a sign of volcanic activity.
Okay, so there are two things about the word swarm. One, it's a large number, and two, it's something negative. Now, we can also use swarm for people, but usually only when we think that they are a problem.
Okay, yes. So if there are a lot of tourists, you might say there's a swarm of tourists because you think it's a problem. Celebrities might be chased by a swarm of journalists, which doesn't sound very pleasant.
It doesn't. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Edinburgh Live. Frantic Edinburgh couple race home from Iceland after travelling despite warnings.
So this story is about tourists in Iceland who are worried about what's happening. The word that we're looking at is frantic. Phil, when do we use this word?
Well, this story is about tourists, but there's probably a lot of people feeling like that right now. You said worried, but frantic is a bit more than that. It's about being so worried that you find it hard to do things or hard to control yourself even.
Okay, so if you're frantic, it's a little bit like you're panicking and you might even do the wrong thing because you're so worried.
Yeah, because we often use this to talk about the way we do things. We can use the adverb frantically to describe things done in a hurry because you're worried or scared.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had imminent, about to happen.
Swarm, a large number of bad things.
And frantic, worried and out of control.
To watch more episodes of News Review, click on this playlist.
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Protests in Iran. Younger generation demand change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like the video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Neither headscarf nor humiliation. Freedom and equality. This is one thing university students in Iran have been shouting. Protests began in Iran and around the world last month when a young woman died after being arrested by the morality police for not covering her hair. Many members of the younger generation say they want a different lifestyle and don't identify with the Iranian regime. Human rights groups say 200 people have died in the protests so far.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have fan flames, wave, and Gen Z.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from the Financial Times. Iranian celebrities fan flames of anti-regime protests.
And so the headline is saying that celebrities inside and out of Iran are taking part in anti-regime protests. That's protests against the current political system. But the expression that we are looking at is fan flames, or fully, fan the flames of something. And we need to break that down. The first part is the word fan. Now, Beth, we are in a TV studio. There are lights, they're quite hot.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it gets so hot in here that we have to fan ourselves to cool down.
Yeah, okay, so that's the first part, fan. We need to look at the second part now, flames. If you light a fire, let's say a barbecue, and you want to make the flames more intense, you can fan the flames and they get stronger. That's the expression, fan the flames, but we're not talking literally here.
No, so generally speaking, fan the flames is an expression used metaphorically, and it usually means to make a tense situation even more tense. Now, in this headline, celebrities are encouraging and supporting the protests, so that's why we're using it. They are making the fire bigger or making the protests bigger.
That's right. So celebrities want to encourage the protesters to carry on until they achieve what they're trying to get. They are fanning the flames. Do we have any other expressions like this?
Yes, we have add fuel to the fire. Now, if you add fuel, something like wood or coal, to a fire, then it gets bigger. Now, again, this expression is used metaphorically, and it means to encourage a situation in which there are strong or high emotions.
Okay, let's take a look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from France 24. Fame no shield from frightening Iran arrest wave.
And so the headline is saying that fame, or being famous, is not a shield against arrest. A shield is something that protects you. So celebrities are also being arrested. But the word we're interested in is wave. But we're not talking about water or oceans, are we?
No, but if you think about a wave in the ocean, it starts small and then it gets bigger before getting smaller again. So in this headline, wave is used to mean that a lot of arrests are happening at the moment, arrest wave.
Yes, so since the protests began, there's been a large number of arrests, a wave of arrests. This word wave we can see used in other contexts with a sort of similar meaning.
Yes, so in the summer this year we heard a lot about heat waves. That's high temperatures for a specific amount of time. We also sometimes hear about a wave of sickness, which is lots of people getting sick at the same time.
Yeah, are there any other words like wave that have this similar meaning?
Yeah, so we can use surge. Again, like a wave, it's connected to water, but it's used metaphorically to mean a large amount of something happening at one time, like a power surge or a crowd surge, for example.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. Our next headline, please.
This is from The Telegraph. How Gen Z, or Gen Z as they say in the US, became the Iranian regime's most fearsome opponent.
Yes, so the headline is saying that Gen Z is a fearsome opponent of the regime. Fearsome means frightening, and opponent is someone or a group against another group. And the headline is saying that this group, Gen Z, are the most frightening opposition group for the government in Iran. But who or what exactly is Gen Z or Gen Z?
Well, Gen Z is short for Generation Z, and it refers to people who were born in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Now, in Iran, a lot of the protesters are school age or university age, and that is the age group that's known as Gen Z. But we have other names for other generations. What are they?
Yeah, so we have millennials. That refers to people born between the early 1980s and the mid-90s. That's me. We then have Generation X. They were born between mid-1960 and the early 1980s.
And that's me.
And then there are the baby boomers who were born after World War II.
Yes, and that's my parents' generation. So why do we have these expressions? Why do we need them?
Well, classifying groups of people by their age is an easy way to differentiate between different groups of people, different generations. And it can make it easier for the reader if they immediately know which generation and their kind of supposed characteristics that they're reading about.
Yep. Okay, let's have a look at that again. We've had fan the flames of something, encourage an already tense situation.
Wave. Lots of things are happening at once.
And Gen Z, the group of people born between the late 1990s and the early 2000s.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Protests in Iran. Younger generation demand change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like the video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Neither headscarf nor humiliation. Freedom and equality. This is one thing university students in Iran have been shouting. Protests began in Iran and around the world last month when a young woman died after being arrested by the morality police for not covering her hair. Many members of the younger generation say they want a different lifestyle and don't identify with the Iranian regime. Human rights groups say 200 people have died in the protests so far.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have fan flames, wave, and Gen Z.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from the Financial Times. Iranian celebrities fan flames of anti-regime protests.
And so the headline is saying that celebrities inside and out of Iran are taking part in anti-regime protests. That's protests against the current political system. But the expression that we are looking at is fan flames, or fully, fan the flames of something. And we need to break that down. The first part is the word fan. Now, Beth, we are in a TV studio. There are lights, they're quite hot.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it gets so hot in here that we have to fan ourselves to cool down.
Yeah, okay, so that's the first part, fan. We need to look at the second part now, flames. If you light a fire, let's say a barbecue, and you want to make the flames more intense, you can fan the flames and they get stronger. That's the expression, fan the flames, but we're not talking literally here.
No, so generally speaking, fan the flames is an expression used metaphorically, and it usually means to make a tense situation even more tense. Now, in this headline, celebrities are encouraging and supporting the protests, so that's why we're using it. They are making the fire bigger or making the protests bigger.
That's right. So celebrities want to encourage the protesters to carry on until they achieve what they're trying to get. They are fanning the flames. Do we have any other expressions like this?
Yes, we have add fuel to the fire. Now, if you add fuel, something like wood or coal, to a fire, then it gets bigger. Now, again, this expression is used metaphorically, and it means to encourage a situation in which there are strong or high emotions.
Okay, let's take a look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from France 24. Fame no shield from frightening Iran arrest wave.
And so the headline is saying that fame, or being famous, is not a shield against arrest. A shield is something that protects you. So celebrities are also being arrested. But the word we're interested in is wave, but we're not talking about water or oceans, are we?
No, but if you think about a wave in the ocean, it starts small and then it gets bigger before getting smaller again. So in this headline, wave is used to mean that a lot of arrests are happening at the moment, arrest wave.
Yes, so since the protests began, there's been a large number of arrests, a wave of arrests. This word wave we can see used in other contexts with a sort of similar meaning.
Yes, so in the summer this year we heard a lot about heat waves. That's high temperatures for a specific amount of time. We also sometimes hear about a wave of sickness, which is lots of people getting sick at the same time.
Yeah, are there any other words like wave that have this similar meaning?
Yeah, so we can use surge. Again, like a wave, it's connected to water, but it's used metaphorically to mean a large amount of something happening at one time, like a power surge or a crowd surge, for example.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. Our next headline, please.
This is from The Telegraph. How Gen Z, or Gen Z as they say in the US, became the Iranian regime's most fearsome opponent.
Yes, so the headline is saying that Gen Z is a fearsome opponent of the regime. Fearsome means frightening, and opponent is someone or a group against another group. And the headline is saying that this group, Gen Z, are the most frightening opposition group for the government in Iran. But who or what exactly is Gen Z or Gen Z?
Well, Gen Z is short for Generation Z, and it refers to people who were born in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Now, in Iran, a lot of the protesters are school age or university age, and that is the age group that's known as Gen Z. But we have other names for other generations. What are they?
Yeah, so we have millennials. That refers to people born between the early 1980s and the mid-90s. That's me. We then have Generation X. They were born between mid-1960 and the early 1980s.
And that's me.
And then there are the baby boomers who were born after World War II.
Yes, and that's my parents' generation. So why do we have these expressions? Why do we need them?
Well, classifying groups of people by their age is an easy way to differentiate between different groups of people, different generations. And it can make it easier for the reader if they immediately know which generation and their kind of supposed characteristics that they're reading about.
Yep. Okay, let's have a look at that again. we've had fan the flames of something, encourage an already tense situation.
Wave. Lots of things are happening at once.
And Gen Z, the group of people born between the late 1990s and the early 2000s.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
The Israel-Gaza war, 1 month on. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this news story.
And subscribe to our channel to help you understand English used in the news. Now, the story.
It's now a month since the Israel-Gaza war broke out. Israel began bombing Gaza after Hamas killed 1,400 people and kidnapped more than 200 others on the 7th of October. More than 10,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed by air and artillery strikes carried out by the Israeli military in response.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary that can help people understand this story in English?
We're looking at ceasefire, humanitarian corridor, and escalate.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Israel-Hamas war. Benjamin Netanyahu speaks about potential for ceasefire.
We're looking at the word ceasefire, which means a temporary stop or pause during fighting during a war. Now, we can understand this word better if we break it into two parts.
We can, yeah. So the first part is cease, which means stop. This is quite a formal word. We don't really use it in everyday English. The second part of ceasefire is fire.
Yeah, so fire here is a term connected to the military, and it means fight with weapons. So according to this headline, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken about stopping fighting, a potential ceasefire in the Israel-Gaza war.
Now, in the news, we often hear the word ceasefire with the verbs hold and fail. If a ceasefire is holding, it means that the agreement to stop fighting is successful.
But if a ceasefire is failing, it means the fighting is continuing despite this agreement to stop fighting, this ceasefire. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the International Business Times. Israel-Hamas conflict. Israel shuts down reopened humanitarian corridor for evacuations amid Hamas shelling.
We are looking at this expression, humanitarian corridor. The first part, humanitarian, contains that word human, and so it is about humans and looking after humans. Corridor is a place, for example, in a building like an office or a school where you can walk from one place to another.
That's right. So a humanitarian corridor is a safe area where people can move from a dangerous place to safety. And this headline is saying that Israel has closed a humanitarian corridor that was previously open.
Now, this idea, this concept of the humanitarian corridor is very common in conflict and war. And so you will read it and hear it and see it in news headlines.
And one more thing to note is that humanitarian corridors are not only used to allow people to move, but also to let aid and emergency services in and out of areas.
Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from BBC Newsnight. How could the conflict escalate?
We are looking at the verb escalate, which means to go up or increase. You might know that thing in a shopping centre, the moving stairs that take you from one level to another. That's an escalator. But this verb escalate here is used in the context of war.
It is, and escalate means to become more serious or more intense. So this headline is asking about how the conflict might change as more time passes.
Now, there's a lot of war and conflict in the world, and so therefore you will see this word escalate used often in news reports. But you will also see the opposite word, which is de-escalate.
That's right. De-escalate means the size or level of violence becomes smaller rather than bigger. And you'll notice that it has this prefix de at the beginning. That prefix is often used to mean the negative or the opposite of something.
Let's look at that again. We've had ceasefire, a pause in fighting.
Humanitarian corridor, a safe space for movement of people and aid.
And escalate, become more intense and serious.
If you're interested in learning more language about conflict, we have other programs that might interest you.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Chocolate bars and ice cream can be as addictive as drugs. Now, some scientists think they should come with a warning. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
The junk food you love might soon have addictive written on it. A major review has found that adding warning labels to ultra-processed food could stop people buying it. Researchers say these foods can have the same addiction symptoms as drugs. They estimate 1 in 7 adults and 1 in 8 children are already addicted to ultra-processed foods.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have labelled, tackle and slapping.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Some ultra-processed foods should be labelled addictive, scientists say.
So, this headline is saying that some scientists think certain types of foods, ultra-processed foods, should be labelled addictive. Addictive meaning something you can't stop doing. But we're looking at labelled, and it contains the word label. A label, something you find, for example, on your clothes or on a packet, which has some information.
It does, yeah. A label gives you information about the object that it's attached to, like your shirt. But here the headline is saying that ultra-processed food should literally come with a label that says addictive on it.
Right, so is that it? It's very literal, it's very clear, but I bet there's a metaphorical use as well.
There is, yeah. So, a person, an object, an activity can be labelled, and this means described in a certain way, often unfairly. For example, maybe you tell one lie and now you're labelled a liar. Were you labelled anything at school, Neil? Maybe a troublemaker?
No, I wasn't labelled a troublemaker, but maybe I was labelled a clown because I used to like to make funny jokes in the class. Yeah, okay. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Times. Label ultra-processed foods addictive to tackle obesity, say scientists.
So there's that word label again that we've just been learning about. Scientists say we should label ultra-processed foods as addictive so that we can help to tackle obesity. and tackle is the word we are looking at. Tackle is a word familiar to every football fan. It's when you try to take the ball from the opposition. Is there any connection?
Kind of. So in football, the other team are the opposition and you want to beat them. Now, in this story, tackle is used metaphorically. Obesity is what we want to beat or deal with, and that's why the headline says we want to tackle obesity. We need to deal with it.
Okay, so how else can we use tackle in this metaphorical way?
Well, police might tackle crime in a city. Lots of people are doing what they can to tackle climate change.
Yeah, that's right. I've started riding my bike to work to help tackle climate change. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Daily Mail. Slapping junk food with addictive warning labels could help end obesity, major review finds.
So, addictive warning labels could be added to junk food. The word we're looking at is slapping. Beth, what is slap?
It's this. Don't worry, that wasn't real. And slap in the headline is also not literal, it's metaphorical. So slap here means to put a label onto the junk food quickly and urgently.
Yes, that's right. So it's emphasizing that the new labels should be added soon. It's an urgent situation, and the use of slap, there's a kind of aggression about it as well. Now, Beth, can you give me 10 more examples, please?
10? We don't have time for 10 more. That's ridiculous.
Well, Beth just slapped down my idea. And there's another use of slap as a phrasal verb with down, and it means to criticize someone's suggestion. Let's look at that again. We've had tackle, deal with.
Labelled, described in a specific way.
And slapping, attaching urgently.
Now, if you enjoyed this topic, we think you'll love this episode of News Review about fast food being bad for your brain. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
The footballer who forced his government to feed hungry children.
Fight for your black friends! Defend your black colleagues!
And the young student who got her community active and fighting for their rights. We'll show you what qualities these young leaders showed in fighting for something they believe in. Marcus Rashford in action for Manchester United. Not the obvious person you'd expect to help fight hunger and poverty. The COVID pandemic, children in the UK were sent home from school, and many poorer children no longer got free school meals. Marcus wanted to help get food to those that need it the most. He wrote a letter to the government calling on them to end child poverty. Unlike many in the British government, Marcus had come from a poor background.
You know what families are going through now. I once had to go through that same system, and it's very difficult to find a way out. But now that I'm in this position that I'm in, it's very important for me to help the people that are struggling, and that was the main reason why the letter was written.
Public support for the footballer grew. He became a leading voice in the campaign to end child food poverty. He got the British government to carry on giving free food to those that needed it, with the support of thousands of people. How did he do it?
The personal connection that Marcus Rashford has to the cause is very important because of his strong belief and conviction that child poverty is not something that should be allowed in society. And because he has experienced it, he knows that this is a cause that is as important and even bigger than football.
So Marcus Rashford's personal connection to the cause is important here, and we can see how that motivates him.
although there is so much you can get from being a footballer, there is a bigger cause in society, in this case child poverty, that is bigger than football. And he sees that as a vision and feels that he has a position in power to be able to influence that.
So Marcus Rashford sees the bigger picture. He knows there are many children experiencing hunger like he did, and this drives his leadership.
Marcus Rashford feels he's got a role to play in fighting child poverty because he's in a position as a professional footballer, and he has the vision and the honesty and simple way in which he communicates and drives that vision pulls people around him and creates a team spirit within the community, such that even politicians are challenged to try to do more.
Marcus Rashford knows he has a role to play. His passion and commitment draws people to the cause, and his message cannot be ignored, even by the politicians.
He's able to stay the course, irrespective of what people might say or want him to do. He knows that he has to stay the course to be able to achieve his vision, because that is what he has been doing most of his life.
So resilience and persistence are important character traits here and enable you to stand firm in the face of criticism. But what if you aren't a high-profile footballer? The killing of George Floyd, a black man, at the hands of a white police officer was caught on video and led to massive protests around the world. Bonnie Adelie, a student from the UK, decided to join the growing movement.
Fight for your black friend! Defend your black colleague!
Bonnie organised a protest in her hometown. She set it up in just 2 days. So what were Bonnie's experiences of leadership?
I didn't watch the video, but I felt the effects of that. Sorry. I felt the effects of that immediately, because just hearing about it is enough to shake somebody, I think.
Bonnie Adelie, as a black woman, had been personally affected by the killing and wanted to respond.
I tried to make sure that this protest is not linked to any political party, any local agenda, nothing. This is about black people having a space to grieve. And if you are a self-proclaimed ally and you want to support, then you have a space to come and support.
Bonnie knew others felt the same way as her and wanted to give them an opportunity to come together. She also knew she was putting herself at risk.
As somebody in charge, you take full accountability for everything that happens. And knowing that, you have to be ready for things to go wrong, things to not go your way, for people to hurl abuse at you. I think knowing that before you decide to take something on is really, really important, because self-awareness should let you know whether or not you can hold that.
Bonnie took a risk and accepted personal responsibility for the event, knowing it might not go well. This makes her a believable leader. She also thinks it's important to not forget the issue you are fighting for.
Honor the people that you've come to serve, because I think it's about leading and taking charge, sure, but it's also about serving. You're there to, I organised a protest, but it was to serve. It was to serve my community. I don't know how else to phrase that, but when you lead, you also serve. And that's, there's a lot of humility that comes with that, I think. I was, like I said, very humbled. By the end of that protest, humbled to the absolute extreme.
Bonnie says she was humbled. She didn't see herself as bigger than the cause. People are more likely to follow her because of this. So, to lead for a cause, you need to show your connection to the cause. You might need to take a real risk, and you should remember you are not bigger than the cause itself. Be humble.
Learning to smile again. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Sian. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
People in Japan have been taking lessons on how to smile again. The law's now changed, so you don't have to wear a mask anymore, but many people have complained that they've forgotten how to smile. Smile coaches have been helping people get used to smiling again.
You've been looking at the headlines, Sian. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have grin, ditches, and life after.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. Grin and bear it. As mask mandates end, Japan turns to tutors to relearn how to smile.
Okay, so this headline is about the end of mask-wearing rules in Japan. The word that we're looking at is grin. Now, Sian, grin, that's a type of smile, isn't it?
It is, but it's not just any smile. It's a really big one like this.
Okay, as you can see, Sian is grinning from ear to ear, which is a common expression.
But we can also use it for the kind of smile when you've done something wrong. So we can say that a child has a cheeky grin, for example.
Yes, and in this headline, they use the expression grin and bear it, which means remain positive when something bad is happening. But there's something a bit different here.
Yes, there's a kind of joke here. So normally the spelling in this expression is bear, B-E-A-R. So that means to deal with something. But here they've spelt it bear, B-A-R-E, which means not covered. So they're making a joke about going barefaced, so not having a mask on your face.
That's right. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from the Mainichi. Smile practice seminars popular in Japan as country ditches masks.
So this headline, like the first one, is about the ending of rules in Japan about wearing masks after COVID. The word we're looking at, though, is ditches, which is a verb here, but it's useful to think of the noun, a ditch, which is that thing on the side of the road.
Yeah, so it's where all the water and waste from the road end up. But here we use ditch as a verb, and to ditch something is to throw it away. So if you don't need something anymore, you ditch it. It's not just used for things, though.
No, you can use it for ideas. You can ditch an idea if you think it's a bad one, or you can ditch plans if they're not going to work. I ditched my travel plans during the COVID pandemic.
Or you can even ditch people. So if we talk about ending a relationship, you can say you ditch your boyfriend or girlfriend. Doesn't sound very nice, but we use it.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Japan Times. Remembering how to smile? Japan training sessions help prepare for life after masks.
Yes, and we're going to look at this useful little phrase we use to talk about how things might be different in the future, life after.
Yeah, so here it's life after masks, and it refers to how life will change for people in Japan when they stop wearing masks.
Yes, and we use this a lot when we're talking about the future. So, for example, students have to prepare for life after university, or a celebrity, a famous person, has to think about life after fame when they're not famous anymore.
Yeah, and it can also be used with people. So thinking about the future without an important leader or a famous person. For example, are Argentina ready for life after Messi? So he's going to retire one day.
Let's look at that one more time. We've had grin, smile.
Ditches, get rid of.
And life after, a future without.
And if you want to learn more vocabulary around this topic, check out this episode of 6 Minute English.
Don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Plastic in the ocean. Could it actually be helping some creatures? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Sian. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
The Great Pacific Garbage Patch. It doesn't sound like a great place to live. But scientists have discovered coastal creatures making the huge plastic waste island their new home. Researchers say these creatures will now reproduce in larger numbers than before because of the extra space created by the rubbish.
You've been looking at the headlines, Sian. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have piggybacks, hitched a ride, and love shack.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from The Hindu. In the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, coastal life piggybacks on plastic trash.
So this headline is saying that coastal life, that's creatures that normally live on the coast, are piggybacking on this island of junk, trash, rubbish, garbage, waste into the middle of the ocean. We are looking at the word piggyback, and there are familiar parts there, pig and back, but what's the connection?
Okay, well, there's no actual connection to pigs. So piggyback is a way of carrying someone on your back like this. So their legs are here and their arms go around your neck. So, for example, if my daughter is tired, I give her a piggyback. So it can be a verb or a noun.
Yes, and the headline is talking about these creatures that have used this plastic island as if it was a piggyback to travel. There is another even less literal use and meaning of piggyback. Can you tell us?
Yeah, so we can also use piggyback to describe when someone or something uses the success of something else for their own benefit. So imagine there's a festival in your town. Some businesses will sell stuff connected to the festival so that they piggyback on its success.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Print. Coastal organisms hitched rides to middle of Pacific Ocean on plastic waste. Now they are thriving and reproducing.
So again, this headline is about these coastal creatures traveling on a junk island in the ocean. We're looking at hitched a ride. Notice in the headline it was just hitched ride, but the expression is hitched a ride. Headlines often leave out the a.
Yeah, so you might know the word hitch from hitchhike. If you hitchhike, you stand on the side of the road with your thumb up and you ask to travel in a stranger's car or van for free. So hitch a ride is similar, but you can also use hitch a ride if you travel with a friend for free.
Yes, and so these creatures, these coastal creatures, are using this junk island as a vehicle. It's not their vehicle, but it's as if they are hitching a ride on it. Now, hitch a ride is a pretty informal expression.
Yeah, so it's much more likely to be used with friends or family. So this morning I didn't catch the train to work, I hitched a ride with a friend. So be careful, we don't use this in academic writing.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from IFL Science. Great Pacific Garbage Patch now a floating love shack for coastal species.
So this headline describes this great big floating junk patch as a love shack. Well, we all know what love is, but what's a shack and what do they mean together?
Okay, so shack is a very informal word for a place like a kind of cabin. So a love shack is a place where people go to be together in a romantic sense.
Yes, and this expression was made popular by a hit song in the late 1980s called Love Shack. We don't use it that often, so why is it in this headline?
Okay, so it's used here to be humorous, to be funny. So coastal species are actually reproducing and creating new life on this patch of rubbish. So it's quite funny to think of a patch of rubbish being used in this way.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had piggybacks, rides on.
Hitched a ride, travelled in someone else's vehicle.
And Love Shack, a place for love and romance.
So we know plastic waste is a major problem for our oceans. So watch this video to learn about how to curb your plastic addiction.
And click here to make sure that you never miss another one of our videos.
Thank you for joining us. Goodbye.
Bye.
Could a short sleep during the day protect your brain? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn all the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Our brains get smaller as we get older. But this doesn't happen as fast in people who take regular short sleeps during the day. That's according to a new study. Researchers suggest that these naps might reduce the risk of developing conditions like Alzheimer's in later life.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary?
We have power nap, sharp, and hinder.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from iNews. Power naps linked to greater brain capacity, scientists say.
So brain capacity is about brain size, and this headline says that it's linked to something called power naps. Now we're going to look at this phrase, power naps, but Phil, the word nap, isn't that a short sleep that babies have?
Well, anyone can have a nap, but we're looking at power naps. Now, these are short sleeps, usually during the working day, in order to be able to do your job better. And in fact, maybe I should have a power nap after recording this.
Well, that might be good for your brain. That's what this headline is saying. But there are other types of nap, aren't there?
Yes, you might have heard of a cat nap, which is kind of similar, but it's not associated with work. And we have other words to talk about sleep, like snooze or to nod off, and many others.
Okay, well, before our audience nods off, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
Yeah, this one is from The Times. Taking more naps could help you to stay sharp in later life.
Now again, we're talking about naps, and this article refers to another study which suggested that having naps can help our brains perform better. The word we're looking at is sharp. Now Phil, I know a sharp knife, but what is a sharp brain?
Well, you've probably guessed that it's a metaphor. If you describe someone as sharp, it means that they're alert and they can think quickly. Think about when you've had a good rest and you're feeling good, everything just seems to be a bit easier.
Yeah, and we use it to talk about people that always have a quick answer for something. We can say that they are sharp or that they have a sharp mind.
Yes, and it's being used here to say that regular naps will keep your brain performing well.
Yes, just like how practicing your English every day will keep your language skills sharp. Okay, let's look at that again. Okay, next headline, please.
This one is from the Daily Express. Naps could help or hinder your health depending on their length, study suggests.
Now, this is actually referring to a different study, and it says that long naps can be associated with obesity, while shorter naps can reduce the risk of high blood pressure. We are looking at the word hinder, and this is often used with the word help, isn't it?
It is, but it means the opposite. To hinder means to make things harder or worse. Now, here we're looking at health. So the headline is saying that some naps, shorter ones, are helpful, while others, longer ones, are unhelpful.
That's right. And hinder is not that common in spoken English, but it is often used with the word help. And that's because of those two H's, hinder and help. So, for example, if something turns out to be less useful than you expected it to be, it might actually hinder rather than help you.
I could also say that having to work hinders me being able to take naps regularly.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had power nap, a short sleep during the day.
Sharp, alert and quick thinking.
Hinder, to make something difficult or worse.
Now, there's more about sleep in this video where we asked, are late nights bad for your health?
And don't forget to subscribe here so you never miss a chance to learn more English.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
A new era for humankind. NASA smashes asteroid. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about today's story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now it's time for the story.
Protecting our Earth from space rocks. NASA has successfully crashed a DART spacecraft into an asteroid as part of a defense test. It's hoped scientists will learn more about pushing dangerous asteroids off course. Dr. Laurie Glaze, the Director of Planetary Science at NASA, called it a new era for humankind.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have bullseye, rams, and unprecedented.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from the Irish Times. Bullseye. NASA successfully smashes spacecraft into asteroid 11 million kilometers from Earth.
And so the meaning of this headline is that NASA have smashed a spacecraft into an asteroid. An asteroid is a really big rock floating in space, and to smash something means to hit it really, really hard. But the word we are concentrating on is bullseye, and it's a word from sport, isn't it?
Yes. Now, the spacecraft was called DART, and darts is a game or a sport where you throw a small arrow, called a dart, into the center target, which is called a bullseye. Now, if you hit that, you get a lot of points, and when you hit it, you say...
Bullseye! And so the headline writer is saying that NASA hit this asteroid exactly in the right place, and they are using the word bullseye because the spacecraft is called DART, so it's a bit of a joke. But can we use the word beyond sport?
Well, we often say it when we get the exact result that we wanted. It's a bit similar to yes or I did it, but it's only really used for sports and games normally.
Right, okay, so if I take this piece of paper and I try to hit the camera lens right in the middle, I can say bullseye! Okay, let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This one comes from Bloomberg. NASA craft rams distant asteroid in test of Earth defense.
The headline is saying that NASA did this experiment as a test of defense, and defense is an activity designed to stop something bad happening. In this case, an asteroid hitting the Earth. But the word we're looking at is ram. Now, Beth, a ram is a kind of animal, isn't it?
Yes, a ram is actually a male sheep, and they smash into things really hard with their head.
Okay, tell us more.
So imagine this action as a verb, to ram. It means to push or hit something very violently. Now, we know that the spacecraft hit the asteroid and was actually destroyed when that happened. So it really rammed it. It hit it hard.
Okay, ram as a verb then means to hit something really hard. We're not talking about a little knock or a tap. Imagine the police trying to open the door of a building they want to go in. They will ram it. If you're in a car accident, a car can ram into you. There is another word connected to ram. Rammed as an adjective has a different meaning, doesn't it? It means really busy, crowded.
Yeah, exactly. So if you imagine almost that the people have been pushed or rammed into a very tight space, it's very busy, so we can say it's rammed. Have you been anywhere that was rammed recently, Neil?
Yes, my train into work this morning was absolutely rammed. It was full of people. That's a quite informal way of describing it, isn't it?
Yeah, so if you want to use it in a situation that isn't informal, you might just say it's overcrowded or busy.
Okay, let's look at that again. Our next headline, please.
This one comes from CBC. We have impact. NASA slams spacecraft into asteroid in unprecedented test.
The headline says that NASA slammed a spacecraft into an asteroid. Slammed is another word like smashed and rammed that we've heard already, meaning hit very hard. But we are looking at the word unprecedented.
We are, and unprecedented is an adjective. It means something that hasn't happened before or something that we haven't known until now.
And so the headline describes the test as unprecedented. They've never done this before. They haven't tried to push an asteroid off its course ever before. Now, this word unprecedented, it's used a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, we see it all the time in the news. I mean, the news is all about new events. So recently we've heard about unprecedented levels of rainfall. We've also heard about unprecedented rises in prices of gas, for example.
Yeah, and those are all very serious things. And so unprecedented is often used for more kind of formal situations. For example, my son, if he did an exam at school, he got a really high mark. I wouldn't say, oh, Beth, my son got an unprecedented mark in his exam.
No, you definitely wouldn't. You'd just say maybe it's the best result he's ever had.
Okay, let's have a look at that again. We've had bullseye. I hit the target.
Rams. Crashes into something violently.
And unprecedented. This has never happened before.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Animals and plants that are bad for nature. A new report says non-native species are a danger. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about today's story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Non-native animals and plants are destroying biodiversity and ecosystems across the world. A major scientific report says mosquitoes are spreading dengue and yellow fever, and rats and snakes are killing seabird populations. Invasive species are those that come from a different environment accidentally and cause damage. They often arrive via ships, planes, and tourists.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have repelled, high stakes, and running rife.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from DW, that's Deutsche Welle. Can invasive alien species be repelled?
Okay, let's start with alien. Alien means that these species come from a foreign country. They are invasive and they spread quickly and they cause damage. But we are looking at repelled. Now, this word, Beth, repelled, reminds me of the thing I use when I go to some countries on holiday.
Yes, now that is useful to think about. It's insect repellent. You spray it on you or put cream on and it keeps insects like mosquitoes away from you. Now we're looking at repelled and the verb is repel.
Yes, and to repel, the verb means to force something away from you. And the headline writer is asking whether these alien species can be forced away. Can they be repelled?
That's right. Now, things can also repel you. They make you want to stay away from them. And that includes people. If you find someone unpleasant, then they can repel you.
I think Beth's saying that I repel her. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from Japan Today. World losing high-stakes fight against invasive species.
So this headline is saying that the world is losing its battle against invasive species, and it describes the fight as high stakes. High stakes is an expression that comes from betting or gambling. And if something is high stakes, you could win a lot, you could lose a lot. So the risk is high.
Exactly. Now, high stakes is an adjective and it means there's a lot to lose or a serious risk if something isn't successful. So this headline is describing the fight against invasive species as high stakes.
Yes, and we know that these invasive species are not good for the planet, and there is a lot of risk if we can't stop them.
Now, we use it in other situations as well. For example, in tests like IELTS. This is a high stakes test because there's a lot to lose. If you don't get the band that you need, you'll have to pay again.
Yes. Now, talking of risk, Beth, I was playing poker last night. It was a high stakes game.
Okay. How did you do? Did you win, lose?
Well, I was wondering if you could lend me some money for lunch. Just £5 maybe? Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline, please.
This is from MSN. Invasive alien species running rife around Earth at unprecedented rate.
So we see that word alien again that we've already looked at. The headline says that alien species are running rife. Running rife is what we're going to learn about. Now, Beth, we all know run, but what's the connection here?
Well, run rife means that something is uncontrolled. It doesn't literally mean running. And this idea of speed is important. So invasive species are spreading very quickly in an uncontrolled way, almost like they're running.
Yes, and we can use this to talk about people as well. So, For example, criminals might run rife in a certain area. It means there's a lot of crime, it's spreading fast, nobody can control it.
Or children might run rife at a party. The kids are out of control.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had repel, forced away.
High stakes. There's a lot at risk.
And running rife, it's uncontrolled.
Now, if you enjoyed this video, we think you'll love this box set all about animals. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
What happens when you ask someone to do something at work and they haven't done it?
I feel okay about it, and I always start really polite. But obviously, if someone doesn't reply and then you need it and you have to chase them again and again.
So when I have to chase people up at work, I don't mind because generally it's just something they've forgotten about or they've missed the email. But yeah, it can get a bit awkward if you have to do it over and over again and you're not sure why.
Today on Office English, we're talking about how to remind people to do something in a polite and professional way.
Hello, welcome to Office English from BBC Learning English. I'm Pippa.
And I'm Phil, and this is your podcast guide to the language of the world of work.
Today we're talking about how to remind somebody to do something if they haven't responded to you, or how to chase people up at work.
Yeah, as we heard at the start of the programme, we spend a lot of time and energy at work reminding other people to do things. So, Pippa, what do we mean when we say we need to chase people up at work?
Yeah, so we don't literally mean to chase people. We just mean to go back to them on email or speak to them again to ask them one more time, can you please do this thing, or can you reply to me, or send whatever you've asked them to do. So it's basically reminding somebody to do something. We use the phrase chase people up.
Actually, when you're chasing people up, it can be quite important to think about who you're chasing up, because we'd probably chase different people in different ways.
Yes. In the UK, where we work, people tend to be very polite and friendly when they first chase someone up. Of course, you've then got the problem that they might not respond again. So you might have to send another reminder and then another reminder. So you might change your language each time. And today we're going to talk about each time you have to remind someone about a task and how you can change your language to convince them to get the job done.
So, we'll start by talking about the first time we need to remind someone of something. What phrases can we use, Pippa?
Yes, so if I was sending an email to someone to chase them up or remind them about a task, I would probably start by saying, just wondering if you saw my last email. What do you think about that, Phil?
Oh, yeah, this is one that I would definitely use a lot. We talked about how in the UK people aren't always direct, and this is perhaps an example of this. It might be, I know you've seen the email, I know I sent the email, but just wondering if you'd seen my last email, because you're allowing for the possibility that they might not have seen it. Yeah, it's less direct and it's quite friendly. It's quite a nice way just to remind people, and it's very clear what you want them to do.
And then I might continue by saying, have you had a chance to, and then talk about the task I've asked them to do. So that's asking them quite directly, have you had a chance to look at the report? But I'm asking it politely. I'm showing I understand that they're busy and I might not be the most important person in their day, but have you had a chance to is a good way to just remind somebody about a task that you've asked them to do.
And you're accepting the possibility that it might have been difficult for them to do it or difficult to find time. So yeah, in that way you're, I guess, showing more respect to the person that you're emailing.
Yeah. And a final kind of polite, friendly first reminder thing you can do is you can say something like, if you're able to send it by next week, that would be great. So there you're giving them a deadline, a clear deadline of when you would like the task completed by, but it's polite still. So you're still giving that impression that you understand their time and you're almost asking them rather than telling them.
Of course, it can be difficult if someone is chasing you up, depending who they are. If they send something like that, which seems quite friendly, quite vague, if they're an important person, if it's a really important task, they might be using, if you're able to, that would be great, but they actually mean do it by then or else.
Yes, that's the problem with this friendly, polite way of working that we have in the UK. Sometimes it's difficult to know. Okay, so let's imagine that we've sent that first reminder, we've sent an email off politely reminding somebody to do something, but we still haven't had a response. What do we do next, Phil? How could we change our language slightly?
Okay, well, here's one. You could say, I wanted to remind you about, and then you'd explain the thing that you're chasing about underneath.
Yeah, I like that. So that's a bit firmer. It's more direct. This time we're not asking somebody, have you had a chance to? We're saying, I wanted to remind you about. So it's a statement rather than a question. We're not asking, we're telling somebody to do something this time.
But it's interesting because we still have wanted. We've got it in the past there, which kind of makes it a bit more distant. There's still a little bit of politeness there, but it's a lot firmer than the ones that we looked at before.
Yeah, it's definitely politer than saying do this or else, as we said. What's the next phrase, Phil?
Please, could you finish this by the end of tomorrow or whatever time?
Yes, that's nice. So it's still a request. We're still not telling them rudely to do something, but we're being very clear now about the deadline. Please, could you do this by this time tomorrow? Then you clearly say that's what needs to happen.
Yeah, there's not really any space there for something different to happen, is there? It's very clear what needs to be done and when. And the next one is otherwise. And of course, you would use that to introduce the consequences of something not happening. This was where it started to get quite serious, I think, at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, it might sometimes be right to explain what's going to happen if they don't do the thing. We don't really want to threaten somebody at this point, depending on how serious it is that they haven't responded. But it might be good to explain the urgency. So we could say, otherwise, we might lose this client. So we're reminding somebody of what might happen if they don't do what we've asked them to do. And that's just another way to kind of make it seem more serious and more direct, rather than our language we had in our first email that was very friendly, really just asking, oh, would you mind if you had the time, please could you help me with this important thing?
Right, Pippa, we've tried all those options and we still haven't heard back. Are there any other phrases we could try?
Well, this is where it starts to get difficult. So we could just try a different way of communicating with them. So we could pick up the phone. We don't do that very often these days at work, or we certainly don't do that much in our day-to-day work. But phoning someone or mentioning it at a meeting, going to their desk in the office to say, I don't know if you've seen my emails, but I would really like your report by tomorrow. You can then follow up with them on an email. That means just send an email to say, I just spoke to you about this. And then another thing we could do is we could consider escalating the problem. Now, escalating is sort of a business term we use to say we are going to involve someone more senior. So you might copy in on an email a manager. That means you send the email also to your manager or their manager. That will really depend on your workplace, what the request is, what the consequences are of them not having done the thing. But it could be useful. If they're not responding to you, maybe they'll respond to your boss.
Yeah, I mean, it very much depends on the culture of the place you're working, doesn't it? And also how it's done. It might be done in a helpful way to make sure that a problem doesn't get overlooked, or sometimes you see people doing it in very cynical ways of just adding lots of names into an email, which is perhaps slightly different.
And then the final thing we can do is be clear about when our final email is, okay, when our final reminder is. So I might send an email saying something like, this is a final reminder about, or I might use the phrase, this is your last chance to contribute to the report. What do you think about that, Phil?
Yeah, again, it's very good because it's very clear. So it's just a way to make sure everyone knows, they know the urgency of the situation, they perhaps know possible consequences.
Yeah. And we should say that in some workplace cultures, you would probably be that direct in your first reminder. So some places don't have this strange situation where we have to pretend that we didn't send an email and remind someone, oh, did you see my email, and all these questions. But generally in the UK and probably also in the US, there is this kind of culture of politeness and informality. That means we don't send someone a final reminder straight away if they haven't done something. So we've learned some phrases to try and persuade people to reply and get the job done. So let's hear again from our BBC Learning English colleagues.
Okay, so when I have to chase people up at work, I don't mind because generally it's just something they've forgotten about or they've missed the email. But yeah, it can get a bit awkward if you have to do it over and over again and you're not sure why.
Sometimes it's more difficult to chase somebody up that you work with on a regular basis. It's a bit difficult with that difference between being friendly and being businessy because you actually need something.
So, Phil, Beth was talking there about the balance between being friendly and being businessy or professional. What do you think about that when it comes to chasing people up?
It does make it harder, doesn't it? I mean, it's a lot harder to break out the final reminder language or to use that.
But yeah, that's why I think in general, we've talked a lot in this series about having the balance between being friendly and polite and professional. So you always want to be friendly and polite, but you also want to stay professional at work.
It's certainly very frustrating when people don't get back to you, and especially when you need their response to get on with your work. But hopefully the phrases we've discussed today will help you remain professional when you chase your colleagues or clients.
That's it for this episode of Office English. Remember, you can find courses and activities to help with your English at work on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Next time, we're talking about phone calls, instant messages, and video calls, and the language we need to communicate well at work.
Until then, bye.
Bye.
Could plastic-eating worms help the world's pollution crisis? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now it's time for the story.
Getting rid of plastic with worm spit. Spanish scientists have discovered something in waxworms' saliva which helps them eat plastic. It's hoped the breakthrough will be an effective and natural way of reducing plastic pollution. One researcher suggests in the future, plastic-eating worm kits could be used in the home.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have gobbling, lowly, and humble.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from France 24. Plastic gobbling enzymes in worm spit may help ease pollution.
And so the headline is saying something useful has been found in the spit of a certain kind of worm, and it's the enzyme in the spit. Enzymes are things that help chemical processes happen more quickly. In this case, destroying plastic. But the word that we're interested in is gobbling, and gobbling is a word connected to the noise a turkey makes.
Yes, you're right. So when a turkey gets its food, it eats very quickly and loudly, and we say this is gobble. So the headline writer has turned this into an adjective, just like the noise gobble gobble, and then we've got a new word, plastic gobbling.
Gobble is a funny word in English because it sounds like the thing it is describing, and we have a lot of words like that. For example, what noise does a cat make?
Meow.
Okay, so the noise is like that, and the word to describe that is meow. What about chickens?
Cluck cluck.
Okay, chickens make a cluck cluck noise, and the word we write down and say is cluck.
Yeah, so the headline makes you imagine a worm noisily eating plastic, just like a turkey gobbling it. Now, of course, this is an exaggeration, but it's quite entertaining and it gives you a strong mental image.
Yeah. Can you give us some examples of other words connected to eating and the noise involved?
Yes, so we have gulp.
Okay, so that is gulp.
And that is about eating food and drinking quickly and loudly. And then we also have guzzle, but that's only really used for drink.
Yeah, and we have a word not connected to sound, but it's got an animal in it. To wolf something down means to eat it really quickly. Let's take a look at that one more time. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from Reuters. Lowly waxworm saliva may boost fight against plastic pollution.
The headline is saying that the saliva, that's the spit, another word for spit, of this certain kind of worm might boost, that means help, the attempt to reduce plastic. But the word we're looking at is lowly. What can you tell us about lowly?
Well, there's a clue in this word lowly, low, and it means low in position or importance. So, for example, Neil, when I started in my career, I wasn't presenting news review for the BBC. I was in a lowly position.
Okay, so you mean that you feel that the job you were doing wasn't as important as the one you're doing now. It was lower.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Now, we have heard that this worm is actually really important. It's eating plastic. So why are we calling it lowly?
Well, waxworms aren't really high up in the animal kingdom. They're a little bit dirty. Most people think of them as pests and they don't really like them.
And so the headline writer uses the word lowly because even though this worm doesn't seem that important, it's actually doing a really important job. Now, do we use this word much in our everyday English?
Well, yeah, when we use it, it's always in a humorous way. We're kind of saying the thing we're doing isn't very important. Like I used to just be a lowly tea maker in the office.
Ah, well, you call yourself lowly, but just like the worm, you're performing a really important task. Everybody loves tea. It may not be the most glamorous job in the world, but it is very important. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from the BBC. Humble worm saliva can break down tough plastic.
And so the headline is saying the saliva of this type of worm, this wax worm, can break down, which means destroy, certain types of plastic, tough plastics, ones that are difficult to break down, difficult to destroy. We have another adjective that we're looking at, which is humble. What can you tell us about humble?
So humble can have the same meaning as lowly, meaning ordinary or not important, but it has another meaning too. So it can describe a person who isn't proud or doesn't believe that they're important, even if they are. So imagine someone wins an award, they get on stage to give their speech and they say, "This isn't for me, it's for everyone else. Thank you, everyone who helped me." They are humble.
Ah, what a humble person. And it's a positive thing to say about someone, isn't it? So in this headline, using humble about this worm is a positive thing.
Exactly, because even though this worm maybe looks just like a worm. It's really special and important. It has plastic eating abilities.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had gobbling, eating quickly and loudly, like a turkey.
Lowly, low in position and importance.
And humble, not proud, but often important.
Don't forget, there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Rich nations agree to pay poorer countries for damage caused by climate change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear the story.
People in the world's poorest countries suffer the devastating effects of climate change more than anyone else. Now, rich nations have agreed to pay into a fund to help countries damaged by the industrial activity of the developed world. The UN's climate chief says this will benefit the most vulnerable around the world. Some are calling the deal a historic victory, but others worry it is not enough.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have empty, game changer, and hot air.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Conversation. COP27's Loss and Damage Fund for Developing Countries could be a breakthrough or another empty climate promise.
So the headline is saying this could be a breakthrough, that means a really big development, or it could be an empty promise. And we're looking at the word empty. Now, Beth, I always have a mug of tea before we start recording. I've drunk it now and it is empty. There's nothing in it. Is there a connection in the meaning?
Well, we do often associate empty with physical objects, so like your mug. It's empty, it contains nothing now, but it's not only for the inside of objects, so we can also use it with words, things that you say, like promises.
Yeah, and when we use it in that way, we are saying those words are meaningless, really.
Exactly. So the headline writer says, empty climate promise. That means they think that the developed countries might not actually give the money to the developing countries.
And we can use empty in this sense with other nouns, for example, empty words or empty threats. That's when you say you will do something, but you don't.
Exactly. In fact, Neil, don't you say every week that you'll buy me a coffee and then you don't?
Yes, that is an empty promise. I also say to my kids, you're getting nothing for Christmas because your room is so untidy. But that is an empty threat. Of course, I'm going to buy them something for Christmas. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from RTE. EU proposal the game changer at COP27.
And we are looking at the expression game changer. Now, I know what a game is. It's the World Cup at the moment. There are games on every day. But together with changer, there's a different meaning. What's the sense?
Well, a game changer means something is so significant that it actually changes the way that something is done or the way that it's thought about. Now, game here doesn't mean a game that you play, it's actually just the situation. And the situation here is that developed countries are giving money to poorer nations because of climate damage.
Yeah, and that new agreement is seen as a significant development, so we can call it a game changer. Are there any other uses?
Well, it's usually used for big things rather than minor developments. So we can use it with ideas like inventions or events.
Yes, and talking of inventions, a really obvious and good example is the smartphone. It has been a complete game changer. It changes the way we do lots of things.
Yeah, we can now connect to the internet anywhere.
Let's take a look at that one more time. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Telegraph. COP27 was a lot of hot air, again.
And the expression we're looking at is hot air. And the meaning seems obvious, air which is hot, like a hairdryer, right?
Well, that's not what it means here. So hot air is actually something that sounds impressive, but in reality it means nothing. It's nonsense.
Yeah, so according to the writer, all of the discussion, all of the agreements were nonsense. They were meaningless. They were hot air. Now, hot air is quite informal, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's also quite rude. If you say that what someone is saying is hot air, then they're probably going to be quite offended.
Okay, I'll avoid that expression then. Are there any alternatives we could use?
Yeah, well, hot air is informal and rude, and there are some even ruder expressions. We're not going to mention them here, but you could say that someone is talking rubbish or talking nonsense. Again, a little bit informal and rude.
And as we often see, there is a double meaning in this headline. Can you explain it?
Yeah, so with climate change, the planet is literally heating up. It's getting hotter. So yeah, here we've got hot air, and that is what the planet has.
Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had empty, meaningless.
Game changer, something that causes a significant change.
And hot air. It sounds impressive, but it's nonsense.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Frequent flying, big houses, and luxury lifestyles. The world's richest are damaging the planet more than any other group of people. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn all the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And to understand more about the world in English, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now the story.
The richest 1% of people create the same amount of carbon as the poorest 2/3 in the world. That's according to data published in a new report by charity Oxfam. It found that the lifestyles of the wealthy, such as taking frequent flights and eating out in restaurants, are closely connected to climate change. Oxfam's chief called for world leaders to end the era of extreme wealth.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary people need to understand this story in English?
We have well off, plundering, and clean up their acts.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. Restaurants, pets and holidays. How UK's well-off have outsized carbon footprints.
So this headline is saying that the UK's well-off have outsized carbon footprints. Outsize means too big, and your carbon footprint is the impact you have personally on the environment. But we are looking at the word well-off.
We are, and well-off means rich, and it's an adjective. It might look like a phrasal verb because it has two parts, and that second part is off, but it's an adjective.
Now, this headline says that the well-off, that's the rich and wealthy, are having a worse impact on the environment. We have these words, rich and wealthy, already. So why do we need well-off? What's the difference?
Well, it's a bit softer, and it sounds more polite than rich, which isn't always a positive thing. And a similar but even softer way of saying well-off is comfortable. That's a word you already know, but it's a slightly different meaning here.
Yes, and then the other extreme is this word loaded. It means extremely well off, extremely rich, and it's not that polite. It's very direct. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Washington Post. World's richest 1% plundering the planet, Oxfam report says.
We're looking at the word plundering. Now, Beth, when I hear this word plundering, I think of thieves or pirates stealing things, treasure.
Well, yeah, that's right. The literal meaning of plunder is taking things that don't belong to you by force. Now, in this headline, the richest are plundering the planet. So, Neil, does that mean that the richest are stealing things by force?
Well, not exactly, but by choosing the word plunder, the writer is suggesting that what the rich are doing is wrong. The sense is that they are using resources that actually should be shared more equally amongst people. And that word plunder they actually took from the Oxfam report to support their opinion. What other words for steal can we use?
Well, there's nick and pinch. They're both a bit informal though. Has anyone ever nicked your phone?
No, nobody has ever nicked my phone, but it looks like someone is trying to pinch my wallet, Beth. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Herald. USAF urged to use budget for richest Scots to clean up their acts.
So campaigners in Scotland want the richest to clean up their act, and clean up their act is the expression that we're looking at. This word act I recognise from the theatre, like Shakespeare. To be or not to be?
No, stop. That's not the act we're talking about here. Here, act means behaviour, and clean up your act means make your behaviour better, improve it.
Yes, and although the expression has the word clean in it, it's not really about cleaning, it means to improve.
So the campaigners want the rich
to do better when it comes to climate change.
I was going to say that. That's my line. You need to clean up your act.
I really do. Let's look at that again. We've had well off, rich.
Plundering, taking what doesn't belong to you.
And clean up their acts, improve their behaviour.
Now, if you enjoyed this episode and want to learn more about this topic, watch this episode of News Review where we asked, can flying ever be green?
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
This man promised his followers the world, then led them to their deaths. This man was once part of a cult's inner circle and now works to prevent others from doing the same.
I went from Stephen Hassan, who was a college student writing poetry, and I became a right-wing fascist.
We look at what happens when leadership turns bad and how to avoid becoming caught up in a cult. Port Kaituma, Guyana. In 1978, 918 people died here and in the country's capital. This is Jim Jones, an American religious leader. He founded an organisation called the People's Temple in the US. He took many of his followers to Guyana, building a settlement called Jonestown near Port Kaituma. Soon there were reports of beatings, disease and other abuse. Jim Jones' mental and physical health became worse. November 18th, 1978, Temple members attacked a plane on this airstrip. It was carrying a team investigating Jonestown. 5 people died, 11 were injured. In Jonestown, the remaining cult members drank or were forced to take poison. Men, women, children and babies died. This pattern has been repeated. Political leaders like Kim Il-sung and Stalin had cult-like followings and were responsible for many, many deaths. What gives a leader like this such control over their followers?
A cult-type leader is typically someone who claims to have all the answers needed to solve the world's problems, and that includes whatever problems the individual they're attempting to recruit faces as well. As a result of this, they demand absolute commitment from their followers and encourage them to escalate their commitment to the group until a point is reached where absolutely every waking moment and all the emotional and intellectual and financial resources of the person concerned are committed to and involved in the group.
Cult leaders like to claim to be able to solve the world's and your problems, and they want your complete devotion.
Cult leaders are not necessarily easy to spot. At the beginning, they are approaching you in a friendly spirit. They claim to be offering just some interesting ideas about politics, life, religion, or whatever. And they only become clearly cult leaders for most people after a period of time when the person concerned has already escalated their commitment to the group beyond any point of reason.
Cult leaders are not always easy to spot. They can appear very friendly at first.
Well, if we take Jim Jones as an example, he staged miraculous faith healings in which he claimed people were being cured of cancer, that the blind could see and the crippled could walk. But he didn't necessarily begin to influence people by showing them these things. At the beginning, most people wandered into what seemed to be very warm and inviting church services where they felt welcomed in a way that many of them hadn't been welcomed before. And it was only after some period of time that they then were exposed to these deceptive techniques to convince them that Jones was a man with amazing powers beyond the norm.
Leaders like Jim Jones go to great lengths to welcome in new people. We can call this being love-bombed.
Most of us are vulnerable to the lure of cult leaders at various points in our lives, particularly after we have had some kind of stressful experience, such as maybe going through a divorce or losing our jobs. For example, if you look at the Jonestown group, many of the people who joined it had suffered from racist abuse in the past, which traumatized them. Many others were returning veterans of the Vietnam War who were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and were looking for some kind of idealistic community or group to which they could join and which would make them feel welcome.
Leaders promising all the answers can seem attractive when we are vulnerable. So how can we recognise these leaders?
The first thing I think we need to do is to require people making extraordinary claims to offer a great deal of evidence in support of them. Beyond that, if we think we are in an environment where we're being subjected to pressures that we don't like, that are asking us to constantly escalate our commitment to those groups, and where criticism of the leader is forbidden or discouraged in various ways, it is best to try and get out of that environment as quickly as is possible.
If you are feeling controlled by someone else, it is best to leave. This isn't always easy to do, so try to get support from others if you can. Dr. Stephen Hassan knows all about cults. In the 1970s, he became a senior figure in the Unification Church, more commonly known as the Moonies. The church was set up by a Korean called Sun Myung Moon. He claimed to be God's Messiah, but members were often cut off from their previous life, prevented from seeing family and friends. Stephen now works to stop others from becoming a victim of cult leaders.
My personality changed dramatically. That's one of the telltale signs, actually, of being in an authoritarian cult, is what we refer to as a radical personality change. So I went from Stephen Hassan, who was a college student writing poetry, who had a ponytail and wore dungarees, to a man with a short haircut, three-piece suit, and I became a right-wing fascist essentially throwing out my poetry, cutting off from my family and friends because they raised concerns about my membership.
So Stephen Hassan's personality changed dramatically when he became a Moonie. How did he view the leader, Sun Myung Moon?
So it's very important to understand that I was already programmed to look at him as the greatest man in human history. So naturally, I had my blinders on already when I actually met with him and experienced him. I've heard many people see him speak and they'd say, he has no charisma. Like, how could you see anything in him? So that's an interesting phenomenon, that somebody who feels that the person is emanating great charisma and power could leave somebody else completely dry.
Stephen admired Sun Myung Moon, but he had been programmed or brainwashed to be. Others saw him differently. How did this inform Stephen's view of leadership?
First of all, I consider myself, before the Moonies, a bookworm introvert. When I got into the cult and I was pushed into leadership positions and recruiting strangers on street corners, I became very extroverted in my cult identity. In fact, I was told to become a small Sun Myung Moon and think like him and walk like him and talk like him. And when I got out of the cult, I didn't want any leadership. I didn't want to influence anybody. And yet I knew what I knew, and I knew that I had a contribution to help others.
Stephen realised he had a leadership role to play in preventing others from joining cults. So how does his leadership differ now?
I want people to ask me questions and I answer honestly and responsibly. And often people will challenge me and say, we don't agree with this point or that. And I think about it, and if I realize they're right, I apologize and I change my point of view. So the key is humility, I think.
Stephen encourages people to challenge his views, and he is willing to change his mind. So how easy is it to fall for a cult these days?
Social media is intentionally going to use information that's gathered about you from all of your activities. There are some 5,000 data points on every human being, I'm told. And these are going to be oriented in algorithms towards you. So what I say is you need to be really skeptical. And if you're curious about something, really do a consumer awareness approach. It's saying they're making this claim. It sounds outrageous. I need outrageous level of proof.
Be skeptical or wary of claims being made online, and check them out thoroughly. So people who make grand promises and demand complete loyalty from you are likely to be cult-like leaders. Even online, question their claims, check their facts. If they are authentic, they won't mind.
"30 days to remove TikTok. The White House bans the app from government devices." This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on the website. Now the story.
The US and now Canada have banned TikTok from government phones. They are concerned the Chinese app could be a security risk. Chinese authorities have criticised the move, saying it's an overreaction.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have purging, citing, and overstretching.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Reuters. Exclusive.
White House sets deadline for purging TikTok from federal devices.
So the White House has ordered all US government agencies to remove TikTok from its work devices. And the word we're looking at is purging.
Now, purging is a verb, and in this case, it means to remove something or someone from something else, particularly because it might be harmful. Now, here in the headline, it's saying that TikTok is seen as a risk, so it's seen as something that could be harmful.
Yeah, and the word purge and purging is used in a number of contexts, but what they all have in common is this idea of removing harm or what is seen by some as harmful. So the police might purge crime. They want to get crime out of a city. Or a company might want to purge waste. That means stop wasting things so they can make more money.
That's right. Now, purge can also be used to talk about removing people, particularly from an organisation if the leaders don't agree with them. Now, imagine there's a new government and the previous leader's supporters are purged or removed from the organisation.
Yeah, and the word purge there is negative. You know when somebody uses the word purge that they don't agree with what's happening. Let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from NPR. Citing security concerns, Canada bans TikTok on government devices.
So this story is from Canada, but it's similar to the one from the US. The Canadian government has decided to ban TikTok from its government devices. The word we're looking at is citing.
Yeah, now citing is a verb and it means giving a reason for doing something. Now, the Canadian government have said that security concerns are the reason for banning TikTok from these work devices. Now, this is a little bit formal, isn't it? But that's why it's used more in written English than spoken English.
Yes, and you will see this word a lot in academic writing. So, for example, when you're writing a university essay, you have to cite other academics and research to construct your argument and make it stronger.
Yeah, and there's a noun for this, which is a citation.
Yeah, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from Al Arabiya. China says US overstretching concept of national security on TikTok ban.
So the Chinese Foreign Ministry has criticized this decision by the US. The word we're looking at is overstretch. And the second part of that word is stretch, which means to pull something.
It does, yeah. If you stretch, say, your clothes, for example, you pull them, and if you overstretch them, then you pull them so far that they become too big or they rip and get a hole in them.
Yes, so that's the literal meaning. Here we are talking figuratively, but it contains that same idea of trying to get too much from something and it becomes damaged because of that. So for example, if you try to work more than you can be overstretched and you are in a way damaged.
Yeah, that's right. So in relation to this story and this headline, China is saying that the US is overstretching or exaggerating the idea of national security being a problem, and that is damaging this Chinese company.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had purging, removing something considered harmful.
Citing, giving the reason for something.
And overstretching, getting something to do more than it can.
And to learn even more vocabulary like this, while still discussing the world of social media, click on this video now.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
US and UK launch new airstrikes on Houthi targets. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English.
I'm Beth.
And I'm Georgie. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And remember to subscribe to our channel to learn more English from the headlines. Now, today's story.
The US and UK have launched more airstrikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. The Houthis have been attacking ships they say are linked to Israel and the West as they travel through the Red Sea trade route. The UK and US said that they were trying to protect the free flow of commerce.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this story?
We have fresh, deal another blow, and send a clear message.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one's from the BBC. US and UK launch fresh strikes on Houthis in Yemen.
This headline tells us that the UK and US have launched strikes, which means they have started an attack on the Houthis. But this isn't their first attack on the Houthis, so we need to look at the word fresh. Now, Georgie, this word always makes me think of food, so why is it being used here?
Yes, it's true that fresh is usually used to describe food that is recently produced. So fresh fruit is fruit that has just been picked. Fresh bread has just come out of the oven. Here, though, fresh is another way of saying that the strikes on the Houthis are new.
Okay, so the US and UK have sent strikes before, but these ones are new, they are fresh. Can you give us some other examples of when we can use fresh with this meaning?
Yes, sure. So you could say that the lawyers brought fresh evidence to the court, which means that they brought new evidence that no one had seen before. If a company hires someone, they usually want someone with a fresh perspective, someone with new and innovative ideas.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that one more time. Let's have our next headline.
This one's from the Evening Standard. Fresh UK and US airstrikes on Houthi targets deal another blow to militants.
This headline gives us a quote from the UK's Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, who says that the strikes deal another blow to the Houthis. Now, deal a blow is the expression we're looking at. Georgie, can you break this down for us?
Yes, well, it's got two parts. We've got deal and blow. So deal in this sense is another way of saying give out or distribute. So imagine in a card game, we deal cards to the other players. Blow in this sense is another word for a big hit or a sudden impact.
Right, so deal a blow in this case sounds very literal because the US and UK have given, that's deal, the Houthis a big hit, and that is the blow because of these airstrikes. Now, I'm guessing that this has a metaphorical meaning as well.
That's right, and I think both are relevant here. So in a metaphorical sense, it can be used when something causes a significant problem or setback.
So in this story, the purpose of the strikes was to cause problems for the Houthis so that they would be weaker and less able to attack ships in the Red Sea. Can you give us another example?
Yep, so we can say that the pandemic dealt an enormous blow to the economy. It damaged it. Notice here how the past form of deal is dealt, which has a different pronunciation. So we're going from the sound E to the sound E.
Yes, we have deal and dealt. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This one's from The Guardian. Fresh US-UK airstrikes send clear message to Houthis, says Cameron.
Now this time we're hearing from the UK's Foreign Secretary, David Cameron, and we're looking at his phrase, send a clear message. Now, when I hear a clear message, It makes me think about something spoken or written that is really easy to understand, like a very clear email or something.
Yes, but in this story, the US and UK governments say they are sending a clear message to the Houthis with airstrikes. And the message here, according to Cameron, is that if the UK gives a warning, then it will do what it says.
Now, we hear this phrase a lot in a very literal sense. This morning I sent a clear message, a text message, to my mum. But can you give us an example of how it's used in this headline?
Yes, so imagine a company decides to remove all single-use plastic from its packaging. You might say that this sends a very clear message that it cares about the environment and sustainability.
Yes, that's right. Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had fresh, it's new.
Deal another blow, cause more harm.
And send a clear message. Communicate something with an action that is easy to understand.
Now, if you want to watch more episodes of News Review, click here.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another episode. Thank you for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
$8 billion. That's how many people live on Earth, according to the UN. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Shan. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear the story.
The world's population has officially reached 8 billion. The growth is partly due to developments in health, nutrition and medicine. It has taken just 11 years to go from 7 to 8 billion, but growth in several countries is actually slowing. Many are concerned the expanding population is destroying the planet.
You've been looking at the headlines, Shan. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have peak, poses and shape.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's take a look at our first headline.
This one is from The Telegraph. World population hits 8 billion as experts predict when it will peak.
The world's population has reached 8 billion. That's 8 followed by 9 zeros. And experts are predicting when the world population will peak. And peak is the word we're looking at. Is there a connection to mountains, Shan?
Well, yes, kind of. So if you picture a mountain, the top is the peak. So it means you can't go any higher. But we also use this word peak to talk about data and graphs. So if you look at this point here is the peak, and it means the top. So in the same way, the peak of a mountain is the top.
Yes, so that top of the mountain peak, and on the graph those are nouns, but it's also used as a verb to mean go as high as possible.
Exactly. So the headline writer is saying that the population is continuing to rise now, but at some point the population will reach the peak. So it can't go any higher, just like an actual mountain.
Yeah, and we use peak not just to talk about graphs and mountains, we can use it to talk about performance, for example, in sport.
Exactly. So it's often used to mean that a team or a person has reached their best level of performance. They can't get any better. They've peaked.
Yeah, and we can use this, for example, the World Cup is coming. It's really important for a football team not to peak too soon. So that means that they shouldn't be at their best level of performance until the actual competition, not before it.
Exactly. That's a useful phrase. Don't peak too soon. And we use it for other situations, not only sport. So if you're revising for exams and you start doing too much too early, you could say, don't peak too soon, or you'll forget everything on exam day.
Excellent advice. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This one is from CNN. Global population hits 8 billion as growth poses more challenges for the planet.
And so this population growth is causing problems for the planet. We're looking at the word poses, and I know this word pose, it means the way you stand. So a model, the way a model stands for a photo, or maybe an actor on the stage, that's a pose.
Or a painting, yeah, it's the way you stand in a particular position. Or yoga, you can have a yoga pose. But here, it's a verb, and poses means creates or causes something to happen.
Yeah, so the headline is saying that this population growth is causing problems, issues, challenges. It poses a problem.
Exactly. So we often use poses with questions. You can pose a question, but it's commonly used with negative nouns like threat or danger or problem. So should we think of some examples?
Yes, so if a driver has been drinking alcohol, it poses a danger to people in the road and in that car as well.
Yeah, or a political scandal can pose problems for the government.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that again. Time for our next headline.
This one's from The Conversation. As the 8 billionth person is born, here's how Africa will shape the future of the planet's population.
This headline is looking specifically at Africa and how it will shape the future. Now, it's the word shape we're looking at, Sian. Can you give me some example of shapes?
Okay, so shapes as a noun. We can have a triangle, a square, a circle. But if you want to make something into the shape you want,
you shape it. So that's a verb, shape as a verb, as it is in the headline. And the headline is talking about how Africa will shape or influence the future.
Yes, and we often use this verb shape in relation to beliefs or ideas or a person's character. So has anything or anyone in your life shaped you as a person, Neil?
I guess, yeah, I moved around a lot when I was a kid, and I think that shaped my personality because as an adult I've moved around a lot as well. Let's have a look at that one more time. We've had peak, can't get any higher or better.
Poses, causes or creates something that's usually negative.
Shape, influence.
Don't forget there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Які основні частини літака позначаються скороченням WEFT для легшого запам'ятовування? За якими параметрами розрізнити F-Fighter – винищувач та A-Bomber – бомбардувальник? Як відрізнити Attack Helicopters від Transport Helicopters? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Перший в Україні канал із мовної підготовки для українських військових. В одному з попередніх уроків ми говорили про розпізнавання наземної техніки. А цей урок присвятимо розпізнаванню авіаційної техніки. Я познайомлю вас із лексикою, яка знадобиться для опису різних типів літаків та літальних апаратів. Розберемо купу цікавих та потрібних слів, термінів та понять із сфери військової авіації. Тому приготуйтесь занотовувати та запам'ятовувати. У створенні цього уроку мені посприяли викладачі Центру іноземних мов Національного університету оборони України, а також волонтери проєкту «Армійська англійська». Подяка їм за це. Європейські, американські та азійські країни мають власні типи літаків. Проте не так важливо знати їхні назви, як розрізняти їхню функціональну роль. Існує 6 основних типів літаків, про які я вам уже розповідала в уроці під назвою Types of Aircraft. І нагадаю, що це винищувачі, fighters, бомбардувальники, bombers, транспортні літаки, Transport Aircraft, літаки, оснащені засобами раннього радіолокаційного попередження та контролю і засобами радіоелектронної боротьби. Airborne Early Warning and Control and Electronic Warfare Aircraft. Транспортні гелікоптери, Transport Helicopters, штурмові гелікоптери, Attack Helicopters. Поговоримо детальніше про характеристики літаків. Кожен літальний апарат має 4 основні компоненти, за якими можна визначити його роль. У запам'ятовуванні їх нам допоможе акронім WEFT – Wing – крило, Engine – двигун, Fuselage – фюзеляж та Tail – хвіст. Винищувачі fighters можуть використовуватися для перехоплення interception, ведення розвідки reconnaissance та штурму attack. Винищувач-перехоплювач an interceptor контролює повітряний простір controls airspace та стоїть на заваді доступу до нього ворожої авіації denies enemy aircraft access to the airspace. Розвідувальний літак a reconnaissance aircraft знаходить ціль візуально locates targets visually або за допомогою фото чи електронних сенсорів or by using photographic or electronic sensors. Штурмовик a ground attack aircraft здійснює атаки на наземні цілі conducts attacks against ground targets, включно з interdiction – блокування та ускладнення дій супротивника та завдання з безпосередньої авіаційної підтримки close air support missions. Серед характеристик винищувачів виділяють такі. Майже всі вони мають зброю, встановлену під або над крилами weapons mounted under or on top of the wings. Впуск двигуна або двигунів engine or engines intake розташовано збоку або під фюзеляжем on the side or under the fuselage of the aircraft. Most fighters are smaller, менші than other types of aircraft. Вони можуть мати one or two tails. Горизонтальний або ж хвостовий стабілізатор the horizontal stabilizer та руль висоти, чи як його називають стерно висоти або кермо висоти the elevator розташовані on the fuselage. Maximum crew зазвичай 2 pilots. Нещодавно у нас вийшов урок, присвячений характеристикам F-16. Щоб дізнатися більше корисної авіалексики, переходьте за посиланням та вивчайте. Бомбардувальники bombers зазвичай більші за розміром та повільніші bigger and slower than fighters. Їх розроблено, щоб атакувати наземні цілі на великих та малих висотах to attack ground targets from high or low altitude. І вони можуть нести ядерні або звичайні боєприпаси to deliver nuclear and conventional munitions. All bombers мають weapons mounted under the wings або в бомбовому відсіку. Його ще називають збройним відсіком – a bomb bay. Усі сучасні літаки-бомбардувальники мають реактивні двигуни – jet engines та є багатодвигунними – multi-engined. Переважно стратегічні бомбардувальники мають довші крила – longer wings, якщо порівняти їх з іншими літаками, та довгі хвости – long tails. Кабіна в цього типу літаків більша. A cabin area is larger. А the fuselage is longer and thinner. Довший та тонший than on other types of aircraft. До речі, щоб порівнювати різні типи літаків англійською, вам неодмінно знадобиться знання такої граматичної теми, як degrees of comparison – ступені порівняння прикметників. Якщо ви плаваєте в граматиці, передивіться цей урок, де я коротко та зрозуміло пояснюю цю тему, щоб ви могли вільно висловлювати свої думки та вживати прикметники в різних ступенях порівняння. Транспортні літаки, transport aircraft, використовуються для перевезення матеріал, озброєння військової техніки, військового майна, матеріальних засобів, vehicles or personnel. На відміну від інших типів авіації, вони можуть літати з імпровізованих літовищ, can operate from makeshift airfields. Ось їхні характеристики. Високо розміщені крила, high mounted wings. Двигуни розташовано на крилах або ж під ними. Engines are situated on or under the wings. Ці літаки є зазвичай багатодвигунними, multi-engined, і мають реактивні двигуни, jet engines, або турбогвинтові двигуни, turboprop engines. Крім того, вони мають широкий фюзеляж – a wide fuselage. Задня вантажна рампа – rear cargo ramp – служить для полегшення завантаження та розвантаження персоналу чи матеріалів – to facilitate loading and unloading. Хвостова частина – широка та висока – large high tail section. Авіаційна система раннього попередження та управління – AWACS Aircraft. AWACS – це абревіатура від Airborne Early Warning and Control System, що дослівно перекладається як «система попередження та контролю у повітрі». В українській мові використовується абревіатура DRLS, скорочено від системи дальнього радіолокаційного стеження. AWACS має поворотну антенну a rotating radar dish чи дорсальний оптічник a dorsal pod. Базується на літаках цивільних моделей based on civilian pattern airframes. Літаки радіоелектронної боротьби – Electronic Warfare Aircraft. Літаки радіоелектронної боротьби, інакше кажучи, РЕБи, чи, як їх називають, літаки радіоелектронної протидії або радіоелектронного придушення, Electronic Countermeasure, ECM, часто схожі на штурмові. Їхня задача – глушити комунікацію ворога та його радари повітряної оборони – to jam enemy communications and air defense radars. Реби зазвичай мають подвісний контейнер з електронікою – an electronics pod та сенсори – sensors на хвості або під крилами. Транспортні гелікоптери – Transport Helicopters – Move Equipment and Troops та мають такі характеристики. Вони можуть не мати озброєння – may be unarmed або бути оснащені лише кулеметами – have only machine guns. Зазвичай вони мають a wide fuselage, щоб умістити війська чи устаткування – to accommodate troops and equipment. Деякі мають два ротори або ж гвинти – rotors. Вони оснащені задньою рампою або боковими дверцятами. Equipped with a rear ramp or a side door. Перший та другий пілоти сидять пліч-опліч. A pilot and a co-pilot sit side by side. штурмові гелікоптери attack helicopters беруть участь у патрулюванні conduct patrol, супроводженні escort, контрударах чи контрнаступах counter-attack, а також у глибоких рейдах deep raid operations. Вони мають такі характеристики: long, thin fuselage, підвісні контейнери зі зброєю weapon pods, розташовані обабіч фюзеляжу або на невеличких крильцях, що звуться winglets. Вони мають гармати або кулемети cannons or machine guns, які розташовуються на передній нижній частині гелікоптера. Цю частину в англійській мові називають a nose – передня частина з кабіною, або a chin – передня нижня частина під кабіною. І часто в поворотній пусковій установці in a turret. Стрілець – a gunner та пілот – a pilot зазвичай сидять тандемом, а seated in tandem. Отже, друзі, в цьому уроці ми з вами розібрали достатньо спеціалізованої лексики, пов'язаної з авіацією, але не розкрили тему UAVs – Unmanned Aerial Vehicles – безпілотних літальних апаратів. Детальніше про UAVs, а простіше про дрони. Я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, планую поговорити з вами в наступних уроках на каналі Армійська англійська. А щоб це стало можливим, і ми з командою могли й далі працювати над цим курсом, створювати доступний освітній контент з англійської мови для українських військових, ви можете нас підтримати своєю вподобайкою, підпискою, коментарем, рекомендацією або ж гривнею, звісно, якщо у вас є така можливість і бажання. Інформація про всі наші реквізити, а також посилання на всі уроки, які я згадувала сьогодні, в описі до цього відео. Що таке a military assault course або an obstacle course? Як назвати in English різні типи перешкод? Як буде сітка, колючий дріт, мотузка, рукохід та інші складові смуги перешкод? Які дієслова потрібні, щоб розповісти про вправи та завдання, які проходять солдати? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. І в цьому уроці ми будемо розбирати смугу перешкод, obstacle course або assault course, і те, як говорити про перешкоди англійською мовою. An obstacle course – смуга перешкод, також її називають military assault course. Вона складається з challenging physical obstacles. Obstacle courses can include – можуть включати running, climbing, jumping, crawling, swimming and balancing elements. With the aim of testing or developing – з метою протестувати або розвинути physical fitness – фізичну форму, strength – силу, stamina – витривалість, mobility – мобільність, рухливість, technique – різні техніки подолання перешкод, teamwork – навички командної роботи, mental ability – ментальні здібності. Важливо пам'ятати дієслова, які вживаються з тими чи іншими типами перешкод. Зі словом obstacle можна вживати дієслова to cross, to navigate, to overcome. Подивимось на інші дієслова для різних типів перешкод. To crawl under nets – повзти під сітками. To climb up nets – забиратися на сітки. To climb up walls – лізти на стіни. Або to climb over walls – перелазити через стіни. To crawl through tunnels – проповзати крізь тунелі. Далі в моїх поясненнях буде ще багато дієслів, Тому, будь ласка, звертайте увагу на те, як вони використовуються та, як завжди, занотовуйте та запам'ятовуйте. Ці дієслова знадобляться вам для опису ваших дій не тільки на смузі перешкод, а й в іншій роботі. І перш ніж я перейду до пояснень, перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, чи отримуєте ви повідомлення про всі наші оновлення. Якщо ні, терміново тисніть підписатися, ставте ваш дзвіночок та вподобайку, а також не забувайте, що в нас є також Інстаграм та Телеграм, де багато корисних матеріалів з військової англійської. Специфічні вправи та перешкоди, які included in an assault course, можуть відрізнятися, can vary, залежно від тренувальних цілей, depending on the training objectives, and the branch of the military. Однак є загальні універсальні вправи та перешкоди, які найчастіше трапляються у смугах перешкод. Crawling obstacles – перешкоди, де треба повзти, to crawl, включають вправи на low crawl, де треба crawl на животі або на спині, under obstacles, often through mud, часто через багнюку, або under barbed wire, під колючим дротом. А вправи на high crawl схожі на low crawl, but soldiers crawl on their hands and knees, повзуть на руках та колінах. Wall climbing – лазіння по стінах. Vertical walls – різноманітні типи стін різної висоти, через які треба перебиратися солдатам. To climb over – індивідуально чи в групі. Щоб перебиратися, солдати use various techniques, застосовують різні техніки. Rope-assisted climbs – мотузки використовуються, щоб допомогти солдатам to scale walls or vertical obstacles. To scale – це вилазити наверх. Переходимо до перешкод, що тестують balance and coordination. Balance beams – колоди. Soldiers walk across narrow beams without falling. Log bridges – перешкоди, де солдати проходять дистанцію, використовуючи колоди як мостики. Water obstacles – водяні перешкоди. Swimming or wading through water bodies – це плавання або перехід в брід водоймищ. Rope swings over water – гойдання на мотузці над водою. Underwater obstacles – підводні перешкоди, які є submerged – занурені під воду. Rope challenges – завдання з мотузкою. Rope climbs – підйом та rope descent – спуск. Солдати rappel down a rope – спускаються по мотузці from an elevated platform – з високої платформи. Tire drills – проходження через смугу із шин або стрибки із шини на шину. Cargo net climbs – лазіння по сітці up and over cargo nets. Tunnel crawls – переповзання крізь тунелі або труби. Crawling through narrow tunnels or pipes. Barbed wire crawls – переповзання under barbed wire. Often through muddy terrain – по багнюці. Trenches and ditches – солдати crawl through trenches or ditches через траншеї та рови. Monkey bars – рукоходи, перекладини. Soldiers swing across horizontal bars. Hurdles – перестрибування, jumping over barriers or hurdles of different heights. Бар'єри та перешкоди різної висоти. Ladder climbs – climbing up and down ladders. Перешкода, на якій солдати мають балансувати на мотузці горизонтально, щоб перетнути яму або воду, називають Tyrolean Traverse. Confidence jumps, де солдати jump from platforms у воду, на мат або на іншу поверхню. Cargo net crawls – переповзання під сітками, crawling under cargo nets, які підвішені, suspended above the ground. Team challenges, де солдати need to work together to overcome obstacles. Інші фізичні задачі, physical challenges, push-ups, sit-ups, burpees можуть бути incorporated between obstacles. Чула від студентів військових, які проходять наш курс, що перешкоди на смузі мовної підготовки бувають складнішими за перешкоди на реальній смузі. Але я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і команда нашого освітнього соціального проєкту «Армійська англійська» робимо все можливе, щоб спростити вам задачу і забезпечити вас базою для вивчення англійської мови. Щотижня ми випускаємо нові уроки, які вам не слід пропускати. Якщо ви щось уже пропустили, заходьте в розділ відео і дивіться. Там багато цікавих і корисних відео саме з військової англійської. Успішного вам подолання всіх навчальних перешкод. І до зустрічі в наступному уроці. Як назвати англійською будівлі та локації військової бази або табору? Як буде in English плац, стрільбище, смуга перешкод, склад, збройниця та інші місця? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. І цей урок буде присвячено тематичній лексиці для опису військової бази або табору. Навчимося називати англійською всі важливі будівлі та локації. Слова та терміни, які ми сьогодні розглянемо, служать для опису місць на військових базах США та інших країн. Але в нашій українській реальності не завжди база є дійсно базою. Це може бути щось інше, самі знаєте, що адаптоване під військові потреби. У такому випадку маємо окремі зони або приміщення, виділені під ту чи іншу задачу або цільове призначення, для опису яких вам і знадобиться сьогоднішній матеріал. Barracks – казарми. Provide accommodation to military personnel. Married quarters – житло або помешкання для сімей військовослужбовців. Headquarters – це штаб. Administrative facilities – адміністративні приміщення. Shelter – укриття. Parade square або drill square – це плац. An open-level area for military drills, formations and ceremonial activities. Communications center або comms center – це центр зв'язку. Cookhouse – кухня. Canteen – польова кухня або військова їдальня. Sergeant's Mess, NCO's Mess, Officer's Mess, Junior Ranks Mess – приміщення для приймання їжі та дозвілля сержантів, офіцерів та молодших некомісованих офіцерів відповідно. Зони та приміщення для тренувань та навчань – це Training Facilities. Obstacle course – смуга перешкод, designed to test and develop physical fitness, agility, strength and mental resilience. Детальніше про перешкоди ми будемо говорити в одному із наступних відео. Built-up area – імітація забудованого району для тренувань. Battle simulation area – імітаційне поле бою, to practice and refine combat skills, tactics and strategies. Live firing range або shooting range – стрільбище, полігон для стрільби. Training ranges – тренувальні полігони for tanks and other tracked and wheeled vehicles. Artillery ranges – полігони для навчань артилеристів. І за хвилину я розповім вам, як називати локації для МТЗ та транспорту. А поки нагадаю, що в нашого проєкта InfoYourArmy є Instagram та Telegram, де ми публікуємо більше корисних матеріалів з Military English. Приєднуйтесь! Motor pool – це автопарк. Vehicle repair, maintenance and storage facilities – це сервісні приміщення для ремонту, обслуговування та зберігання транспортних засобів. В американській армії ці приміщення також часто називають motor pool. POL – це Petroleum, Oils and Lubricants – сховища нафти, паливних речовин і змащувальних матеріалів. Ammunition Storage Facilities – Armory, Ammunition Depot, a military storage facility for live ammunition and explosives – сховище боєприпасів, зброярня. Airfield – авіаційний майданчик. Heliport – вертолітний майданчик, an area or facility designed and equipped for the takeoff, landing and parking of helicopters. Military runway or flight line – військова злітно-посадкова смуга. Railhead or depot – депо для того, щоб load and unload trains and warehouses. Hangars – ангари. Tank sheds – сховища для танків. Recreational area – зона відпочинку for community entertainment, relaxation, social activity and other leisure needs. Також ви можете зустріти термін MWR – Morale, Welfare and Recreation. Наприклад, MWR Tent. Infirmary – лазарет. Звісно, використовують також слова hospital, medical center, а на кораблі медпункт – це sick bay. Chapel – капличка. Post Exchange або PX – воєнторг – магазин з товарами для військових, розташований на базі. Warehouse – склад, складське приміщення, сховище. На передовій, on the front lines, використовується термін supply depot – склад, де military members store battlefield equipment and supplies temporarily – тимчасово, так, щоб equipment and supplies можна було швидко забрати і роздати. Correctional facilities – виправні установи. A military prison – гауптвахта. Stockade – забор, загородження. A strong wooden fence built around an area to defend it against attack. Fortification – фортифікація, захисна споруда. Fire department – пожежна частина. Guard shacks or guard houses – вартові будки. Observation post або OP – пункт спостереження. OP can be fixed – постійний, or temporary – тимчасовий. Отже, тепер з цією лексикою ви можете скласти повідомлення про вашу базу, використовуючи, наприклад, конструкцію there is, there are, яку ми нещодавно розглядали, або час present simple, що також вам уже знайомий з уроків на нашому каналі. Це важливо, бо стандарт з мовної підготовки вимагає, щоб ви вміли давати опис місця, в якому служите, описувати призначення приміщень, давати вказівки з пересування, комунікувати з колегами на навчаннях за кордоном. Тому, якщо ви щось пропустили, перегляньте це відео ще раз, або навіть зберігайте його на вашому телефоні, щоб мати можливість подивитися пізніше. А також порекомендуйте підписатися на наші уроки тим, хто вивчає військову англійську. Допомагайте нам поширювати цей курс. Залишайте коментарі та вподобайки, якщо було корисно. А якщо ви хочете підтримати наш проєкт або долучитися волонтером, інформація є в описі до відео. Подяка всім, хто вже з нами і допомагає в створенні уроків для українських військових. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська. Побачимося дуже скоро у наступному відео. Вітаю! Це Ink for Your Army, проєкт з військової англійської. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. І сьогодні ми говоримо про Basic Training – основний курс підготовки для новобранців в Збройних силах Сполучених Штатів. Military Recruit Training або Basic Training – курс молодого бійця. Це посвята новобранців у військове життя. Такий собі Initiation into the Army. Також часто вживають термін Bootcamp – тренувальний табір, де recruits – новобранці learn the basics of military life. Bootcamp готує молодих людей до майбутньої служби фізично, physically, ментально, mentally та емоційно, emotionally. І в США ця підготовка триває в середньому 10 тижнів, 10 weeks. Зверніть увагу на слово recruit. Воно вимовляється з наголосом на другий склад. Recruit – це новобранець. Basic Combat Training, BCT – це основний курс бойової підготовки. Такі курси проходять в Basic Training Units – тренувальних таборах. Fort Jackson in South Carolina, Fort Sill in Oklahoma, Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri, Fort Benning in Georgia. Головний тренувальний табір в США – це Fort Jackson. Хто навчає новобранців? Instructors in Basic Combat Training – це Non-Commissioned Officers, NCOs, а також Drill Sergeant. Обов'язковий атрибут форми Drill Sergeant – Smoky Bear Hat. Drill Sergeants відповідають за всю підготовку рекрутів, планування програм та дисципліну. Як проходить день новобранця в тренувальному таборі? Протягом всього курсу новобранці живуть в казармах – barracks. Їх день починається з first call – підйому і закінчується відбоєм – lights out. Протягом дня рекрути мають прийоми їжі – breakfast, lunch, dinner, а також personal time та Drill Sergeant Time – час, коли Drill Sergeant спілкується з рекрутами на теми, які, на його думку, варті уваги. День новобранців розписаний по хвилинах. І хочу нагадати вам, що в попередніх відео ми розбирали, як вказувати час англійською. В тому числі, як вказувати час за 24-hour clock, тобто military time. Якщо ви раптом пропустили цю важливу тему, передивіться урок. А також не забудьте підписатися на наш канал, поставити вподобайку, а також залишити будь-який коментар до цього відео. Ваша активність дійсно допомагає нам поширювати наші навчальні уроки. В тренувальних таборах мають місце щоденні перевірки – daily inspections, uniform inspection, weapon inspection, barracks inspection, equipment inspection. Чому навчаються новобранці на Basic Combat Training і які тренінги вони проходять? Drill або food drill – строєва підготовка, строєве навчання. Marching information – пересування в строю. Map reading and compass use – топографія та орієнтування на місцевості. First aid training – навчання з надання першої допомоги. Field training exercise або FTX – польові навчання та польові виходи. Tactical field maneuvers – тактичні польові маневри. Foot marches – марш-кидки на 5, 10 або більше кілометрів. Shooting practice – тренування зі стрільби. Basic rifle marksmanship – початковий курс стрільби з гвинтівки. Weapons training – вогнева підготовка. NBC training, де NBC – це Nuclear, Biological and Chemical Warfare. Це тренінг захисту від ядерної, хімічної та бактеріологічної зброї. Communications training – тренінг зі зв'язку. Найбільший челендж – це смуга перешкод, obstacle course, яку ще називають assault course або confidence course. За період базової підготовки новобранці засвоюють military organization, military values and ethos – військову організацію, цінності та дух. Коли Basic Training закінчується, рекрути мають випускний – a graduation ceremony або graduation parade. Після цього солдати готові до наступних етапів підготовки – Advanced Individual Training, AIT та Trade Training, де вони будуть навчатися вже конкретній військовій спеціальності. А ми з вами продовжимо навчання з військової англійської вже в наступному відео на цьому каналі. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це Ink4U – освітній проєкт для українських військових. Побачимося! Як звучать стройові команди англійською? Як буде струнко, слухай мою команду, шикуйсь і що таке preface? Чим команда fall out, розійтись, відрізняється від команди dismissed, розійтись? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Перший канал на українському ютубі, присвячений спеціалізованій військовій англійській. І в цьому відеоуроці ми поговоримо про drill commands – стройові команди англійською. Невід'ємна складова військового життя – це стройова підготовка – drill. А невід'ємна складова строєвої підготовки – це commands – команди. Drill commands – це усні накази – oral orders, що даються командиром – given by a commander or a leader, зазвичай in two parts – двома частинами. Майте на увазі, що перед першою командою, яка подається, має стояти назва групи або підрозділу, якому ця команда подається. Потім 3-секундний проміжок часу, щоб група підготувалась для виконання команди, і після сама команда.
Platoon. Attention. Company. Attention. Battalion. Attention.
Оце звертання до підрозділу platoon, company, battalion називається preface або prep. І служить для того, щоб не застати підрозділ зненацька, а привернути їхню увагу до команди і підготувати до виконання. Деякі командири дають preface не тільки перед першою, а перед кожною командою. Тобто це індивідуально. Перша команда, яка служить для підготовки військовослужбовців до отримання основної команди, це зазвичай команда струнко.
Attention.
І зараз ми з вами прослухаємо, як звучать строєві команди англійською. У підготовці цих прикладів мені допомогли військові, носій англійської мови з Канади та нейтів спікер української мови.
At my command.
Слухай мою команду.
At your command.
За вашою командою.
Take charge of your unit.
Підрозділ у вашому розпорядженні.
Attention. Stand ho.
Струнко.
As you were.
Відставити.
Fall in.
Вставай. Шикуйсь.
At ease.
Вільно.
Rest.
Заправитись.
Fall out.
Розійдись.
Dismissed.
Розійдись.
Різниця між fallout – розійтись та dismissed – розійтись, в тому, що команда fallout відміняє команду attention і віддається, коли військовослужбовці перебувають поряд з місцем проведення занять або заходів і можуть розійтись в межах цієї території. А dismissed означає, що військовослужбовці можуть залишити місце проведення занять або заходів і можуть бути вільними.
Dress right, dress.
Праворуч рівняйсь.
Dress left, dress.
Ліворуч рівняйсь.
Ready, front.
Струнко.
Eyes right.
Рівняння праворуч.
Eyes left.
Рівняння ліворуч.
Eyes front.
Рівняння досередини.
Right face.
Праворуч.
Left face.
Ліворуч.
About face.
Кругом.
Present arms.
Військове вітання віддати. Зброєю честь.
Order arms.
Строєву стійку прийняти. До ноги.
Count off.
За порядком номерів рахуйсь.
By twos number.
На перший, другий рахуйсь.
Right step march.
Крок праворуч кроком руш.
Left step march.
Крок ліворуч кроком руш.
Mark time march.
На місці кроком руш.
In place double time march.
На місці бігом руш.
Forward march.
Кроком руш.
Double time march.
Бігом руш.
До речі, фраза «double time» перекочувала з військової сфери в розмовну цивільну англійську, де також має значення «бігом вдвічі швидше». Давайте розглянемо команди, що подаються під час руху.
Root step march.
Похідним кроком руш.
Change step march.
Змінити ногу.
Half step march.
Півкроку. Коротший крок.
Right flank march.
Праворуч.
Left flank march.
Ліворуч.
Rear march.
Кругом руш.
Halt.
Відділення стій.
At ease march.
Вільно.
Переходимо до команд на виконання строєвих прийомів зі зброєю. Майже у всіх вживається слово arms – зброя. Нагадаю вам, що в англійській мові є ціла низка слів, що перекладаються як зброя. І в одному з попередніх уроків я пояснювала вам різницю у їх значенні та використанні. Це відео зараз одне з найпопулярніших на нашому каналі. Бачили його? Чудово! Напишіть про свої враження. Не бачили? Мерщій вивчати. Але спочатку дізнаємось, як звучать англійською команди на виконання строєвих прийомів зі зброєю.
Inspection arms.
Зброю догляду.
Port arms.
На груди.
Present arms.
Зброєю честь.
Order arms.
До ноги.
Right shoulder arms.
На праве плече.
Left shoulder arms.
На ліве плече.
Sling arms.
На ремінь.
Adjust slings.
Зброю припасувати.
Fix bayonets.
Багнети примкнути.
Дайте знати в коментарях, як вам такий формат подачі матеріалу. Ваші коментарі не тільки тішать мене, а й допомагають нам просувати цей освітній контент. А вже ж, це не всі стройові команди, а лише їх частина. Є ще, наприклад, color commands, що стосуються положення бойового прапора в строю, його винесення та віднесення, або історичні команди, які більше не використовуються в Збройних силах, але ви можете почути їх в фільмах або прочитати в книгах в оригіналі. Зверніть увагу також, що у різних країнах команди можуть відрізнятися. Наприклад, в Сполучених Штатах та країнах співдружності націй, Commonwealth, є деякі відмінності. Якщо вас зацікавить ця тема, ви можете самостійно знайти інформацію про це англійською і дізнатися більше. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і коли ви дивитесь це відео на каналі Армійська англійська, ми з командою, скоріш за все, вже працюємо над наступними уроками. Ми впевнені і віримо, що в найближчому майбутньому українські Збройні сили озброяться англійською та стануть ще сильнішими. Як in English буде тротуар, перехрестя, затор, пішохідний перехід? Як називати англійською різні типи дорожніх знаків? Що таке chevron в дорожній розмітці? Та що ще, окрім здатися та капітулювати, означає дієслово to surrender? Як описати маршрут англійською та дати вказівки, куди їхати? І як дістатися пункту призначення? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська. І сьогодні ми говоримо про driving – керування автівкою, а зокрема про traffic, road signs та routes – дорожній рух, знаки та маршрути. Транспорт рухається автомобільною дорогою – a motorway або a road, або ж швидкісною трасою – a highway, що має смуги, які в англійській мові називаються lanes. Відповідно, автівки рухаються по car lane, автобуси мають свою bus lane, а велосипедисти – bicycle or bike lane. Пішоходи – pedestrians ходять по pedestrian lane або ж a sidewalk. І перш ніж ми почнемо говорити про дорожні знаки та розмітку англійською, перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, а також залиште під цим відео коментар зі зворотнім зв'язком. Це допомагає нашому освітньому контенту поширюватися, і більше українських військових зможуть побачити це відео і покращити свою англійську. Дорожня розмітка – pavement markers. Вона надає інформацію about the direction of traffic щодо напрямку руху and where you may and may not travel, куди вам можна та не можна їхати. Pavement markings виконують наступні функції. Divide traffic lanes – розділяють дорожні смуги. Show turning lanes вказують на смуги для повороту. Mark pedestrian crossings позначають пішохідні переходи. Indicate obstacles помічають перешкоди. And inform you when it is not safe to pass. І інформують, де проїжджати небезпечно. Залежно від країни вони можуть розрізнятися, але зазвичай це white lines, yellow lines, edge lines – лінії краю дороги, arrows – вказівні стрілки, reversible lanes – реверсивні смуги. Роздільна смуга – це center line or separation line. Суцільна – пряма – solid line. Переривчаста пряма – broken line. Raised pavement markers – це попереджувальні елементи, що виступають над поверхнею дороги. Rumble strips – це смужки, які видають своєрідний гуркіт – rumble, та відчуваються водіями, якщо на них наїхати. Дорожня розмітка, яку називають chevron, скеровує рух транспорту в необхідну смугу або використовується для розділення транспортних потоків у протилежних напрямках. Тож шеврони є не лише у військових, а й на дорозі. Дорожні знаки – road signs. Залежно від країни, де ви керуєте транспортним засобом, поділ знаків на категорії різниця. Проте основними все ж залишаються попереджувальні – warning signs, регулювальні – regulatory signs та інформаційно-вказівні – guide signs або information signs. Серед попереджувальних знаків warning signs, що зустрічаються дорогою, найчастіше є попереду світлофор – traffic light, traffic lights, traffic signals або stop lights, перехрестя – crossroads або junction, затори – traffic queues, тоді як в розмовній мові ви частіше всього почуєте фразу traffic jams. Інші назви затору – це blockage, bottleneck, congestion, gridlock, logjam або roadblock. Пішохідний перехід – це pedestrian crossing, zebra crossing або zebra crossing. Залізничний переїзд зі шлагбаумом – це level crossing with a barrier. Вам також можуть трапитися назви railway level crossing, railway crossing, grade crossing або railroad crossing. Це здебільшого американський варіант. Road through railroad, crisscross, train crossing. Круговий рух – це roundabout або a rotary or traffic circle. Якщо ваш навігатор налаштовано на англійську, то ви почуєте at the roundabout, take the first, the second, the third exit. На кільці поверніть на першому, другому, третьому з'їзді. Двосторонній рух – це two-way traffic. Відповідно, односторонній рух – це one-way traffic. Відповідно, вулиця або дорога з двостороннім рухом – це two-way street або road, а з одностороннім – one-way street або road. До регулюючих знаків – regulatory signs, які дозволяють allow чи забороняють prohibit певні дії на дорозі, залежно від країни, де ви керуєте авто, можуть належати. В'їзд заборонено – no entry. Рух транспорту заборонено – no vehicles. Рух пішоходів заборонено – no pedestrians. Обгін заборонено – no overtaking. Поступись дорогою – yield or give way. Дієслово to yield має декілька значень, і тут воно вживається в значенні to surrender, що може перекладатися не тільки здаватися та капітулювати, а й поступатися, у цьому випадку дорогою. Знак stop – це stop sign. Поступись дорогою зустрічному транспорту – give way to oncoming vehicles. Попереду поворот, праворуч, ліворуч. Знак, який каже нам turn right, turn left. Поворот ліворуч, праворуч заборонений. No turn left sign або no turn right sign. Straight ahead sign – рух прямо. Цей знак каже нам go straight ahead або go straight on. Пригальмуйте – знак, який закликає скинути швидкість – це slow down. Інформаційно-вказівні знаки guide signs або інколи їх називають information signs. Вони вказують на destination – пункт призначення, distance – відстань, direction – напрямок руху, а також дають інформацію щодо дорожніх умов та сервісів на дорозі. Наприклад, автозаправна станція – gas station в американській англійській. Там ви можете придбати gasoline або petrol for your vehicle. А в британській англійській заправку називають petrol station. Також можна зустріти назву filling station. Існує безліч інших знаків, які просто неможливо згадати всі в одному уроці. Але ви можете самостійно знайти їх у мережі та подивитися, як вони називаються. Якщо вам раптом доведеться давати інструкції з пересування іноземцю, або їхати за інструкціями іноземця, або ж кермувати автівкою за кордоном. Перейдімо до наступного пункту – прокладання маршруту, бо одна з вимог стандарту з військової англійської – вміння описувати in English маршрут руху, давати вказівки щодо пересування автівкою. Ви маєте вміти давати бодай прості інструкції та вміти розповісти, як дістатися певного місця, а також зрозуміти інструкції, які вам можуть дати іноземці. У граматичному плані нам в цьому допоможе imperative mood – наказовий спосіб, про який ми говорили в одному з попередніх відео, а також prepositions of movement та prepositions of place – прийменники руху та прийменники місця, які ми розбирали в попередніх уроках. А от на лексику, на слова та фрази, з якими ці прийменники узгоджуються, прошу вас звернути увагу.
Go straight on.
Рухайтесь прямо.
Go straight ahead.
Рухайтесь прямо.
Continue driving.
Продовжуйте рух.
Turn right at the crossroads.
Поверніть праворуч на перехресті.
Turn left at the crossroads.
Поверніть ліворуч на перехресті.
At the roundabout, take the second exit.
На кільці поверніть на другий з'їзд.
Go along the street past the bank.
Їдьте вздовж вулиці повз банк.
Go until you reach the train station.
Їдьте, доки не дістанетесь з залізничного вокзалу.
Drive through the square.
Проїдьте через площу.
Go over the bridge.
Переїдьте міст.
The post office is at the corner of the street.
Пошта знаходиться на розі вулиці.
The city council will be on your left.
Міська рада буде ліворуч від вас.
The drugstore will be on your right.
Аптека буде справа від вас.
The hospital is just across the street.
Госпіталь на іншому боці вулиці.
The police department is just over there.
Поліцейська дільниця он там неподалік.
The warehouse is located next to the hangars.
Склад знаходиться біля ангарів.
The observation post is opposite the old building.
Пункт спостереження знаходиться напроти старої будівлі.
The headquarters is located between the two barracks.
Штаб знаходиться між двома казармами.
Stop at the gas station.
Зупинись на заправці.
Отже, друзі, ви отримали порцію лексики для опису дорожніх знаків, розмітки, основних вказівників на дорозі. А також, слідуючи нашим моделям, можете прокласти маршрут, описати дорогу, дати прості вказівки англійською мовою щодо того, як дістатись певного місця, в якому напрямку їхати, де куди звертати та де зупинятися. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, на якому ми з командою волонтерів не зупиняємося та продовжуємо, не збавляючи швидкості, рухатися в напрямку підвищення рівня володіння англійською мовою серед українських військовослужбовців. Зустрінемось у наступному відеоуроці. Вітаю, друзі! Це канал Армійська англійська, перший в Україні канал з мовної підготовки для українського війська. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Думаю, не варто розповідати вам, наскільки важливе стратегічне значення має electronic warfare, радіоелектронна боротьба у веденні сучасної війни. І наскільки важливе та необхідне володіння спеціалізованою англійською лексикою з цієї теми. Тому без довгого вступу починаємо. Налаштуйтесь на правильні частоти та хвилі вивчення. Термінів та акронімів буде достатньо. Отже, сьогодні ми розглянемо з вами основні терміни із теми Electronic Warfare або Electromagnetic Warfare. Заходи радіоелектронної боротьби передбачають the use of electromagnetic spectrum, EM spectrum, використання електромагнітного спектру. Крім того, під час вивчення цієї теми англійською та в оригінальних джерелах вам обов'язково трапиться термін electromagnetic environment – електромагнітне середовище. Три основні складові радіоелектронної боротьби. Electronic attack або electronic countermeasures – радіоелектронна протидія. Electronic protection – радіоелектронний захист, який також має назву electronic countermeasures. Electronic Warfare Support, Electronic Warfare Support Measures – електронні заходи підтримки. І перш ніж ми розглянемо кожну з цих складових окремо, я хочу подякувати всім вам, хто підписався на наш канал, залишає вподобайки та коментарі до наших уроків, поширює та рекомендує контент армійської англійської. А також дякую тим, хто вже підтримує наш проєкт фінансово на Монобанку і є нашими меценатами на платформі Buy Me a Coffee, чим сприяє мовній підготовці українських збройних сил та розвитку сфери військової англійської в Україні. Як бонус, наші постійні меценати мають доступ до конспектів наших уроків, схем та списків лексики, що полегшує та прискорює вивчення. Інформація про те, як долучитися, та посилання на всі наші платформи в описі до цього відео. Electronic Attack або Electronic Countermeasures – радіоелектронна протидія. Це deliberate activities – навмисні заходи with the purpose of degrading the effectiveness of military radars – для зниження ефективності військових радарів and deceiving radar, sonar, infrared, laser or other detection systems – або введення в оману систем радарів, гідроакустичних станцій, інфрачервоних, лазерних та інших систем виявлення. ECM may be used – можуть використовуватись як з метою наступу offensively, так і оборони defensively. Electromagnetic energy weapons – електромагнітна зброя, directed energy weapons – зброя спрямованої енергії, and anti-radiation weapons – протирадіаційна зброя використовується з метою наступу offensively, to attack personnel, facilities or equipment та має на меті has the intent of degrading – зниження, neutralizing – нейтралізації, or destroying – знищення enemy combat capability – бойових спроможностей сил та засобів ворога. ECM ефективно застосовується для захисту літальних засобів та військових кораблів від керованих ракет to protect aircraft and military ships from guided missiles. Offensive ECM often takes the form of jamming. Під час наступальних дій засоби радіоелектронної протидії використовують для створення радіоелектронних перешкод або для радіоелектронного придушення. Терміном jamming позначають створення активних радіоелектронних перешкод, придушення, радіоелектронну протидію. Jamming – це broadcasting a strong signal, передача сильного сигналу that overrides or obscures a target signal, що перекриває або придушує сигнал від цілі. Під час виконання оборонних заходів застосовують self-protecting or defensive electronic countermeasures – засоби радіоелектронної протидії для використання під час ведення оборонних дій. Така радіоелектронна протидія can be performed – може здійснюватись in the radio frequency field – у радіочастотному полі. Це можуть бути радіолокаційні або радіочастотні електронні засоби протидії radar or radio frequency electronic countermeasures або using of chaff – використання дипольного протирадарного відбивача. Також electronic countermeasures можуть здійснюватися in the electro-optical infrared field. Це directed infrared countermeasures – засоби спрямованої інфрачервоної протидії and flares – теплові пастки. Вони ефективно використовуються to protect platforms, such as aircraft and naval vessels, а також jamming of missile terminal homers – придушування систем самонаведення на кінцевій ділянці траєкторії керованих ракет. Пара корисних термінів, які варто запам'ятати. Homing – це самонаведення, система самонаведення. Terminal homing – система самонаведення на кінцевій ділянці траєкторії. Докладніше про особливості та засоби Electronic Countermeasures я планую розповісти в наступних відео армійської англійської, тому перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, а також напишіть ваш коментар. Ця проста дія допоможе просувати наш освітній контент для українських військових. Радіоелектронний захист – Electronic Protection або Electronic Protective Measure. Electronic Countermeasure – це заходи боротьби з радіорозвідкою та радіопротидією. Це сукупність заходів та дій військ, сил, a set of measures and actions taken by military forces з метою послаблення впливу ворожих засобів радіоелектронного ураження to mitigate the impact of enemy electronic warfare means на свої об'єкти on their electronic warfare assets з метою захисту проти електронних атак ворога to protect against an electronic enemy attack з метою захисту від ураження самонавідною зброєю to protect against attacks by self-guided weapons, захисту від ненавмисних сумісних радіоперешкод і від технічних засобів радіоелектронної розвідки противника. To protect against unintentional co-channel radio interference and against enemy reconnaissance technical means. Тобто це дії, вжиті для захисту особового складу, об'єктів та обладнання, техніки, озброєння, actions taken to protect personnel, objects and equipment від будь-яких наслідків дружнього або ворожого впливу електромагнітного спектра, from any consequences of friendly or hostile electromagnetic spectrum influence. Основна мета Electronic Protection is to reduce or eliminate the effect of electronic countermeasures – знизити або усунути вплив радіоелектронної протидії on electronic sensors on board vehicles, ships, and aircraft and weapons such as missiles. Flares are often used to distract infrared homing missiles. Ви вже знаєте, що таке flares and infrared homing missiles, а to distract – це відволікати. Інші типи радіоелектронного захисту – це технології розширення спектра, spread spectrum technologies, frequency hopping – швидка перебудова частоти, Restricted Frequency Lists – списки заборонених частот, перелік частот, які заборонено глушити власними засобами радіоелектронної боротьби. Emissions Control – контроль, моніторинг радіоелектронних засобів, джерел випромінювання. Low Observability Stealth Technology – технології зниження помітності та інші. Electronic Warfare Support – електронні заходи підтримки. Їх ще називають Electronic Warfare Support Measures. Цілями цих заходів є detection – знаходження, interception – перехоплення, identification – визначення, locating sources – визначення місця розташування джерел, of intended and unintended radiated electromagnetic energy – навмисних та ненавмисних випромінювань електромагнітної енергії. Ці заходи aim to enable мають на меті забезпечення immediate threat recognition – миттєвого визначення загроз, prioritization – пріоритизації, а також targeting of threats – визначення, оцінювання імовірного впливу засобу ураження. Electronic Warfare Support забезпечує ISR – Intelligence, Surveillance and Reconnaissance – розвідку, спостереження і рекогностування, та ISTAR – Intelligence, Surveillance, Target Acquisition and Reconnaissance – розвідку, спостереження, виявлення цілей та рекогностування. ES – електронні заходи підтримки тісно пов'язані із SIGINT – Signals Intelligence – радіоелектронною розвідкою. SIGINT включає аналіз та розпізнавання перехоплених передач радіосигналів від таких джерел, як radio communication, mobile phones, radar or microwave communication. SIGINT можна поділити на two categories – Electronic Intelligence, ELINT, радіотехнічна розвідка, and Communications Intelligence, COMINT, розвідка засобів або засобами зв'язку. Дані розвідки отримані за допомогою засобів зв'язку. Докладніше про розвідку я вже розповідала вам ось у цьому відео і пояснювала там ключову лексику, яка знадобиться для спілкування на цю тему. На нашому каналі є ще багато уроків з військової лексики і застосування граматики у військовому контексті, які варто передивитись. Тож залишайтесь на каналі, пишіть коментарі, вивчайте Military English. Це канал Армійська англійська. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. І я переконана, що українські сили безпеки та оборони мають володіти зброєю західного зразка та мовою західного зразка. Рухаємось разом до цієї цілі. Як розповісти англійською про свої посадові обов'язки? Чим розрізняються responsibilities, duties та obligations? Які дієслова та іменники використати для опису ієрархії керівників та підлеглих in English? Хто такі CO, OC та 2IC? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська. І сьогодні в нас максимально корисний, насичений потрібною лексикою урок. Тому що стандарт НАТО з мовної підготовки передбачає, що ви вмієте говорити та доповідати in English про ваші посадові обов'язки, обов'язки ваших колег, давати опис ієрархії підрозділу. Тому, незалежно від того, яке у вас звання чи посада, занотовуйте, запам'ятовуйте і використовуйте сьогоднішню лексику. Корисними іменниками для опису обов'язків можуть бути responsibilities, duties та obligations. Замість дієслова to be в цих фразах можна вживати дієслова involve або include. In the military intelligence unit, our responsibilities, duties, obligations involve gathering information. A commander's obligations include a wide range of tasks. Однак, інколи значення цих слів можуть дещо відрізнятися. Responsibilities може використовуватись для опису задач або дій, які регулярно виконують, обіймаючи певну посаду. Слово responsibilities передбачає певну відповідальність. The sergeant's responsibility is to lead and train the squad effectively. A private's responsibilities are to follow orders, undergo basic training and develop their military skills and knowledge. Слово duties позначає специфічні задачі або функції, які також виконуються регулярно. A soldier's duties are to patrol the designated areas and report any suspicious activities. Saper's duties involve breaching obstacles, such as minefields. Слово obligations використовують, коли необхідно підкреслити, що певна дія виконується відповідно до морального або юридичного обов'язку військового. One of your obligations as a soldier is to carry out your duties to standard and the best of your ability. Крім того, говорячи про відповідальність, ви можете застосовувати фрази to be responsible for, to be in charge of. Зверніть увагу на прийменники. An ordnance officer is responsible for weapons systems, vehicles and equipment. A supply officer is in charge of inspecting and storing supplies. Обіймаючи керівні посади, військові можуть використовувати такі дієслова для опису своїх керівних обов'язків. To manage – керувати, вживається для опису дій, пов'язаних з організацією процесів, координацією ресурсів, особового складу або різних видів діяльності задля досягнення поставлених цілей. The logistics officer manages the supply chain. NCOs manage the day-to-day operations. To direct – спрямовувати, to control – контролювати, to lead – очолювати, вести за собою. Зверніть увагу, lead – це неправильне дієслово, і його три форми – lead, led, led. A squad leader uses his authority to direct and control his soldiers. Officers lead, coach and train subordinates. Слово order може бути як іменником, так і дієсловом, і перекладатись, відповідно, як наказ або віддавати наказ. Іменник order означає офіційне розпорядження, яке окреслює, що можна і чого не можна робити. The soldiers received an order to start a counteroffensive. Почати контрнаступ. War criminals usually say that they only follow orders. Уповноважена особа віддає накази, gives orders. A senior rank gives orders to a junior rank. The commander gave an order to take defensive positions. Дієслово to order часто використовується для позначення окремої команди виконати певну дію або задачу. The general orders to advance on the enemy position. Наступати на позицію ворога. A lieutenant ordered his subordinates to open fire. Близьким за значенням до слова order є слово command. Команди віддають керівники, superiors, тим, хто нижче за рангом, low-ranking soldiers. І часто ці команди асоціюються з основним курсом бойової підготовки. Sergeants give drill commands to recruits. Some common drill commands include attention, at ease, march. Якщо необхідно підкреслити важливість та авторитетність вказівок, то command можна використати як дієслово. Варто згадати про ще одне значення слова command, яке використовується у військовій справі. Іменник перекладається як командування, а дієслово, відповідно, командувати або керувати певним підрозділом. A division is under the command of a major general. An experienced officer commands the reconnaissance platoon. Colonel takes command of U.S. Army garrison Fort Jackson. Takes command – приймає командування. Пізніше ми ще повернемося до слова command і розберемо ще одну важливу фразу з ним, а просто зараз перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, і поміркуйте, кому з ваших колег та знайомих може знадобитись і стати в пригоді ця інформація. Допомагайте нам поширювати цей освітній контент для українських військових, щоб наша українська армія якнайшвидше вийшла на найвищий рівень, не тільки за бойовими здобутками, а й за рівнем володіння англійською. Якщо вам подобаються наші уроки, ви можете підтримати наш проєкт не тільки поширеннями, вподобайками та коментарями. Реквізити нашого благодійного фонду, а також посилання на платформу Buy Me a Coffee в описі до цього відео. Накази в армії не тільки віддають, give, їх ще й обов'язково виконують, follow. Soldiers must follow orders promptly and efficiently during combat situations. It is important to follow orders so that the mission can be successful. Щоб сказати про виконання наказів англійською, можна використати дієслово to obey. Однак obey orders підкреслює ієрархію і визнання авторитету офіцера, тоді як follow orders використовується у більш загальному сенсі. Members of the military must obey lawful orders and regulations. CO, OC, 2IC. Ці абревіатури ми вже згадували у відео про те, як описати підрозділ. Подивіться його, якщо ви пропустили або забули. А я нагадаю вам, що ці абревіатури використовуються для позначення специфічних ролей і посад (specific roles and positions) у військовій ієрархії (chain of command) Збройних сил Британії та інших країн. CO означає commanding officer, командуючий полком, a regiment, або батальйоном, a battalion. Це старші офіцери, senior officers, які мають широкі повноваження, overall authority, та несуть відповідальність за діяльність підрозділу, are responsible for units operations, підготовку та добробут особового складу, training and welfare of the military personnel. Абревіатура OC розшифровується як Officer Commanding – командир меншого підрозділу, наприклад, a platoon – взводу, or a company – роти. 2IC або Second in Command використовується для позначення заступника командира будь-якого підрозділу. В його обов'язки входить his responsibilities include допомагати командирам, assist the CO or OC, а також виконувати їхні обов'язки в разі їх відсутності – take charge in their absence. Усім відомо, що армія – це організована і ієрархічна структура – an organized hierarchical structure, в якій відображається поділ військовослужбовців the division of military personnel на вищі та нижчі посади і ранги into those who rank above and those who rank below. Тут спостерігається суровий порядок підлеглості. There is a strict chain of command here. Chain of command може означати командну вертикаль, військову ієрархію або ж порядок підлеглості. У цій ієрархії кожен ранг є підзвітним своєму безпосередньому вищому керівництву. Is accountable to the one directly superior. Які ж слова використовуються для позначення керівників та підлеглих? Superior – це начальник або керівник. Означає військового, що має вищу посаду. The platoon leader reports directly to his superiors, the company commander and the battalion commander. Для позначення військового, який має нижчу посаду, в англійській мові використовується слово subordinate. The sergeant gives orders to his subordinates to complete their assigned tasks efficiently. А як же називати тих, хто перебуває на одній сходинці з вами у військовій ієрархії? Це peers – колеги або побратими, brothers in arms – брати по зброї, або comrades – товариші. During the intense battle, soldiers rely on their peers for support. The task of the OC is to create a group of comrades who can support each other during a mission. Brothers in arms fight side by side and develop a strong bond. Цей урок був наповнений матеріалом, і ця лексика точно знадобиться вам у комунікації англійською. Складайте свої приклади, опишіть chain of command у вашому підрозділі, запишіть кілька речень, використовуючи сьогоднішні слова та фрази. Нагадую вам, що англійська, як фізо, потребує регулярності і постійних тренувань. До речі, про тренування ми також скоро поговоримо. А поки я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька на каналі Армійська англійська, дякую всім, хто нам допомагає створювати цей освітній продукт, і всім, хто забезпечує нам захист і оборону. Як розповісти англійською про симптоми своєї хвороби та про те, як і де болить? Як медику зрозуміти, на які саме проблеми зі здоров'ям скаржиться іноземець? Яку лексику має знати кожен, щоб вміти говорити про хвороби, захворювання та їхні симптоми in English? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська. І ми часто отримуємо запити від медиків та військовослужбовців із проханням дати більше матеріалів на тему медицини та здоров'я. Ми вже розпочали медичний цикл відео. В одному з попередніх уроків я розповідала вам про назви частин тіла англійською. А в цьому уроці ми продовжимо розмову про здоров'я, а точніше про health problems and conditions і про те, як описувати їх in English. Приготуйтесь, буде багато слів, виразів та пояснень. Розпочнемо з базових слів нашої теми. pain та ache. Часто ці два слова вживають як синоніми, бо обидва перекладаються як біль. Але між ними є суттєва різниця. Ache – це несильний, зазвичай ниючий, тупий біль, який можна ігнорувати, наприклад, головний біль. А от pain – це вже сильний, гострий біль, який ігнорувати складно або неможливо, наприклад, біль від травми або поранення. Щоб сказати, що ви відчуваєте біль, можна використати фрази I have pain or ache або I feel pain, I feel ache. І додавайте частину тіла чи назву органа, наприклад, I feel pain in my arm, I have an ache in my stomach. Щоб вказати на місце болю, використовуйте в своєму реченні такі фрази. On the left side, on the right side. З лівого, з правого боку. In the back, in the front. Ззаду, спереду. Наприклад, in the front of my head. Спереду голови. Above, below. Вище, нижче. Наприклад, below my knee. Нижче коліна. On the outer side, on the inner side. З зовнішнього, з внутрішнього боку. Наприклад, on the inner side of my thigh – з внутрішньої сторони стегна. Також в англійській до слів pain чи ache часто одразу додають назву частини тіла, утворюючи іменник. Наприклад, a headache – головний біль, backache or back pain – біль у спині, earache – вушний біль, toothache – зубний біль, stomachache – біль у животі. Ache також може бути дієсловом. Наприклад, my back aches – в мене болить спина. Або my head aches – в мене болить голова. A pain також утворює прикметник painful – болючий, той, що болить. Наприклад, the wound is very painful – рана дуже болить. My hand is extremely painful after I cut it. У мене дуже болить рука після того, як я порізався. Ще один спосіб сказати, що щось болить – це використати дієслово to hurt, коли йдеться про травму, поранення, якесь ушкодження. Наприклад, my leg hurts – у мене болить нога. The burn on my shoulder hurts – у мене болить опік на плечі. My kidneys hurt – у мене болять нирки. Також під час розмови про біль вам знадобиться слово sore. Це прикметник, що має значення болючий, той, що завдає дискомфорту через травму, хворобу або напругу. Наприклад, I have sore eyes – у мене болять очі. My feet are sore after the 10 kilometers foot march. У мене болять ноги після 10-кілометрового марш-кидку. I cannot speak because I have a sore throat. Я не можу говорити, бо в мене болить горло. I've got a sore back. В мене болить спина. Щоб ще точніше описати характер болю, беріть прикметники. Біль може бути severe – сильний, mild – слабкий, sharp – ріжучий, dull – тупий, acute – гострий, stabbing – колючий, throbbing – пульсуючий, spasming – спазматичний, persistent – постійний, chronic – хронічний. Переходимо до назв хвороб та захворювань – illnesses, diseases або conditions та їх симптомів – symptoms. Друзі, зараз я даватиму вам тільки терміни та фрази, а приклади вживання їх у реченнях ми дамо наприкінці уроку. A stroke – інсульт. Sunstroke – сонячний удар. Heat stroke – тепловий удар. Зверніть увагу, що a stroke, дослівно удар, це countable noun, злічуваний іменник. Тому він вживається з артиклем «e». Водночас sunstroke та heatstroke – це uncountable nouns, тому артикля не треба. Щоб пригадати, що таке злічувані та незлічувані іменники та як вживати їх в англійських реченнях, передивіться це відео на нашому каналі. Dizziness – запаморочення. To be or to feel dizzy – відчувати запаморочення. To have blurry vision – мати затуманення зору. Часто ми кажемо «розпливається в очах». Delirium – марення. To be delirious – марити. A heart attack – інфаркт, серцевий напад. A heart arrhythmia – аритмія серця. To have high or low blood pressure – мати високий або низький тиск. Shortness of breath – задишка. Asthma – астма. Pneumonia – пневмонія. Bronchitis – бронхіт. An infection – інфекція. Наприклад, an eye infection – очна інфекція. Conjunctivitis – кон'юктивіт. A bladder infection – інфекція сечового міхура. Appendicitis – апендицит. A kidney stone – камінь у нирках. Indigestion – розлад шлунку. Від слів to digest – перетравлювати та digestion – травлення. Constipation – закреп. Diarrhea – діарея. Heartburn – печія. Poisoning – отруєння. Food poisoning – харчове отруєння. To get poisoned – отруїтися. Nausea – нудота. To feel nauseous – відчувати нудоту. To throw up – to vomit – блювати. І перш ніж ми перейдемо до наступної теми нашого уроку, хочу подякувати всім, хто вже підписався на наш канал, залишає вподобайки та коментарі до наших уроків, поширює та рекомендує контент армійської англійської, а також всім тим, хто вже підтримує наш проєкт фінансово і є нашими меценатами на платформі Buy Me a Coffee, чим сприяють мовній підготовці наших Збройних сил та розвитку сфери військової англійської в Україні. В описі до відео детальна інформація, як до нас долучитися. Респіраторні захворювання та їхні симптоми. Інфлюенза – коротка назва flu – грип. To catch, to get or to have the flu – підхопити грип. A cold або a common cold – застуда. To catch a cold – застудитися. A virus – вірус. To have a high temperature – мати високу температуру. Fever – гарячка, жар, лихоманка. A cough – кашель. To cough – кашляти. To sneeze – чхати. A sore throat – біль у горлі. A runny nose – нежить. A stuffy nose – закладений ніс. Більш медичний термін – a nasal sinus congestion. Перейдімо до лексики, що описує проблеми, пов'язані зі шкірою та м'язами. A rash – висип. Itchiness або an itch – свербіж. To itch – свербіти. Irritation – подразнення, наприклад, шкіри або очей. Inflammation – запалення. Swelling – набряк. To swell – набрякати. 3 форми дієслова to swell, swell, swollen. To be swollen – бути набряклим. Trench foot – траншейна стопа. Frostbite – обмороження. Tingling – поколювання, наприклад, from cold – від холоду. Numbness – оніміння, літера B не вимовляється. Numb – онімілий, наприклад, numb toes. A cramp – судома, спазм. Зверніть увагу, що часто це слово вживають у множині. Muscle cramps, stomach cramps, м'язові судоми, шлункові спазми. To have sore muscles – мати біль у м'язах. A blister – пухир. Друзі, думаю, ви звернули увагу, що в цьому уроці ми не розглядали детально травми та пошкодження, бойові поранення, кровотечі. Цей матеріал я планую пояснювати в майбутніх уроках. Тож перевірте, чи ви підписані на армійську англійську, поставте ваш дзвіночок, щоб не пропустити наступні відео. Basic phrases – основні фрази, які ви маєте знати як пацієнт, щоб поспілкуватися з медиком щодо ваших скарг англійською, та які ви маєте знати як медик, щоб зрозуміти вашого пацієнта-іноземця.
I need a doctor. I need a medic.
Мені потрібен лікар, медик.
I'm not feeling well.
Я погано себе почуваю.
My neck hurts.
У мене болить шия.
I have a toothache.
У мене болить зуб.
I feel a sharp pain in my chest.
Я відчуваю гострий біль у грудях.
I have a throbbing headache in my temples.
У мене пульсуючий біль у скронях.
I feel a dull ache on the right side of my abdomen.
Я відчуваю тупий біль у правому боці живота.
Something is wrong with my ear. Can you please check it?
Щось не так із моїм вухом. Можете, будь ласка, його оглянути?
I have blurry vision.
У мене розпливається в очах.
I feel dizzy after taking this medicine.
У мене запаморочення після цих ліків.
He's delirious.
Він марить.
My elbow is swollen.
Мій лікоть набряк.
My feet are numb from frostbite.
Мої стопи оніміли від обмороження.
I caught a cold. I have a sore throat and a runny nose.
Я застудився. У мене біль у горлі та нежить.
She's having a fever.
У неї лихоманка.
I feel nauseous. I think I got poisoned.
Мене нудить. Думаю, я отруївся.
He is suffering from stomach cramps.
У нього спазми живота.
This gas causes eye irritation.
Цей газ викликає подразнення очей.
This rash on my hand itches a lot.
Цей висип у мене на руці сильно свербить. Сподіваюсь, ці фрази і слова вам не знадобляться і ви будете здоровими. А також звертаю вашу увагу, що це був загальний огляд основної лексики, пов'язаної із частими захворюваннями та скаргами. Якщо ви маєте що додати до цього переліку, діліться, залишайте в коментарях слова, фрази з перекладами і короткі пояснення. Наші підписники читають коментарі і, можливо, саме ваш коментар стане для когось допоміжним та корисним і посприяє просуванню нашого освітнього контенту для військових. А я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, вже готую з командою наступний урок та чекаю нашої наступної зустрічі на каналі Армійська англійська. Які типи карт використовують військові та як розповісти про них англійською? Що таке MGRS і чому важливо запам'ятати цю абревіатуру? Як сказати англійською курс, довжина, широта, масштаб, орієнтир на місцевості та інші терміни з топографії, які військові використовують для планування та виконання операцій та завдань? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, де ми займаємося мовною підготовкою українських військових. І в цьому уроці ми розглядаємо основні топографічні терміни і корисну лексику з цієї теми. Нагадую, що більше інформації з військовою англійською в нашому інстаграмі та телеграмі. А якщо вам подобаються наші уроки, ви можете підтримати наш канал. Інформація знаходиться у описі до цього відео. Types of maps. Як називаються in English типи мап, які використовують військові в своїй роботі? Topographic map – це detailed map, яка надає a representation of the Earth's surface, включно з natural та human-made features, like mountains – гори, valleys – долини, forests – ліси, rivers – ріки, roads – дороги, and settlements – населені пункти. Topographic maps use contour lines – використовують контурні лінії to show changes in elevation and terrain, щоб показати зміни висоти над рівнем моря та місцевості. Ці мапи є необхідними crucial for strategic planning, movement and tactical decisions. Roadmap – дорожня мапа. Designed to assist with navigation – для допомоги з пересуванням. Ця мапа показує roads, highways, streets and transportation infrastructure. It often includes information about distances – відстані, routes – маршрути, intersections – перехрестя. Зверніть увагу на слово route. Воно перекладається як шлях, маршрут, курс та має два варіанти вимови. В британському варіанті це route, а в американському частіше вимовляють route. Tactical map використовується in military operations to plan and execute tactical maneuvers and strategies для планування та виконання тактичних маневрів та стратегій. It provides information on – дає інформацію про terrain – місцевість, enemy positions – позиції ворога, friendly forces – дружніх сил, objectives – цілей, routes and other tactical elements. Aeronautical chart – це спеціалізована мапа used in aviation to aid pilots in flight navigation, щоб допомагати пілотам у навігації. Nautical chart – used by mariners for marine navigation – для пересування морем. It displays – вона показує coastal features – прибережні особливості рельєфу, water depths – глибину, navigational aids – навігаційне обладнання та засоби, currents – потоки, and other information crucial for safe navigation at sea, naval and amphibious operations – для військово-морських та підводних операцій. До речі, серед наших уроків на цьому каналі є окремі відео про кораблі військово-морського флоту, а також про military aircraft – військову авіацію. Переходимо до іншої термінології, пов'язаної з топографією. Думаю, самі терміни не будуть для вас новими, а от їх переклад англійською варто знати. Крім того, я завжди оздоблюю свої пояснення іншою корисною лексикою, яка вам обов'язково знадобиться. Legend або key – це легенда мапи, умовні позначення. Scale – масштаб мапи, який є дуже важливим для distance measurement – вимірювання відстані. Compass rose – це symbol indicating the cardinal directions – north, south, east, west and sometimes intermediate directions – проміжні напрямки. Color code – кольорові позначки. Abbreviations, numeric codes and other symbols, як от contour lines, dot point symbols, line symbols, area symbols, icons використовуються для позначення areas, terrain features, cities, landmarks, орієнтирів на місцевості та інших features on the map. Крім того, існують military symbols, що represent military units, operations, equipment, communication infrastructure or signal stations. Waypoints – це specific points marked on a map, спеціальні точки, відмічені на мапі to guide a route, щоб позначити курс або маршрут. Grid Coordinate System – система координатної сітки. Сітка – це не тільки нет, як ми з вами говорили в відео про смугу перешкод, а й grid. Це a system of squares or rectangles – система з квадратів або прямокутників, placed over a map, що розташована поверх мапи. To facilitate precise location identification – для полегшення точної ідентифікації місцезнаходження using coordinates – за допомогою координат. Grid coordinates – це координати сітки. Latitude – широта. Це measurement – вимірювання, defining a location's distance north or south of the equator, що визначає відстань локації на північ або південь від екватора. Typically expressed in degrees – виражене в градусах. Longitude – це довгота. Measurement defining a location's distance east or west of the prime meridian – на схід або захід від Гринвіцького меридіану. Usually expressed in degrees. Military Grid Reference System – MGRS. Запам'ятайте цю абревіатуру. MGRS – це військова референційна система, стандарт геокоординат, який використовується військовими НАТО. Це a specific grid coordinate system which combines letters and numbers to represent locations precisely on the Earth's surface. Комбінує літери та цифри для точного визначення локації на поверхні Землі. The process of interpreting grid coordinates on a map – процес інтерпретації координатної сітки на мапі to determine a specific location's position – для визначення конкретного місця називається coordinate reading. Прокладання курсу або маршруту можна описати терміном navigation. Крім того, вам може зустрітися слово bearing – це азимут, пелинг або ж курс, напрямок. А терміном orientation описують узгодження мапи aligning the map with the real world to accurately interpret direction and location, щоб точно інтерпретувати напрямок та розташування. І про військову навігацію, орієнтацію, типи місцевості англійською ми поговоримо в наступних уроках. Залишайте коментар під цим відео. Напишіть, яка лексика була новою та корисною для вас сьогодні. Та перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, чи поставили дзвіночок, щоб вчасно отримувати всі оновлення та сповіщення про наступні відеоуроки. Крім того, у нашого проєкту є Instagram та Telegram, де ще більше корисного контенту для мовної підготовки українських військових. Долучайтесь, вивчайте та поширюйте. А я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і ми дуже скоро зустрінемось з вами на тій же широті та довготі, тут, на каналі Армійська англійська. Що таке enlistment та conscription? Чим to deploy відрізняється від to assign? Як розповісти про військовий досвід англійською? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це Армійська англійська, канал, де ми вивчаємо Military English. І в цьому відео ми з вами розглянемо корисну лексику, яка дасть вам змогу розповісти про ваш військовий досвід, про вашу біографію і про факти з вашої військової кар'єри. Сьогоднішня тема важлива, по-перше, тому що стандарт НАТО з мовної підготовки вимагає від військового вміння розповідати про свою біографію, спілкуватися з колегами, брати участь у дискусіях, брифінгах, дебрифінгах, проходити інтерв'ю і описувати події минулого. По-друге, не секрет, що іноземні збройні сили дуже зацікавлені в тому, щоб дізнатися більше про досвід наших українських захисників. І вже стоять в черзі, щоб повчитися у вас. І вже дуже скоро ви зможете спілкуватися з ними англійською і розповідати про ваш військовий шлях, якщо будете уважно дивитися мої уроки і виконувати практичні завдання. Основа будь-якої історії, будь-то біографія, дебрифінг або байка, яку ви розповідаєте побратимам, Це дієслова, дії, опис саме того, що ви робили. У попередньому відео я розповідала вам про час past simple для опису фактів та подій, що завершилися в минулому. І якщо ви уважно його дивилися, то пам'ятаєте, що дієслова діляться на правильні та неправильні. І сьогодні ми зустрінемо і ті. А також ми зустрінемо уже знайоме вам із попередніх уроків дієслово to be – бути, але в минулому часі. In the past воно має дві форми – was та were. Був, була, було, були. Форма залежить від особи та від того, однина чи множина. В однині з I, he, she, it використовуємо was. З you в однині та в множині we та they вживаємо were. Усі правила утворення стверджень, заперечень та питань з was, were такі ж самі, як і для to be в теперішньому часі. Якщо ви пропустили або підзабули відеоурок про дієслово to be і розповідь про себе в теперішньому часі, подивіться його. Окрім того, сьогодні ми зустрінемо речення в пасивному стані. Тобто, коли не ви активно щось робили, а з вами щось робили. Наприклад, народили, доправили, перевели, відзначили. І англійською ми будемо казати «я був народжений», «я був доправлений», «мене було переведено» і так далі. Тут нам потрібна вже третя форма дієслова. Починаємо розповідь про свій досвід із загальних фактів. I was born in. Я був народжений. Та після in ви ставите рік або місто. З роками використовуємо прийменник in. І щоб тут і далі правильно називати дати, зверніться до уроку про numbers, де я пояснюю, як це робити англійською. Щоб розповісти про свою освіту, можете сказати I graduated from і вказати навчальний заклад або університет. Я закінчив, випустився з. I joined the armed forces in. Я вступив до Збройних сил у такому-то році. Наприклад, I joined the armed forces as a military volunteer in 2014. I was mobilized in 2018. To enlist – це приходити на військову службу, вступати на військову службу, добровільно завербовуватися. Або набирати, вербувати, зараховувати на військову службу. To enroll – зараховувати на службу. Ви можете сказати I enlisted, I was enrolled або I was recruited. Мене було зараховано на військову службу. Не зайвим також буде слово conscription – військова служба по призову, призов громадян на військову службу або військова повинність. A conscript – це призовник. The oath of enlistment – це присяга, військова клятва. To take the oath of enlistment – це складати з присягу. До речі, to take – це неправильне дієслово. Три форми – take, took, taken. Тож ви кажете I took the oath of enlistment a year ago. I served in. Я служив у такому-то місті, у такому-то підрозділі або у такому-то роді військ. My rank was. Моє звання було. I was promoted from to. Мене було підвищено по службі з і до такого-то звання. Також можете сказати I rose through the ranks або I progressed through the ranks. Я просувався у званнях до якогось конкретного рангу. Рости, підвищуватися – to rise, rose, risen. Щоб докладніше розповісти про підрозділи, передивіться урок, присвячений цій темі. А щоб згадати звання, зверніться до уроку про military ranks. А також знайдіть українські відповідники вашого звання званням НАТО. To drill, to train or to exercise in military operations – це відпрацьовувати, тренувати навички військових операцій. To enter training – починати військові навчання і вказуйте, які саме. Наприклад, I entered a marksmanship training – навчання зі стрільби. Або I entered an aerial reconnaissance training – навчання з аеророзвідки. To undertake pre-deployment training – пройти навчання перед розгортанням військ, перед доправленням на бойове завдання. Про навчання ви можете сформулювати речення такого типу. I undertook a training for anti-aircraft gunnery, where I was trained as an anti-aircraft gunner. Я пройшов навчання зенітної артилерії, де мене тренували як стрільця-зенітника. У розповіді про військову кар'єру важливе слово to deploy – розгортати, розгортатися, переміщуватися, розміщуватися. Воно часто вживається в пасивному стані. I was deployed to the east of Ukraine. Також необхідне слово deployment. My first deployment was to the Luhansk region. Our unit changed the area of deployment. A permanent duty station, PDS, постійне місце призначення. A temporary duty, TDY, тимчасове призначення. Наприклад, our PDS was in the north, but I spent 6 months on temporary duty in southern Ukraine. To assign – призначати. To assign a mission – призначати завдання. To assign to a post – призначити на пост. To be assigned – бути призначеним. An assignment – призначення, завдання, задача. Також у військовій сфері у значенні призначення, завдання, задача використовують слово mission. I was given an assignment. Мені призначили завдання. I was assigned a combat mission. I was assigned the post or the position of CVCO, Combat Vehicle Commander. Мене було призначено на посаду командира бойової машини. Posting – це переведення по службі. To be posted – бути призначеним на посаду або переведеним. I was posted to another garrison. Мене було переведено в інший гарнізон. I got a posting to another brigade. Я дістав переведення в іншу бригаду. Якщо вам треба розповісти, наприклад, на інтерв'ю або в приватній розмові, чим саме ви займались на службі, за мить я дам вам ще кілька корисних фраз. А просто зараз перевірте, чи ви вже підписані на канал Армійська англійська. Якщо ви додивились аж сюди, значить матеріал точно корисний. І якщо ви все ще не підписані, ви маєте натиснути кнопку підписки просто зараз. А ще напишіть ваш коментар, як просувається ваше оволодіння англійською з моїми уроками, бо кожен ваш коментар – це внесок у просування нашого проєкту і зворотній зв'язок для мене. А якщо ви бажаєте зробити більш вагомий внесок, ви можете стати нашим меценатом або одноразово підтримати наш проєкт фінансово. Ваша підтримка дає нам змогу робити більше уроків та матеріалів із військової англійської. Про військові нагороди або відзнаки можна розповісти в такий спосіб. I received awards, medals, commendations for something. Наприклад, for special assignments. Я дістав нагороди, медалі, похвали за виконання спеціальних завдань. I was honored with an order for courage. Мене було відзначено орденом за мужність. Якщо ви згадуєте про поранення, про це ви можете сказати, використовуючи, наприклад, такі фрази. I was injured. Мене було травмовано as a result of a mine explosion. Або I was wounded. Мене було поранено by bomb blast fragmentation. Rehabilitation treatment – це реабілітація. To be admitted for rehab treatment – бути прийнятим на реабілітаційне лікування. To retire – виходити на пенсію. Veterans and retirees – ветерани та військові пенсіонери. Також у Збройних силах багатьох країн є таке поняття, як transitioning to civilian life – перехід від військового життя до цивільного. А вже ж, коли ви розповідаєте про вашу військову кар'єру в Україні іноземцю, важливо враховувати багато чинників. Різницю між системами Збройних сил різних країн, різницю між порядком вступу на службу та військовою підготовкою в Україні та інших країнах Заходу, особливості вашої посади, спеціалізації і ваш унікальний військовий шлях. Тому сьогодні я дала вам загальний вокабуляр, а для більш детального опису ваших військових досягнень шукайте лексику, фрази, складайте вашу заготовку, щоб на зустрічі з закордонними колегами ви могли розповісти англійською про свій досвід. А щоб вам було легше скласти власну розповідь про своє минуле, послухаємо приклад розповіді про військову кар'єру.
My name is Tim. I was born in Livonia, Michigan, USA, and I graduated from Brighton High School in 1988. I enlisted in the US Army 1 year after high school. I joined the Army and took the oath of enlistment in June 1989. I did basic training and advanced individual training, AIT, at Fort Knox, Kentucky. Then, I was stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana. I served as a cavalry scout and specialized in reconnaissance. Every month we trained with weapons, land navigation, and first aid. For the last 7 months of my enlistment, I drove for the squadron's lieutenant colonel. In April 1991, my cavalry squadron deployed to California to train in the high desert. After that deployment, my division, 5th Infantry Division, was to deploy to Saudi Arabia for Operation Desert Storm, but the war finished so quickly, and so we did not deploy there. I served for 2 years. I started as a private, but when I finished my contract, I rose through the lower ranks to private first class. After my 2-year enlistment finished, I served in the reserves for 6 more years. Then, I fully transitioned to civilian life.
На цьому все. Якщо сьогоднішній урок був корисним для вас, залишайте ваші коментарі, підписуйтесь на Інстаграм та Телеграм армійської англійської. Допомагайте нам поширювати інформацію про наш освітній проєкт. Бо щоденно я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, та наша команда працюють над створенням відеоуроків з метою якомога швидше озброїти українське військо англійською мовою і якомога швидше перемогти клятого ворога. Чим військове розмінування відрізняється від гуманітарного? Чим mine clearance відрізняється від mine disposal? Що таке EOD та IEDD? Як сказати in English розмінувальник, група саперів, мінно-пошуковий собака, мінний трал та який засіб для розмінування позначається акронімом MICLIC. Що таке Minesweeper, Mine Clearing Roller, Mine Plow та Mine Flail? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Перший в Україні канал, присвячений мовній підготовці українських військовослужбовців. І сьогодні я буду вчити вас говорити про demining – розмінування. Друзі, в попередньому уроці ми з вами проходили тему міни – Types of Landmines. А в цьому уроці будемо вивчати лексику, пов'язану з темою розмінування – Demining or Mine Clearance. Я заготувала для вас багато корисних термінів. І перш ніж ми перейдемо до навчання, закликаю вас підписатися на цей канал, а також поділитися цим матеріалом у соцмережах та чатах. Нехай більше українських військових вивчають англійську і наближаються до мовних стандартів НАТО. There are two types of demining або mine clearance – military and humanitarian – військове та гуманітарне розмінування. The goal – ціль in military demining is to clear a safe path or a route – розчистити безпечний шлях for the troops and equipment. The goal in humanitarian demining is To make areas of operation safe to inhabit again. Зробити райони операцій знову безпечними для проживання. Оскільки цілі військового та гуманітарного розмінування різні, different, the equipment, techniques та vehicles, які використовуються, також будуть different. Гуманітарне розмінування ми не будемо детально розглядати зараз. Натомість я дам вам основні терміни та лексику, що стосуються військового розмінування. Bomb disposal – знешкодження бомб, знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. Це широкий термін, що охоплює Explosive Ordnance Disposal, EOD, ця абревіатура буде нам ще траплятися сьогодні, знешкодження вибухонебезпечних предметів, знешкодження боєприпасів, що не розірвалися. And Improvised Explosive Device Disposal, IEDD – знешкодження саморобних вибухових пристроїв. Minefield – мінне вибухове загородження, мінне поле. Mined Area – замінована ділянка, замінований район, замінована акваторія. Minefield Breaching – подолання мінного поля, пророблення проходів у мінному полі. Від дієслова to breach – прориватися, проробляти проходи в інженерних загородженнях. Minefield Marking Equipment – обладнання для позначення мінних полів. Mine Clearance – розмінування. Mine Disposal – знешкодження, утилізація мін. Це процес нейтралізації, neutralizing, приведення у безпечний стан, rendering safe, зняття, recovering, переміщення, removing або destroying mines, знищення мін. Я зібрала для вас низку дієслів на тему розмінування, які узгоджуються зі словом mine. Запам'ятайте їх. To detect a mine – виявляти міну. To locate a mine or a minefield – визначити місце розташування міни або мінного поля. To defuse або to neutralize a mine – знешкодити міну. To destroy a mine – знищити міну. To detonate a mine – підірвати міну. Також у цьому значенні можна почути фразове дієслово to blow up. To blow up a mine. Сапери – солдати, які займаються розмінуванням, називаються англійською combat engineers, sappers або pioneers. EOD personnel – це особовий склад, що здійснює розмінування та знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. EOD technician або specialist – це сапер-вибухотехнік, а EOD pioneer – це сапер-розвідник. Bomb Squad – команда саперів, група з виявлення і знешкодження вибухових пристроїв. Абревіатурою MDD позначається Mine Detection Dog – мінно-пошуковий собака, собака мінно-пошукової служби. PPE – це Personal Protective Equipment – індивідуальне захисне спорядження. Зокрема, Advanced Bomb Suit – ABS – захисний костюм, який захищає EOD soldiers from threats. Дуже детально про те, як говорити про PPE англійською, я розповідала в окремому відеоуроці. Посилання буде в описі до цього відео. Military demining operations потребують require speed under combat conditions – швидкості в бойових умовах. На мінному полі важливо визначити density – рівень концентрації та pattern of dispersion – принцип та площу розсіювання мін. Для mechanical demining можуть використовуватися різні vehicles and devices. Зазвичай вони є mounted, встановленими to a tank or armored military engineering vehicle. Бувають і remote control devices and vehicles – засоби з дистанційним керуванням, such as advanced remotely operated vehicles – транспортні засоби з дистанційним керуванням. A mine plow або a mine sweeper – мінний трал. Його функція to clear a lane or a route through a minefield – розчищати смугу на мінному полі. В результаті його роботи the mines are moved but not deactivated. Mine clearing roller або a mine trawl – танковий котковий мінний трал. Він має higher ground pressure, ніж the tank's tracks, та його задача to detonate anti-tank mines. A mine flail – це a vehicle-mounted device, який складається consists of heavy chains та flails – важких ланцюгів та металевих куль, що висять на цих ланцюгах. Також часто використовується загальний термін a mine disposal vehicle – машина для знешкодження вибухонебезпечних предметів. Подовжений заряд розмінування mine clearing line charge. Назва скорочується до акроніма MICLIC. Це Many Explosive Charges – багато вибухових снарядів connected on a line, які скидаються onto the minefield та підриваються detonating any buried mines, clearing a path for troops to cross. Отже, друзі, сьогодні ми з вами розглянули основні поняття, терміни та лексику, пов'язану з темою військове розмінування. Якщо вам є що додати, напишіть про це в коментарях. А я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька на каналі Армійська англійська, прокладаю для вас шлях до кращого знання спеціалізованої військової англійської. І якщо ви додивились це відео до кінця, якщо воно було корисне для вас, залиште ваш коментар. Я читаю всі коментарі, а на деякі навіть відповідаю. Також ця проста дія допомагає просувати наш канал і популяризувати військову англійську в Україні, сприяти мовній підготовці, щоб наші сили оборони відповідали всім міжнародним стандартам. Що таке FUBAR and SNAFU? Що означають слова click, chow та voluntold? У чому різниця між got your six, watch your six, check your six та що таке взагалі six? Як з'явився військовий сленг та які відмінності існують у різних країнах та в різних родах військ? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це Армійська англійська, перший український ютуб-канал із мовної підготовки для українського війська. І сьогодні ми будемо говорити з вами про military slang. Хоча мовний стандарт НАТО і не каже напряму, що ця тема необхідна, безперечно, сленг займає важливе місце в комунікації військових. Тому приготуйтесь занотовувати та запам'ятовувати. Як і в кожній професії, у військовій справі існує своя неофіційна мова – сленг або професійний жаргон. Нею користуються всі, проте здебільшого на рівні неформального спілкування. Ці слова та вислови не варто вживати в доповіді командиру чи на офіційних нарадах. Сленгові слова та вирази в військовій англійській мові з'являються здебільшого в періоди війн – Першої та Другої світової, В'єтнамської, Афганської та інших військових конфліктів. Сленгові поняття можуть утворюватись у різні способи – через скорочення або зміни назв озброєнь, військових посад, предметів чи явищ військового побуту. Частину сленгових виразів запозичено із цивільного життя, і вони набули нових значень у військовій сфері. Деякі слова та фрази військового сленгу створено за принципом асоціації, особливо за схожістю або суміжністю. Багато слів та виразів є продуктом військового гумору. Також, оскільки це неформальна мова, у ній часто можуть бути присутні елементи нецензурної лексики. Нецензурної лексики в цьому уроці буде зовсім трохи. І перш ніж ми перейдемо до прикладів і розборів цієї лексики, перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал. Натисніть лайк до цього відео і напишіть ваш коментар. Також нагадаю вам, що наш соціальний проєкт із військової англійської потребує вашої підтримки, щоб ми з командою могли продовжувати робити цей курс і популяризувати військову англійську в Україні. Ви можете стати нашим меценатом на платформі Buy Me a Coffee. Усі наші меценати, що підтримують нас регулярними благодійними внесками, отримують додаткові матеріали до наших відеоуроків. Інформація та посилання будуть в описі до цього відео. Військовий сленг відрізняється залежно від країни. Хоча військові США, Британії, Канади та Нової Зеландії розмовляють англійською, на їхній сленг впливали різні військові порядки та звичаї, а також накладається вплив країн, у яких доводиться служити та воювати. Так, у військових США в сленгу відображено багато реалій з Іракської війни, у Новій Зеландії з війни у В'єтнамі, у Британії з Другої світової і так далі. Один з прикладів. У США для загального позначення солдата during World War I протягом Першої світової війни вживали нікнейм Johnny. Згодом термін змінився, і солдатів enlisted soldiers стали називати Джо від імені вигаданого персонажа Government Issue Joe або G.I. Joe. Government issued означає «видано урядом». Цей generic term «Joe» закріпився та використовувався протягом Другої світової, а також the Korean War and the Vietnam War. В армії Австралії та Нової Зеландії для позначення солдата використовують слово «troopy». Походить від troops – війська. У британській армії свої назви, причому вони часто залежать від роду військ. Наприклад, a bootneck для морської піхоти – Royal Marines, a cherry beret для десантників – paratroopers. Слово Rupert позначає офіцерів молодших рангів. Том або Томі так раніше називали звичайних солдатів. Зараз цей термін широко не вживається, але його все ще можна почути у фільмах або побачити в літературі. Звісно, є й інші сленгові та жаргонні назви солдат у різних країнах. Щоб всі їх розібрати, потрібен, мабуть, окремий урок. Чому ми з вами взагалі говоримо про сленг та розбираємо цю тему? По-перше, це цікаво. І ви, наші студенти та підписники, вже багато разів просили розібрати вислови військового сленгу. По-друге, і насправді це найголовніша причина, military slang є частиною розмовної англійської. Це слова та сталі вирази, що відображають культурні особливості Збройних сил різних країн. А стандарт НАТО з володіння англійською мовою, про який я вже розповідала вам ось в цьому відео, і на якому я будую цей курс, передбачає, зокрема, на рівні SMR-3 повне відчуття всіх стилів і типів письмової мови, розуміння текстів, що містять рідко вживані сталі вислови, або в яких йдеться про маловідомі для неносіїв мови культурні особливості, здатність висловлювати певні нюанси та непрямий або гумористичний зміст, а також правильно реагувати на ситуації, які вимагають розуміння культурних реалій. Я можу довго цитувати стандарт, та краще перейдімо, власне, до сленгу і розгляньмо деякі приклади. Як я вже згадувала, багато слів та виразів військового сленгу мають походження з різних родів військ. Подивімось на ті, що з'явилися в авіації. Bird – пташка. Сленгова назва для гвинтокрила – helicopter, rotor head. дослівно роторна головка. Це helicopter pilot, пілот гелікоптера, або a member of a helicopter crew. Zoomy – розмовний термін, що використовується для позначення пілотів або екіпажів повітряних сил – the Air Force. Fast mover – сленговий вислів, який позначає a jet fighter – реактивний винищувач. Також, скоріш за все, із військової авіації було запозичено фразу, яка використовується не тільки військовими при виконанні завдань, а й метафорично у значенні прикривати спину. Got your six. В роботі військові часто використовують модель циферблата для орієнтування в просторі. Якщо уявити простір навколо себе як циферблат, розбитий на сектори, де 12-та година – це те, що перед вами, 3-я та 9-та – те, що з боків, то 6-та година – six – це те, що за спиною. Тож, коли хтось каже «got your six», це означає, що він прикриває вас іззаду, зі спини. «Check your six» – дослівно «перевір на 6-ту годину». Означає перевірити, що позаду тебе, озирнись. «Watch your six» означає «слідкуй, що позаду та навколо». Будь обережним. Загалом усім військовим, незалежно від роду військ чи країни, притаманно використовувати у сленгу скорочення. Наприклад, chemise – це camouflage uniform, а дещо схоже слово como – це термін для communication equipment – комунікаційне обладнання. Recce або reckon означає reconnaissance – розвідка. CV – civilian – a member of the public that doesn't serve in the armed forces. Цивільний – особа, що не належить до Збройних сил. A click – це кілометр. До речі, у нас на каналі є цілий урок, присвячений військовим скороченням, акронімам та абревіатурам, який допоможе вам зрозуміти, які скорочення взагалі бувають, як їх краще запам'ятовувати, а також ви зможете отримати розшифровки та вивчити деякі з них. Важливо згадати також використання алфавіту НАТО в сленгу. Наприклад, Charlie Mike – це continue mission або continue moving forward. Нагадаю, що C – це Charlie, а M stands for Mike. Tango Mike – thanks much. Утворено за таким же принципом, як і попередній вислів. Нагадаю, що знання алфавіту НАТО обов'язкове для військовослужбовців. Тому, якщо ви пропустили урок про алфавіт, один із перших уроків армійської англійської, де я детально розповідала про цю абетку, мерщій подивіться його на каналі. З пісні слів не викинеш, як і не викинеш із військового сленгу нецензурну та обсценну лексику. FUBAR – це fold або fucked up beyond all recognition. Цей вислів з'явився в період Другої світової війни та в літературному перекладі означає все дуже погано. SNEFU – саркастичний вираз, sarcastic expression, що широко використовується військовими і розшифровується як situation normal, all fucked up. Тобто situation is bad, ситуація погана, але this is a normal state of affairs. Це є нормальний стан справ. Ще кілька неформальних висловів, що використовують військові. Campfire – дослівно зависання вогню. Це затримка або осічка. У військовому сленгу to hang fire означає to wait for the next orders – чекати, поки вам нададуть наступні накази. Або to delay in progressing, for example, from one task to another – затримуватися з виконанням, наприклад, при переході від однієї задачі до іншої. Voluntold – наш відповідник добровільно-примусово. Forcefully volunteer – змушено зголошуватись, виконати щось. It's the combining – поєднання of two words – volunteer – доброволець and told – той, що отримав наказ. Chest candy – медалі, стрічки та нагороди, що зазвичай заробляються are usually earned, але часто видаються, виписуються, щоб підвищувати відчуття власної значущості в офіцерів. Так пояснює це поняття словник військового сленгу. Military brat – це розмовний термін, що позначає дитину військовослужбовця. A child of serving or retired military personnel. На Заході military brats вважаються окремою субкультурою через специфічні умови, у яких вони зростають, та зануреність у військову культуру із самого дитинства. Чао – сленгове позначення їжі, яке часто використовують військові з різних країн, а також і цивільні. To hit the rack або to hit the sack – це йти спати, go to bed. Rack або sack – це мішок або ранець, якими користувалися солдати до створення сучасних модульних систем. Детально про тему військового спорядження ми говорили в окремому відео, присвяченому військовим рюкзакам та їх наповненню. Так от, фраза «to hit the rack» або «sack» ймовірно пішла від того, що солдати спали на своїх рюкзаках. Дієслово «rack up» означає «grab your rucksack, your gear and get going». Хапай рюкзак, своє спорядження та рушай. У нас є відео «Військові накази та застереження», яке ми робили з перекладачами з навчань в Британії та бійцями Інтернаціонального легіону. Там багато необхідних фраз, слів та висловів, що стосуються дій зі зброєю, а також поведінки під час тренування та виконання бойового завдання, які ви можете почути або дати, якщо ви працюєте з іноземцями. Коли ви зустрічаєте військові сленгові вислови у фільмах, відео або в мовленні колег, звертайте на них увагу і можете консультуватися зі словником. Так, є спеціальні словники та глосарії військового сленгу.
Off they go into the wide blue yonder. Let's go, Zoomies!
I want to see as much as I can for as long as I can. What's the ETA in getting a fast mover out there?
I got a Warthog that'll take 20, 25 minutes to get out there, but the margin is safe.
Scramble it, do it.
Is that truck in place?
Mm-hmm.
Weapons good to go?
Yeah, you?
Yeah.
No, I got your 6.
Hey, man. That's your job.
I got a body!
It's hard for the civvy to understand this, but I just wanted a piece of my old self back.
Just gonna check Nick's locker here, see if he took his civvies with him or if he's still in uniform.
Grid 703003. Our recon reports 2 high-ranking officers in the tower. All my air is tied up farther north till 1800, so if you could take out those officers.
So did you volunteer or were you voluntold?
I went willingly. Yeah, I couldn't wait to sign up. Come on, battlefields and blackjack? Every girl's fantasy. You?
We're still half a click inside the bombing zone.
Red's got us all a little sad right now. We got a job to do.
Great. Restock ammo and rations. Gordo, water and gas. Boys get some chow and do what you can about the mechanical issues.
Oh, that article. No, completely untrue. Inter-office snafu. File it under creative journalism.
Even if you think the mission's FUBAR, sir?
Especially if you think the mission's FUBAR.
What's FUBAR? Oh, it's German. Yeah. Never heard of that.
Напишіть у коментарях, які ще сленгові вирази вам відомі. Ваш коментар може бути корисним іншим підписникам. І точно буде корисним для просування нашого каналу з мовної підготовки для українських військових. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Спеціалізований курс із військової англійської, який я створюю на цьому каналі разом із командою однодумців. Побачимось скоро в наступному відео. Як називати англійською military units and formations у Збройних силах України? Як правильно a squad або a section? Які слова та вислови потрібні, щоб розповісти про різні підрозділи, їхній склад, підпорядкування та особливості? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Ютуб-канал, що наближає українське військо до мовних стандартів НАТО. І сьогодні розберемося, як називати англійською військові підрозділи наших Збройних сил. Нагадаю вам, що за планом Генштабу до 2026 року всі українські військові мають якимось чином заговорити англійською. Поки що говорять не всі. І коли я викладаю групам військовослужбовців, я помічаю, що інколи військовослужбовці не володіють навіть базовою лексикою, як, наприклад, назви військових підрозділів. Тож починати вивчати англійську варто просто зараз. Можна з наших уроків. І в одному з перших відео на каналі я вже розповідала вам про структуру британських Збройних сил. Ми розбирали, як називаються різні підрозділи та формування. І якщо ви з нами з самого початку, то, скоріш за все, ви бачили це відео. Якщо не бачили, то передивіться. До того ж, лексика сьогоднішнього уроку буде дуже схожою. Також вам обов'язково стане в пригоді лексика з уроку «Як розповідати про підрозділ англійською», щоб ви могли не тільки називати, але й сказати пару слів про підрозділ, де служите. Ключовим словом сьогодні буде слово «unit». У військовому контексті воно має декілька значень. Військове угрупування, підрозділ, військова частина та з'єднання. Українські Збройні сили мають такі підрозділи. A fire group або a fire team – вогнева група. Consists of 2 to 4 soldiers – складається з 2-4 військових. A fire group або a fire team – це the smallest regular tactical unit within a squad or section. Це найменший позаштатний тактичний підрозділ у складі відділення. That doesn't have a regular commander, що не має штатного командира. Командира групи можна назвати a leader. Відділення – a squad – американська назва, a section – британська назва. Consists of 9 to 15 soldiers – налічує від 9 до 15 військових. A squad or a section is the smallest regular tactical unit that has a regular commander. Є найменшим штатним тактичним підрозділом, що має штатного командира. A squad or a section is usually part of a platoon. Зазвичай входить до складу взводу. But can exist beyond a platoon. Але може існувати й поза межами взводу. Командиром відділення зазвичай є сержант, sergeant. У танкових військах та авіації відділенню відповідає екіпаж танка, літака або вертольота, tank, plane or helicopter crew. В артилерії це обслуга гармати, gun crew. A platoon – взвод – consists of 2 to 4 sections. A platoon is the main combined arms tactical unit in the infantry of the land forces. Є основним загальновійськовим тактичним підрозділом у піхоті сухопутних військ, which performs tactical tasks, що призначений для виконання тактичних завдань. A platoon is part of a company, входить до складу роти, or a battery, батареї, or a squadron, ескадрильї. Взводи бувають механізовані, mechanized, аеромобільні, airmobile, артилерійські, artillery, мінометні, mortar, зенітні, anti-aircraft, протитанкові, anti-tank, розвідувальні reconnaissance, інженерні engineering, зв'язку communications, управління command, медичні medical, господарські logistical, забезпечення supply, обслуговування service тощо. A company – рота або a battery in artillery – в артилерії батарея, a squadron in aviation – ескадрилья в авіації, consists of 80 to 200 soldiers. A company usually consists of several platoons. Зазвичай складається з декількох взводів. Is part of a battalion – входить до складу батальйону. Sometimes a company exists as an independent separate formation. Іноді рота існує як самостійне окреме формування. Рота може бути mechanized – механізована, tank – танкова, missile – ракетна, artillery – артилерійська, mortar – мінометна, radar – радіотехнічна, saper – саперна, automotive – автомобільна, assault – штурмова, rifle – стрілецька тощо. A battalion – батальйон consists of 300 to 800 soldiers and has several companies. A battalion is the main tactical unit in the land forces. Є основним тактичним підрозділом у сухопутних військах. A battalion is a part of a regiment or a brigade. Батальйон входить до складу полку або бригади. Механізований батальйон складається з A mechanized battalion consists of командування command, штабу, staff, кількох рот several companies, підрозділів вогневої підтримки fire support units, протитанкових підрозділів anti-tank units, підрозділів зв'язку communication units, підрозділів технічного обслуговування technical maintenance units, підрозділів постачання supply units та медичного пункту a medical point. A tank battalion comprises у складі танкового батальйону є several tank companies, кілька танкових рот, and units of combat support та підрозділи бойової підтримки. An artillery division consists of артилерійський дивізіон складається з командування command, штабу staff, кількох артилерійських батарей several artillery batteries і підрозділів бойового забезпечення combat support units, тилового та технічного обслуговування rear and technical services. A regiment – полк consists of 900 to 1,500 soldiers. A regiment is the main and largest technical military unit in the land forces, the air assault forces, and the navy. Є основним і найбільшим тактичним військовим з'єднанням у сухопутних військах ДШВ та ВМС. In most cases, переважно, a regiment is a part of a unit, a division or a brigade. Полк входить до складу з'єднання, дивізії або бригади. But some regiments are directly subordinate, але деякі полки безпосередньо підпорядковуються to the high command – головному командуванню. Залежно від роду військ або сил, a regiment can conduct general combat, anti-aircraft, airborne combat or support combat operations. Може вести загальновійськовий, протиповітряний, повітряний бій або забезпечувати бойові дії. Typically, it consists of command – управління, several battalions – divisions, декількох батальйонів або дивізіонів, units of combat – technical, rear and medical support, підрозділів бойового, технічного, тилового та медичного забезпечення. A brigade – бригада consists of 1,000 to 8,000 soldiers. A brigade is the main and the largest tactical military unit in the land forces, the air assault force, and the navy. є основним і найбільшим тактичним військовим з'єднанням у сухопутних військах, ДШВ та ВМС. In most cases, a brigade is a separate unit. У більшості випадків бригада становить окрему одиницю subordinate to an operational command, що підпорядковується оперативному командуванню. A brigade is designed to perform tactical tasks, призначена для виконання тактичних завдань as part of army corps or independently, у складі армійських корпусів або самостійно, in cooperation with units and elements of other branches of the military and special forces, у взаємодії зі з'єднаннями та частинами інших родів військ і спеціальних військ, with aviation, з авіацією, and in coastal directions, на приморських напрямках, with naval forces, із силами флоту. In the land forces, у сухопутних військах, a brigade consists of headquarters, штабу, command, управління, several battalions, divisions of the basic branches of the military, з декількох батальйонів, дивізіонів основних родів військ, special forces units and rear units, підрозділів спеціальних військ і тилових підрозділів. Згадаю в цьому уроці також корпус, a corps. A corps is a combined arms operational tactical unit or a union – загальновійськове оперативно-тактичне з'єднання чи об'єднання of permanent or temporary troops – військ постійного або тимчасового складу. In wartime, a corps acts as a part of the army or independently. У воєнний час діє в складі армії або самостійно. Зверніть увагу на написання та вимову слова «core». Не путайте його з «corpse» – мертве тіло, «corpus» – корпус, збірка або «core» – ядро, серцевина. Множина від «core» – «cores» пишеться так само, але вимовляється із закінченням «cores». Повторюємо основні поняття цього уроку. Вогнева група англійською – це a fire team. Відділення – section або squad. Взвод – platoon. Рота – company. Батальйон – battalion. Полк – regiment. Бригада – brigade. Корпус – corps, штаб – headquarters, з'єднання, підрозділ, військова частина – unit, тилові підрозділи – rear units. Отже, друзі, сьогодні ми розібрали назви, склад, чисельність та особливості військових формувань та підрозділів Збройних сил України. Ця інформація вам точно знадобиться. І не тільки вам, а й вашим колегам і знайомим. І всім українським військовим, які вивчають Military English. Поділіться з ними цим відео, а також порекомендуйте наш канал. І самі не забудьте підписатися. Щоб отримувати більше корисного контенту з військової англійської, приєднуйтесь до нашого інстаграму та телеграму. А матеріали для уроку у вигляді файлів будуть доступні для тих, хто є нашими меценатами і підтримує наш проєкт регулярними благодійними внесками. Якщо ви вважаєте, що те, що ми робимо, корисно, підтримайте нас, щоб ми могли продовжувати робити те, що робимо. Посилання в описі до відео. Це армійська англійська. Перший YouTube-канал з мовної підготовки для українського війська. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і я переконана, що дуже скоро у кожному відділенні, взводі, роті, батальйоні, бригаді заговорять in English. Як виражати функцію зобов'язання в теперішньому, минулому та майбутньому? Як сказати «я мушу», «я мусив» та «я муситиму» зробити щось? Навіщо модальному дієслову must еквівалент? Невже воно саме не може впоратись зі своїми посадовими обов'язками? Яка різниця між must та have to у ствердженнях? Та чому mustn't та don't have to – це дві різні речі? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Перший в Україні ютуб-канал з мовної підготовки для українських військових. І сьогодні ми з вами будемо наповнювати ваш мовний арсенал граматичними засобами. Опануємо форму have to – еквівалент модального дієслова must. У нашому курсі ми говоримо про must не вперше. В уроці, що був присвячений правилам поведінки на стрілецькому полігоні, я пояснювала вам особливості використання модального дієслова must, яке позначає зобов'язання, обов'язок, obligation та його заперечної форми mustn't, яка вживається для вираження функції заборони – prohibition. Буде корисно, якщо перед вивченням сьогоднішнього уроку ви передивитеся та згадаєте той матеріал, бо це основа теми, яку ми зараз будемо розбирати. І перш ніж ми перейдемо до граматичних особливостей дієслова must, нагадаю вам, що вам варто підписатися на наш канал, якщо ви ще не підписані, порекомендувати його вашим знайомим, натиснути лайк до цього відео, написати під ним бажано змістовний коментар. Це дуже прості, але й дуже важливі дії, які допомагають просувати наш курс і популяризувати англійську в Збройних силах України і не тільки. Якщо ви навчаєтесь з нами і хочете, щоб наш проєкт працював і ми продовжували створювати цей освітній продукт, ви можете стати меценатом армійської англійської на платформі Buy Me Coffee і отримувати не тільки відеоуроки, а й додаткові матеріали, таблиці та списки слів. Долучайтесь! Посилання та детальна інформація в описі до відео. Must – це модальне дієслово, тому воно не змінюється за родами та числами та використовується з основним дієсловом у першій формі. I, you, he, she, it, we, they must do something. У ствердженні must перекладається як повинен, зобов'язаний. I must listen to the commander during the briefing. Я повинен слухати командира на брифінгу. He must send the report tomorrow. Він повинен надіслати звіт завтра. We must obey the rules. Ми маємо виконувати правила. В запереченні до must додається заперечна частка not. Скорочено mustn't. I, you, he, she, it, we, they mustn't do something. You mustn't enter this area. Вам заборонено заходити в цю зону. She mustn't tell this information to anyone. Їй заборонено розповідати комусь цю інформацію. They mustn't use their mobiles during the training. Їм заборонено використовувати телефони на навчаннях. Зауважте, що скорочена заперечна форма вимовляється як mustn't. Для утворення питальної форми must ставиться перед підметом, хоча питання з must вживаються не так часто. Must I write down the examples? Мені обов'язково записувати приклади. Must he produce his identity card? Він має показувати посвідчення особи. Must we be there at 0500? Нам обов'язково бути там о 5 ранку. Найпоширеніша помилка – це використання частки to з модальним дієсловом must. Запам'ятайте правило – з модальними дієсловами to ніколи не використовується. Однак це правило не поширюється на еквіваленти модальних дієслів, один з яких have to ми зараз розберемо. Переходимо до найцікавішого. Англійська мова має різні часи, різні дієслівні форми для утворювання різних висловлювань. Але от халепа, дієслово must, що виражає функцію зобов'язання, як і більшість модальних дієслів, не має форм минулого або майбутнього часу, форм інфінітива, герундія та дієприкметника. Що ж робити, якщо нам необхідно висловити функцію зобов'язання в минулому або майбутньому, або ж ми хочемо сказати суперскладну конструкцію з інфінітивом або герундієм? Тоді на допомогу приходить еквівалент must. Have to. На відміну від must, have to має кілька форм. Дві форми теперішнього часу – have to для I, you, we, they та has to для he, she, it, форму минулого часу had to та майбутнього часу will have to. Подивіться на таблицю. Якщо вам треба сказати речення в теперішньому часі, ви берете must, have to або has to. А от коли мова йде про минулий час або майбутній, застосовуйте еквіваленти. I must work every day. Я мушу працювати щодня. I had to work yesterday. Я мусив, мені довелося працювати вчора. I will have to work tomorrow. Мені доведеться працювати завтра. Замість must в теперішньому часі ви можете сказати have to. I have to work today. Але є певна відмінність у значеннях, про яку ми поговоримо пізніше. Та загалом значення буде однакове. У третій особі однини теперішнього часу he, she, it використовується форма has to. I have to call him, he has to call me. We have to organize this event. She has to organize this event. У теперішньому часі заперечна і питальна форма з еквівалентом have to утворюється за допомогою допоміжних дієслів do та does. Зверніть увагу на приклади, які ми поки що залишимо без перекладу. Do you have to wait for him? Does she have to pay for this equipment? We don't have to go there. She doesn't have